Hello, chat. I'm going to mute myself for a
Sounds
couple of
good.
minutes. Craig is going to take over commentary for a sec, and I will be back with you in a couple of minutes. But here we go. We're watching Poland against Switzerland.
Yeah, so funny. I looked at this and I was like, wait, why are there four Polish players here? And of course, I forgot that Khalid and Klukowski were now Swiss, at least for bridge purposes. So let's see. So North's one club is Polish, usually weak, no trump. Occasionally, a strong hand is here, one diamond negative. Two diamonds confirms that it's a strong hand with natural diamonds and east west kind of just going about their business. um Maybe a little interesting here. I think a lot of the American players, and yeah, I guess probably in Europe too, would play this 2-no trump rather than just a natural 2-no trump here. Also maybe a little weird just given North showing a very powerful hand. I don't know if we're in such a hurry to be looking for 3-no Trump White, given that North has a strong club. It's more likely the partners one spade over call is shaded. And West may have thought the same thing, jumping to four spades on this hand. I think it's even possible he thinks his partner has spade support. He might have tried three hearts if he thought that the no Trump was natural. And yeah, if anyone in the chat wants to weigh in on any of the north, south, or east, west methods, I assume east, west are also a Polish club here. This lead is not going to help the defense, but it doesn't really hurt them. The cleric can pitch a heart, but it doesn't really get him anywhere. And he is getting a fortunate spade position with King Doubleton on side, so we'll have no losers there since he doesn't need to rough anything. So it looks like he's going to do okay here. He's going to take six spades and three clubs and a diamond. That's 10. So even if he loses three heart tricks, he's going to be fine, or he can just play on hearts and not even bother with the king of diamonds. Although I think yeah, probably will take it along the way because why not? Um, I guess it's possible that he could guess the heart. Maybe he'd get enough information about the North hand to be able to drop the Doubleton Ace of Hearts. I think the odds that the Ace of Hearts are with South are negligible, given that the Polish club requirements, when it's strong, are fairly rigid. I guess it's possible he'd make an overtrick, actually. I think he's going to know 100% where the Ace of Hearts is. Thank you, Eric. So none of the Polish players play Polish club. So are Kalita Klukowski strong clubbers? Was one club precision of some kind? Oh, I'm sorry. The Polish players from Switzerland play Polish club. Polish players. So East West are playing. Yeah, if you can fill us in on their methods, I think Rob has their convention cards somewhere. I'm not gonna take a look yet. So not sure why Declare is pausing quite so long here. This feels like his options are, kind of restricted on how to play this hand. Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yeah, he's it doesn't seem like there's much to play for than just to rough this, play on spades and hope something good happens, then eventually knock out the club. It's possible that there's some, little extra wrinkle here that I'm not seeing, but it feels like, try to draw trumps, try to knock out aces, and try to claim is your best strategy here. All right, so he is roughing this, and I'm not familiar with the East-West pair. I thought I knew most of the Polish players, but these guys look unfamiliar to me. If anyone knows their WBF or EBF resumes and wants to weigh in, give us a little color on that pair, that'd be great. So I think we're about to see the Queen of Spades here. There's not really anything else he can sensibly do. We're about to see the Queen of Spades here. There's not anything else he can sensibly do. Come on, buddy. We got stuff to do here. And this is a little interesting that the set is 17 through 32 instead of, I guess they're just 1 through 32, repeated. So But that wouldn't even make sense because this is day 3, so this is match 7. I don't know. I would have thought that it was just, 1 through 16 each set. So Kalita, I guess, that 10 gives him a little something to think about whether there's any reason to cover it. A little surprised he didn't play the queen because he does want to get a cover from North. All right, so we'll put another spade on the table and, hope for the best here. At that point, it'll be safe to rough a diamond back to his hand to draw the last trump and knock out the club. Actually, maybe not 100% because he has to worry about the 4th club being stranded. We can see that it won't be, but he doesn't know that the defense can't hold up 3 times. Of course, when they can, that means the ace of hearts is probably singleton because if North has 4 clubs, since he's basically guaranteed to have the ace and 2 spades, and at least, probably 6 diamonds, since his strong 2-bid was based in diamonds, he might have doubled or rid of no trump otherwise. That only leaves him with 1 heart, and we can just drop the singleton ace of hearts at that point. I see. Okay, interesting. So, yes, Eric is saying that East West are playing a natural 2+ club, but also 1 club is forcing, even though it's not strong, which I have seen before, but usually, at least when I've seen that in the US, it's been from extremely bad club players. So I don't know. Do you basically agree? I assume you're at least listening. Do you agree with, with my take on this hand?
I was listening for a little bit, and then I did run off for the past 2 minutes to the restroom. So I heard your preliminary thoughts on the hand. I think Declare's pretty confident that the ace of... at this point now, Declare's cold. With that,
he always had 10 trick. Yeah.
Well, he has to pick up the heart suit, right? Like, you could definitely go down if you suspect that South has the heart ace, but that seems pretty unnatural on the auction. So,
but you have 10 top tricks after the ace of diamonds lead. You can lose 3 hearts; it doesn't matter.
Well, if you lose 3 hearts and the club ace, then it would. But
I'm sorry, but I was sort of counting as winners, and you have but you have 2 pitches on a club and a diamond if you get to cash the 4th club. Right. And if the defense can hold up the club ace long enough to shut you out of it, then the heart ace has to be singleton.
Yeah, with...
Assuming it's on your left, but it's on your left.
Sure. Anyway, 7 imps going the way of East-West on that one.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether East-West has some kind of accident there, because the 4-spade bid doesn't make a ton of sense opposite a natural invitational 2-no trump, but it does opposite a spade raised 2-no trump.
Yeah, it is curious. I do wonder with the Polish club if East could have even more than this for 2-no trump, and maybe 2-no trump is like forcing, or systemically should be forcing, but East forgot. Because as you say, like, the natural 2-no trump doesn't have a lot going for it.
Right, but even if that's, what was going on, why wouldn't West stop off to bid the hearts, right? Like, I guess, you have at least 8 spades and at most 8 hearts, so maybe that's a reason not to, but I don't know. West actually looks a little weird opposite a natural 2-no trump to me.
Yeah, for sure. Well, North-South on this hand looks like they might be headed toward a spade contract in the 5-2. Good morning, Ilorian.
Yeah, let's see. So, and they're going to do pretty well in spades. They're not quite going to make a slam, but both majors being 3-3, there's not going to be a ton of work to do.
Yeah, there's So Declare has, I guess, 5 spades, 4 hearts by just taking the heart finesse. And I suppose West could complicate things by ducking. Um, but but yeah, 5 spades, 4 hearts, and the ace of diamonds would be 10 tricks in either major suit.
The defense East will surely start with King Queen of Clubs and tap Declare, which will make things a little awkward because now you can't really rough the long heart, but as you say, you can just run the 10 and not care whether it wins or loses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can. By the way, I don't know if you have beer on today's bingo card, but there is a beer possibility on this hand since he can actually take 3 diamond tricks with the King Jack falling.
That's true. Beer is not on the card today, sadly. But the bingo card should be a little bit easier to manage. So everyone has to keep their eyes out for things that that we might be able to check off. Okay, so this is a pretty natural auction from north-south. I mean, a club strong, and then 2 hearts showing hearts. So what does South know about the hand? His partner has 5 spades. And his partner is 2 suited with spades and diamonds.
Yeah, and I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that 1 spade shows kind of a sounder response than it would in American Standard in Polish club methods.
I think that's right. I do have convention cards pulled up, but I'm sure that this is not on there. Like, the distinction between 1 spade and whatever.
Yeah, I think in Polish club with your, like 0 to 6, 0 to 7 responses, you just start with a diamond where, well, obviously the American pairs will all just bid 1 spade on anything that they're dealt.
Yeah, on their card it's a 7 or more.
Yeah. And so like, Big South's hand a little, it makes it a little more worrisome to let it go here.
Snoo asks, are the Swiss pair playing Polish club as well? Do you mean, are the Polish pair playing Polish club? No, the Polish pair are not playing Polish club. But the Swiss pair is.
Yeah, so when did these two start playing for Switzerland? I don't remember who the team was, because I think there was a pair between Fantoni Nunes and these two, but I don't remember who it was. And obviously that team was Monaco for a while, but
I feel like it might have been 2018. I don't know. It was certainly after I had stopped playing.
Yeah. And I guess, we keep calling them Switzerland, but I'm kind of inclined to call them Zimmerman.
Yes, they're definitely Zimmerman.
I think Zimmerman actually is Swiss, so, so that's a little bit legitimate. Obviously, Monaco was, basically just so they could, invade a country and take over the bridge team.
So 2 rounds of clubs. I mean, Declare has actually a lot of work to do on this one. What happens if the diamond hook holds? So we have 1 trick. If we score 4 more red suit tricks, that gets us up to 5. We would only need to be able to high cross ruff 5 trumps, which we can do. So it's somewhat tempting to just take a diamond finesse right now. And if it holds, we just cash the ace of diamonds, ace king of hearts, and claim.
Yeah, so this actually is the first appearance for at least Kalita. I assume Klukowski the same on a Zimmerman team at the world level. Trying to look up previous events.
Oh, were you talking about this specific partnership? I was thinking Klukowski specifically, because he used to play with Gavrish, and
Yeah, so
The
they played. I remember he was a late breaking addition. So that pair joined the team, though the Polish team in Sonia, which was a Rosenblum, the one anyone could enter after Blitzy and Budzinski were um, removed from the team. The WBF's request. I don't know if they were ever formally banned, but they withdrew under some pressure.
mm.
And they won that event.
They so
Or maybe
they
that was after that.
so Smadzinski and Balicki were banned in Poland. In fact, um, I'm pretty sure I saw an article about that. They never got any sanctions against in the ACBL, but in their like home leagues, they've been disallowed to play.
Oh, and you are correct. Klukowski played for Zimmerman going back to 2018 in Orlando, but that must have been with Gavrish.
Hmm.
All right. Anyway, getting back to this hand. So, do we know who's in at the other table?
Yeah, I was over
Um,
there for a brief
I see.
moment. So it's
Yes.
Brink and Driver, and for the Polish team,
Yeah.
I actually don't remember.
Novak and Borosh.
Hmm.
It's quite a strong pair, also.
Yeah, so they've kind of put their. Well, who's the entire Polish team? I don't know the third pair off the top of my head.
I will, if you want to continue on this hand, I will pull that up.
Yeah, but
Poland.
so it does look like Switzerland. I think. Um,
Januszewski and Gavel.
I see. So
Yeah, so I think so. The two pairs that are not currently in this table have an absolute ton of top level experience.
right. Um, but yeah, I do think Switzerland cares a little bit more about who they play their sponsor against than a lot of the other teams. Like we saw yesterday, the USA was sitting Fleischer and Martel against Sweden, who is one of the stronger teams in the event. Normally, if you had your choice, you would prefer to sit the sponsors out against the strongest teams and put them in against the weaker teams. Um, at least that seems to be common practice for a lot of the squads. But for Zimmerman, or Switzerland, they actually do care. And I think for this reason, up against Poland, who's probably expected to be one of the stronger teams in the group, they would prefer to sit Zimmerman out. Whereas if they were playing up against a weaker squad, they would definitely sit Zimmerman in.
Yeah, Zimmerman. Uh, I think like SJ does care, but also like he's one of these guys who I think is going to want to play as little as possible. Where like someone like Murray, like you're like he will play as little as possible, just given his place in the team. But like I think he's pretty confident against anybody.
Hmm.
You know, Zimmerman kind of likes to sit back and let everyone else do the work.
Yeah. All right, Kalita decides to run the Ten of Hearts. Also makes some sense. I mean, on both of these lines of play, taking the diamond hook or taking a heart finesse, you protect that jack of clubs, which is somewhat important.
Interesting. Sorry, yeah, I'll let you finish, and then I have a comment about the tournament.
No, I mean that was basically it. Like, I had kind of made the case for taking a diamond hook immediately because if it wins, you basically can just claim 10 tricks.
Right.
But this line of play also kind of attractive. I mean, it's not as if Ten of Hearts covered Ace guarantees you 10 tricks because the hearts might not split anymore. But yeah, I think quite often this line of play also is going to bring the contract home. And West does have some difficulty in finding a continuation.
Yeah, if the Diamond Finesse wins, you can revert to playing the hand as a cross ruff.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Matthew Farrell's saying that there's a new 50% requirement up from the old one third, which I was not aware of. And one
Yeah.
third in practice and 3/8 because there were 8 segments, so you had to play at least three of them. Like the round robin, obviously, you could get a little closer to that 33% mark.
Well,
Interesting.
that's kind of the point because they only play 3 sets a day in the World Championships or Bermuda Bowl. And in the Bermuda Bowl last year, I think we had this conversation because people were talking about how Zimmerman only had to play 1 set per day. As opposed to, like in the ACBL where we play 4 segments a day at 4 quarters. So you have to play 2 out of 4.
Well, I believe in the knockout they do play 4 segments a day.
Not for this. No.
Really?
Yeah, not for this or the
So
Bermuda Bowl. And this has been going
gosh,
on
so
for ever since the inception of the event. So it's always been 3 segments a day for the Bermuda Bowl.
I didn't realize. I mean, I'm almost positive that the Rosenbloom was played in quarters because I played that event a few times.
Well, yeah, I think that's a different kind of event, though. But
Well, it is, but I guess I had thought that in the knockout stage they played in quarters, even though the round robin was in thirds. Because the target's different, right? The target in the round robin is, just play as many boards as possible, fitting the right number of batches into the allocated number of days. But once you start the knockout phase, you can just define that however you want to.
hmm Wow. So this was really nice by Kalita and Klukowski auction wise. I mean, they never had any desire to play this hand in no trump the way their auction had started. Um, and so they were going to play in either 4 hearts or 4 spades, both of which make rather comfortably. I'm pretty sure 4 hearts makes, but 4 spades is very easy. Whereas the other table gets to 3 now, and with the unfortunate location of the club 10, as well as the Queen of Hearts being offside, that contract just was never going to come home.
Yeah, I mean, their auction honestly is one that I think would happen at a lot of tables. Trump rebid showing the approximate strength and shape. North just checked back, and they just have no reason to put the hand in spades.
Yeah.
Slower auction year worked really well for North South.
Yeah, so Switzerland takes the lead.
Yeah, and interestingly, the quarterfinal is a 1-day match, and then they go to 2-day matches of 96 boards each. They're 3 20-board segments for the round of 16, and then 3 16-board segments a day for the round of 8, 4, and 2. It's a little weird. I don't know why they don't want to play 120 boards in those matches instead of 96. It's the same amount of schedule time. You should want you should want those matches to be as long as possible to, try to have the event be formful.
Yeah, look, I don't know what to tell you, but
I know you didn't design the schedule.
It is weird that they that they're swapping from 16 board sets to 20 board sets for the knockout stages. So they're going to be playing 60 boards a day instead of 48, but they're still doing it in 3 segments of 20 as opposed to 4 segments of 15. I mean, I don't know. It all seems weird.
Yeah. So I'm saying Jack fourth in the unbid suit. I mean, it is, but sometimes the 10 is on side, sometimes the suit splits 4-4. 7-card fits at the game level usually are a last resort, not not something you're really trying to get. Yeah, here this was a little interesting. West just transferred in bid 3-0 instead of, as some pairs would do, going through Smolin to try to get to that 4-4 spade fit, which they do have.
Yeah, I guess
they did manage to dodge an opening club lead, which is good for them.
Right. And I guess maybe part of it is just like the jack small, small, small in spades. West was thinking that's just such a bad holding that even if we have a 4-4 spade fit, 3 no trump might play better anyway.
Hey, I mean, I'm sure you're right, but I personally don't agree with that judgment. Like, the hand is so weak that, once you've decided to move over to no trump, which I think is fine, when your hand is terrible, that's the time that the 4-4 fit might be better. And by the way, a 5-4 fit would be even better, right? So imagine East was 5-2 in the majors. Now they'd be in 3 no trump because you transferred to hearts and bid 3 no trump when you have a 9-card spade fit and really want spades to be trumps.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point you make that the weaker the hand is, the less desirable it is to play in no trump. If you have a major suit fit, the stronger, and counterpoint, right, the stronger the hand is, the more desirable it is to play in no trump.
Yeah, like when you have like 29 combined highs, now maybe you want to dodge the 4-4 fit because you might not need the roughs when you have extra high card winners. Like, when you have no high card winners, you really need those roughs.
Yeah. Well, South has pitched a spade.
Yeah, I think 3-0 was always a potential make here, right? Once you dodge the heart lead, you said. Once you dodge the club lead, right, you have... Well, I guess you still need a 9th trick. Thing like, can you squeeze South in some way? I don't know.
I guess I think I missed trick 1. Did South let a diamond away from the king?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, so the diamond was the 9th trick. 5 hearts, ace queen, ace king.
Yeah, I mean, if the defense caches for...
Greetings from Brazil. Congratulations on the broadcast. I'm a chess player and I've been playing bridge for 6 months and I'm really enjoying it. Thank you for being one of the few who are broadcasting the tournament live.
Hey, Eduardo, thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Chess player.
No, maybe it's cold anyway. You cash 4 clubs ending in north and play a diamond through, but they can just cash 5 rounds of hearts and squeeze the south hand, right?
Well, yes, but...
Yeah, I guess maybe not quite so easily. I mean, cash the ace king of spades, and then you're fine.
Well. I mean, like, South does get... Wait a second.
Yeah, it works.
No,
cash the ace king of spades, and now you don't have any East hand because they knocked out the ace of diamonds.
So that defense works, but I mean, oftentimes an even stronger defense against potential squeezes is to not rectify the count for declare. So the defense can avoid cashing the 4th club and then just put a diamond through, and then there's just no hope.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, wait. Wait, no, that's bad. Wait, they can't do that because then South gets strip squeezed because now it's a 1 loser squeeze and South has to protect both suits. So they do have to cash 4 rounds of clubs ending in north and then put a diamond through to defeat 3 now. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, and Al Hollander is saying there may have been an east-west accident that in their method that actually might have been how West chose 4-5 in the majors, and East either used his judgment or just forgot.
Yeah, you're right. 3 no trump did get alerted. Hey, Giannis. Good afternoon.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second to get my computer charger and a cup of coffee. Be right back.
Yeah. Wait, Cantolia says that the round of 16 is 3 by 20, but the rest of the KOs are 6 by 16. This is... What are they doing? Okay, we are a little bit behind the other table, so we have results to compare with. 4 spades making in the north. North opens a strong club, well, a Polish club. Diamond by South showing 0 to 6. 1 spade, 2 spades showing support. I'm a little surprised by the 2 spade bid. You would expect that South probably has a way to, well, I guess not, because Klukowski would have made a different bid, but I would think that like three spades or some sort of jump might actually show this hand, because he's already limited. He's limited his hand to already be pretty weak, and he kind of has a maximum in context. But alright, two spades from south, two no from north, probably some sort of further asking bid, probing for some more information. And finally Klukowski shows his hand. Got that maximum, has the extra trump, four spades. Looks like with spades coming home, there's going to be no problem. Two hearts and a club to lose. I suppose on this lead, Declare may be able to manage an 11th trick. We'll see if he plays for it. It's a little bit complicated. You have to pick up the club suit for three tricks to discard a heart. You gotta rough the diamond suit out, and you gotta get back over to the south hand to lead the 7 of hearts to the jack. East will win the queen and then be end played. And, I mean, even on top of that, Declare still has a heart guess to make, so it's...
No, you can just run the 10 of hearts, right? Oh, I see. West can cover that.
Yeah. So, I would say the hand kind of plays itself in a sense. Declare is going to run the 7 of clubs here, play low to the 8, because he knows East has the jack of clubs. It's just always guaranteed. And I think it does play itself, and he will end up with 11 tricks here, and it's pretty natural to guess the hearts correctly in the end position. You know, low heart to the jack, East wins the queen and returns a small one.
Yeah, it's a restricted choice position at that point.
Right. A lot more valuable at board a match than this would be at imps, but it's still going to be a 1-imp pickup for Switzerland, I suspect.
Yeah, this is nice. We finally have a slower table, so we're getting some comparisons here. We've been watching the faster one most of the time.
Whoa. West just switches to the King of Hearts, which...
I like it. How else is he beating this hand?
Okay, I mean, it's an interesting attempt. Certainly he does need his partner to have some strong hearts over there. But that makes Declare's life easy. We didn't even need to get the end play going. So 2 passes around to South. South has a 15 count. And he'll be able to open a no trump. Yeah. And I think, based on what I'm reading on their convention cards, they're pretty flexible in their no trump openers. So this seems like an automatic 1-no for them.
And quite a nice result in the other room for the North-South pair to buy the contract in 2 hearts, which is the limit with the Diamond Finesse offside, and get their 110. You know, East-West have playable contracts in both minors. You know, you could imagine some North-South pairs getting overboard if, if South bid hearts and North decided to preempt or compete to the 3 level.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting. So both tables are choosing the same auction on North's hand, going through Stamen with 5-4 in the majors, as opposed to, I spoke too soon.
Well, yeah. I think garbage Stamen is more attractive than bidding 2 hearts and dropping 2 spades.
Yeah, so West has come in with 2-0, showing the minors, and This action was not chosen in the other room, so we're going to get a bit of a difference in result here. 3 diamonds by East. They found the 4-4 diamond fit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, like, could West consider a takeout double? I guess that's a little scary, given this a live auction.
Yeah,
Uh,
I guess I wonder what the benefits of the takeout double would be, because spades
your
isn't
hand's
necessarily your suit.
If you have a 4-3 spade fit, it's probably pretty good for you, right? You can ruff a couple of hearts, hopefully.
Could be.
Yeah, I think, right, 3 of a minor is a much more likely target, and this just gets you to it, so maybe, like, trying to thread the needle with a double is worse than this. And 3 double, which is probably really bad for you. Oh, the 2 no trump less than double that card showing, which probably also isn't great for you.
Right.
Yeah, but
So,
meanwhile, South has taken the push here.
yeah, he understands that, his partner has to have something for the Stamen bid, right? Either his partner has spades in an invitational hand,
Right.
I guess, which would be the worst case scenario for South, or his partner has a heart fit and he just really needs to compete to 3 hearts.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and a partner was inviting, then, I guess you just accepted a game try on a slightly unsuitable hand, but whatever, you've got a couple of aces and a strong 5-card suit, it can't be so bad.
yeah, and sometimes partner has an invite with 4 spades and 3 hearts, and now you do actually have a fit. West gets off to a great
And
lead
One
here.
Trick Wonder. One Under Trick Wonder points out that if North had been planning to invite game, he could have doubled 2 no trump card showing, so maybe South does know that North has a garbage statement type hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, despite East having bid diamonds in the auction, a diamond lead would have allowed this contract to roll on home, and instead, West does well to lead passively with a trump. Makes a lot of sense. He has a 14 count. His right hand opponent opened a strong no trump. Left hand opponent bid something. So he probably expects partner doesn't have much. Let's just go passively as best we can. Queen of spades. So West ducks this, and I guarantee we're going to see a diamond switch from East. East has the king of clubs, and this is kind of like a common, like, well-known expert thing to do. If it's safe for your partner to lead the suit from their side, you don't need to play it through declare. So there was no reason for East to lead clubs or switch to clubs, because his partner can lead clubs from his side. So the diamond switch, very important. That sets up the next defensive trick.
Yeah, and even as weak as that North hand is, it still has a bunch of entries and trumps, so if your club is getting finessed, then it's getting finessed regardless. It doesn't really matter whether partner leads one and traps it.
Right. So diamond goes back around to the jack and ace. Now another spade, and now West has nothing better to do than to go ace of clubs club, but East has the king, so...
Yep. Yeah, so the defense does need to cash out here with stuff going away on spades if they don't.
Yeah, and this should be pretty easy for West to spot. I mean, I know he's thinking about it right now, but he eventually is going to come to this conclusion that if he doesn't do this now, Declare is just going to go ace of hearts, heart to the king, pulling trumps, and then run the spade suit.
Yeah, and as you say, West, I think, should know, for the reason that you explained earlier, where the king of clubs is, because if he didn't have it, a club switch would have been at least as attractive as a diamond.
Yeah, so he does...
And also, he can get the high cards too at this point.
Yeah. I think he was just like confirming everything. He was like ready
Yeah.
to play the ace of clubs, but like let's take one pause. Like, could partner be getting a spade ruff? Think about
Right.
that. Where count the high cards, all of these things, and they earn themselves 5 imps. The match is tied after 5 boards. Still got 11 to play.
Yeah, always a good idea. Just to give it a second look before you commit yourself. Time is not a problem in these events.
Yeah, so East has a nice hand here. 6 solid clubs, 12 count. And they will. What's their opening bid for this hand?
One club.
They're just playing standard, so it looks like they have a club opener.
Yeah, I think the only wrinkle is one of the commentators or one of the kibitzers said earlier that the East West one club is natural 2+, but forcing. They never pass out a club. But I don't know whether
That's
that means
correct.
the
I
West
mean, so
response.
they
I was gonna say I don't know whether that means West response is a diamond or a spade. Obviously, it's a diamond.
yeah, one diamond is it. So like the start of their auction is just precision. One club is forcing, but just natural. Could be a weak no trump, and one diamond is just 0 to 6 any.
Yeah, like I actually would have said that the start of their auction is more like Polish club. Like one
Right.
club is 2+ and includes your weak balanced hands, and one diamond is negative.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I guess the hands that it doesn't include are what distinguishes it from Polish club.
Mm-hmm. So I assume North South would have talked about this ahead of time. So I don't know what North's double is. I mean, I could speculate on what might be a good defense to this sort of system, but I mean, clearly North isn't doubling to show both majors, which you would do if you're playing against a precision pair.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that double is just take out of clubs.
I think so too, and that would explain South's 2 heart response. So the 2 club bid, 2 hearts by South, passes back around to East, who bids 2 no trump.
Well, I think that's primary club, secondary diamonds. I don't think it's an attempt to play two no trump.
Ah, okay. I'm on board. I was like, man, East has a lot of faith in partners 0 to 6. No, you're so right. This is this is totally takeout for the minors.
Yeah, and I think in today's world, like we all just take two no trump natural out of our vocabulary in competitive auctions.
Yeah, yeah. So East must have gotten to 3 clubs. Now, is South gonna go after this? I mean, I don't think it's his
I
style,
don't think so.
but
I don't either, and this is not something where you like maybe at match points, sure, but like you only have two tricks. Your partner just said, I have a non-vulnerable takeout double of one club. Like you're never getting 500, even 200 could be a little touchy. Like if you're getting a plus score on a par score deal, you're probably pretty happy. And here he is, obviously proving me completely wrong.
hello, that's a double. So, okay.
I mean, it'll work, but it would not be my style to make this double.
So what is his lead? I mean, I 100% doubled this at match points.
Yeah, I mean, because at match points, there's a lot to gain if you get an extra 100 points. At Imps, there just isn't. If it's a par score deal at Imps and your side was just getting a small plus, like getting a slightly larger small plus is not a big deal. At match points, it could be a full board.
I mean, I'm sure he's doubling because he thinks 500's in play. And
Well, I mean, for sure, right? Because doubling for 200 is crazy, but 500 looks hard to me on, just single dummy looking at the south hand. If you have two tricks and your partner didn't take any call after his initial double, right?
well, I mean,
Is he
500 is very much in play on this hand. Stuff
yeah,
likes the
right,
double.
North can win and shift to a trump, but I don't know. Maybe there's more to this than I think, but like if you're getting 500, that basically means you're counting on North for four tricks, and that seems like a tall order to me.
Mm-hmm. Steph makes a good point. North's North is very likely to have some good diamonds over there because West corrected 2-no to three clubs rather than three diamonds.
Right. That's true. Yeah,
So, like,
I think
the
that's
Queen
awesome.
of Diamonds rates to be a trick, and your partner rates just to score some diamonds as well. So, I mean, I would definitely have considered it. This is one of these things where the opponents, I think they are getting 500, by the way. I mean, North is just going to switch to a club here, and then there's really nothing more to the defense. But, like, when you have a trump trick that the opponents don't expect you to have, that often weighs in favor of doubling them for penalty because the way bidding systems are kind of designed, they're designed to get to the right level when suits split normally.
Mhm.
And so if clubs had split 3-2, sure, North-South would still be able to beat this contract, but it would only be down one. When you have Jack 10 fourth of clubs, it's a little different than having like King Doubleton of clubs here, right? If South had King Doubleton of clubs, fine. The opponents
Right,
probably
it's a trick,
expect
it's
you
not
to take a club
surprise.
trick.
Yeah. Right.
But like Jack 10 fourth, you're taking a trick on defense with one high card point as opposed to an ace or a king, which is not something that the opponents are going to expect. So
Yeah, that's certainly a good point. I'm surprised that North. I mean, presumably North is thinking about playing a high diamond first, just to, make the defense possibly a little easier at some point. Just like tell partner what's going on before he plays that club.
that seems terrible to me because if Declare has the Diamond King, then they can rough a diamond. Oh, well, North no. But, okay, but you know what I, like, if South doesn't have an entry to pull a second club, then
I'm not disagreeing, but he's thinking about something, and I think that's probably what it is.
yeah, well, I suspect he's spending a lot of time thinking about the entire hand because while he understands switching to clubs is probably the right defense to pull dummies trumps, he's a little bit concerned about whether his partner knows to hop up with the ace of spades on the first round, whether or not his partner knows what's going on in the heart suit in terms of the count. And he's probably trying to make sure that if he switches to clubs and Declare just like instantly wins and fires back a singleton spade, is his partner going to do the right thing? And I think Klukowski will. I mean, Klukowski, not only just a good player, but given his length in the major suits and the way the auctions proceeded, and the fact that he knows Declare has the Heart King from the way Trick 1 went, he's going to know what North's shape is when a club comes through, and it's going to be relatively straightforward for him to find the right defense.
Right, I think he knows from the auction that East has, at least 4-5 in the minors, probably 4-6, which leaves him, if it is 4-6, only one spade, so there's no chance of a silly accident happening there.
Yeah. Okay, he decides to return a heart, which seems unusual to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of fine, right? Like, and also, obviously North doesn't quite know what's going on in the minors. Like, I don't think it's ever bad to play a club, but, you know,
Klukowski can't be enjoying this position. Because
well, the Jack
now,
of Clubs is safe now.
yeah, like the Jack
I
of
mean,
Clubs
still,
is, well, the Jack of Clubs is not safe because we play the Jack of Clubs, Declare wins the ace, and then plays a spade, we win the ace, and now we're end played, right? If we play another club, Declare scores the 9. So,
oh, actually, yeah, now we can't, once we go up with the Queen of Diamonds, we can't play 2 rounds of clubs ever. Well, I guess we can get with the Ace of Spades, but yeah. as you say, that things get awkward for us later.
Yeah, so, I mean, it would have been polite for Kalita to switch to a club. Um, but I think Klukowski is just going to play the jack of clubs here, and when partner turns up with the 9, he's going to be very happy, and then he'll go back to his business.
Well, I think he might play a low club because North's playing another heart. Maybe looks a little bit like he has a singleton club honor. Maybe that it doesn't matter. Maybe the jack is fine, but like it feels like North either has a club void, which is pretty unlikely, or or that his short club is a big one.
Yeah, but like, God, I mean, what is partner doing not switching to clubs? This is on
Right.
North.
Well, like
Look,
the obvious reason would be that he can't.
yeah, in which case a low club is real bad.
Yes, that is true.
Like, then dummy wins the 7, cashes the Queen of Hearts, pitching a spade loser.
Well, I guess that's true. We actually do have to now worry about our previously entryless dummy suddenly finding an entry.
Yeah. Anyway.
And by the way, like, the fact that a world-class pair is having this particular struggle is kind of making me feel better about my advocating for not doubling this.
I don't know, they're gonna win 9. I'm pretty happy with win 9, even if it requires a little bit of brain power.
Well, again, they're going to win 9 if they get their 500. In the other room, it was just down 1 undoubled.
Sure.
Then it's a real struggle for 3Ms.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, Klukowski can guarantee down 1 by playing the jack of clubs. Declare this is fine too. Wait, this is not fine. What is happening now?
Well, it guarantees his down 1, right? He'll.
No, this still beats it 2. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, but this guarantees that we cash all of our side winners and then sit back and wait for a trump trick. This is the down 1 defense. Now North shifts to a club, and Declarer just gets to. Obviously, Declarer doesn't get to rough a diamond.
Yeah, South roughs in front and plays another club. So Kalita can still play a club through and still beat it too. I don't know why clubs haven't been played. Every time you double a part score and you're the partner of the person who doubled for penalty, you put trumps through Declarer's hand. That's just how you defend. So, okay, he finally does it.
Yeah, I mean, like, lead trumps against doubled part scores is like somewhere around like week 3 of 5 weeks to winning bridge.
Yeah. Klukowski is just like, you had the 9 of clubs this whole time, partner? Yeah, so East kind of knows what's going on here. It doesn't even help him to rough a diamond. So he does just pull another trump. And now he is going to be down 2.
I guess I'm a little surprised he didn't try to rough the diamond. It's possible, I guess it's not possible that a world-class player South has hopped up with the queen from queen third, but it's not like there's anything else to play for.
Well, but it doesn't help, right? You can just force out a diamond trick. So if you rough...
Oh, yes, right. If you rough the diamond, you're still going to lose one anyway.
Yeah.
Well, nice result for North-South. I take back all the terrible things I said.
I mean, okay, so Klukowski came up with kind of a strong line of play there. Cash the ace of spades, play a diamond over, so that his partner could play a club through. Now he's not risking giving up a club trick on defense. Wait, that's not the correct number. It's down 2. That should be 9 umps. Hopefully we'll get that corrected.
Yeah. 400 is 9.
Isn't he down 1 by exiting a trump?
Oh, right, because South did get end played, as we talked about earlier. Yeah.
Oh. So, Man, that was a real bungle of a defense, wasn't it, then? I wasn't even paying attention. Down 1, my god. Why did North not just switch to clubs? What is he doing? That's infuriating. Klukovsky's gonna be livid at his partner for that one. Man. I would say an atypical mistake from Kalita. I've been impressed with him. This partnership, but Kalita as well. You know, everyone says Klukovsky is so amazing, like greatest player in the world, and Kalita doesn't do half bad most of the time, but that seems like a huge error.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just need to respond to one email quickly. Be back with you in a moment.
Yeah, and then I guess I would then say, you know, Klukovsky could have seen this end play coming. I don't know. I wasn't paying careful attention. I just assumed he knew what he was doing. But he could have switched to the Jack of Clubs himself. So, like I said, it would have guaranteed down 1 by switching to the Jack of Clubs. And in the off chance that his partner has singleton 9, he would have still beat it too. Kalita's card play is usually on point. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him make a ton of, like... I don't think I've ever seen him make a blunder as Declare. So every once in a while, he'll probably do something that is slightly anti-percentage, but in general, I mean, he's quite good in comparison, where I would say, like, a lot of the Declarers, even in this event, I do see quite a few, you know, relatively large mistakes every once in a while.
I'm sorry, what were you talking about? Kalita?
Yeah, Kalita.
Yeah, he's...
Oh
he's
my god.
Of...
There was a pretty big difference of opinion on this board between the two tables. 5 clubs, huh? Now, everything is bad for Declare here. The King of Clubs is off, the King of Diamonds is off, the Ace of Spades is off.
Yeah, and so... I mean, I think of Kalita kind of as one of these, like, quietly really good players. Like, he's, you know, like, he's just someone who, like, does, you know, very few bad things and a lot of good ones. Like, he's not, like, you know, I feel like his partner maybe is a little flashier, as you saw with the double on the last hand. You know, some of the, some of the other top-level experts, like, make much showier plays. You know, he's just someone who, like, kind of sits there and, you know, makes sure not to do anything stupid.
Yeah. Ace of Spades
well, this lead is at least gonna give Declare some hope here, because now he only needs 1 out of 2 finesses.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so the Ace of Spades lead is gonna cause the defense to sweat a little bit, but with both kings positioned the way they are, there's just no hope for this contract. So
yeah. And maybe this lead is going to make Declare think the club finesse is losing, since it's obviously a pretty weird lead. So it, you know, might suggest that he has some tricks in reserve.
Yeah.
You know, nothing to do really, but play a diamond to the 10 and then run the Jack of Clubs and go down, you know, by trick 4.
Right. Yep. I mean, West can't be happy if Declare's diamonds are king 5th. This is coming home now. You know, and the Ace of Spades is obviously a very reasonable lead. Queen of Diamonds is a weird one.
Yeah, well, he's obviously trying to induce a cover, you know, when it's king with more than 2.
Sure.
You know, just in case something bad is happening in the club suit. I mean, it's kind of an insulting play, but, you know, why not?
It's, well... I guess there's very little risk. I mean, he was going to go down if West had king 5th of diamonds and East had a doubleton club. Anyway, 5 clubs goes down 1. Poland retakes the lead by 2. Close match. Ooh. Okay, so South is going to have to wait his turn, but there might be a little bit of bidding before we get to South. West has a strong no trump. And I guess North is going to pass the strong no trump? Is that what's going to happen?
I mean, I think you just pass and hope that you're on lead to lead fourth best.
Fourth best, yeah.
I mean, obviously, if you're dealt this hand and get to defend no trump, you absolutely have to lead the jack and make the fourth best joke. Like, what are you even playing this game for if you don't do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so East has a true Yarborough. We saw a couple of zero counts yesterday, but I don't think we've seen the 1800 to one shot yet.
No tens, although he does have a 7-card suit. So, this is the thing that I was thinking might actually happen. East isn't trying to make 4 hearts. East is trying to preempt the opponents with this bid, and he does. Oh my god, like, North is going insane right now. Goes 4 diamonds, transfer to hearts. South bids 4 spades here, and North is like, he passes.
I mean, a little bit, but, well, 4 hearts is often going to have some play here, right? Like, imagine partners, king, queen, jack, third of hearts were just the ace fourth with the same hand. 4 hearts would just be on the trumps coming in. Like, basically you're bidding it as a preempt, but it's, one of these, like, preempts that sometimes makes,
Sometimes. Yeah.
Like, you have various reasons to want to place the contract in 4 hearts, and not all of them are self-preservation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, totally automatic 4-spade overcall by South here. Like, it could work out badly for you, but what else can you possibly do? You can't wait for the transfer to come back to you.
Right. And, I mean, it might not have. North might have been 5 diamonds, which also would have made. But...
Right.
Hey, Koopa.
Right, but this is 2 imps better.
Yeah. No beer, though. North did not have the diamond 7. Okay, plus 450 at push board.
Yeah, so Fly High is saying, is that is something to respect to cover? I think the 10 in dummy is one thing that kind of swings it, like, I don't know, looks a little fishy, although maybe not. Like, partner could just have the jack and declare could have queen 9 or something. Although, I don't know, I think with the 10 there, it looks kind of fishy to be leading the queen.
I guess I would trust Klukowski on it, that he's played enough against not just this pair, but a bunch of high-level pairs, and if he thinks that there's a chance West would cover from king empty 4th, then it's probably worthwhile to lead the queen. So...
And, like, there's no reason not to make the attempt, which means it's probably the right play.
Well, that's the thing. I came up with a hand where you go down when you legitimately can make it. So he is sacrificing a small chance on a very unusual layout. So
Sure.
He does have to be getting something back for it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I guess one thing you get back from it is when you do it and the guy falls for it, like, he's just on tilt for the rest of the match.
Well, you know what might leave him on tilt for the rest of the match? Look at this.
Yeah, this is amazing.
3 diamond preempt. Doubled. All pass. Hey, East knows what to do when his partner leaves in a preempt. I mean, it's really not clear to me that East should be leading the stiff jack of diamonds, but... he does.
No, I mean, this is one where, like, obviously, if he knew his partner had 6 diamonds, he would be trying to get West some roughs to avoid end plays. Like, here, at least, West diamonds are such that it's not totally necessary.
It's actually really interesting. So, I think the natural lead from the East hand would have been the king of clubs, and that would have blown a club trick. Which
right.
I don't actually know if that would matter because West is getting roughs then with small trumps and avoids end plays. But Um, oh my god. Al Hollander says, in both tables in USA versus Argentina, 3 diamonds doubled on this hand.
Yeah, well, this is one thing about, particularly when you have a lot of non-American pairs, everyone plays multi, which means that 3 diamonds is the only preempt available on the North cards. And at an American tournament, 2 diamonds doubled would be a common contract.
Yeah. Okay, West, after quite a bit of thought, wins the king of diamonds. He switches to the 5 of hearts. So this is where we're going to see whether or not East-West defense shines. 5 of hearts should be a count card. East-West went minus at the other table, defending 4 spades. Yeah, East just switches to the king of clubs. He couldn't stand switching to a low one.
Yeah.
Which is understandable, but again, this might not be so bad because West kind of needs to get in to put another heart through. So Queen of Clubs Club Ruff is not necessarily bad for their side, and it shortens West trumps, both of which are kind of useful things to do. So King of Clubs goes to the ace. Declare obviously wants to lead spades towards the king, queen, and dummy. If he leads the king of spades, West will be able to give a count signal, and then East will know to take the ace on the first round. Whereas if Declare leads up towards the king, queen, East... he will take the ace, but he'll be less certain about it.
Yeah, and I think at this point, East is going to take it just because it's it's a trick and he wants to make sure nothing really stupid happens.
Yeah.
West would make the same pass with a lot of holdings, and North certainly could have a 7th diamond here.
Right. Yep. And he also knows about the club position, so he'll be thrilled to go ace of spades, queen of clubs, club ruff.
Yeah, get that heart through and, guarantee. Let's see, so he's got 2 tricks in, so it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it guarantees at least 500.
Mm-hmm.
And probably partner still has a trump trick to come even after that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's, pretty easy 800 minimum defense, so really no reason to make that duck there.
Yeah, so Kalita's in a lot of trouble, obviously. He might be considering trying a heart to the 9 just on the off chance that West happens to hold the queen.
There's certainly a generation of commentators that would say that this is absolutely, well-deserved for opening 3 diamonds on the hand.
I mean, look, sometimes preempts don't work, but quite a lot of the time they do.
I'm not saying I fall into that camp. I'm just saying that, that there are people who would feel that this is karmic justice.
Yeah. People get so insulted when someone preempts like Jack 5th against them and it works out.
Right.
And then they're just like, that one time that it doesn't work and they get severely punished for it. But it's so rare for the suit to split 6-6-1-0 around the table. You're going to be waiting quite a while to get justice served on hands like this.
Yeah.
He does lead the king of spades.
The classic reason not to do it is that you've got 2 flaws, right? Your suit is not really suitable, even white-red, and you have king third of hearts on the side, which could be very costly.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily saying these are reasons to avoid it, but the reasons to avoid it are that, not not that you might go for your life when the trumps split this way.
Right. All right. So now a heart. West will discard here.
Yeah, yep.
And West still has, I guess, 2 natural trump tricks, because North can lead the queen.
Yeah. Yeah, West can win the ace and exit with the middle one, but Declare also we would take 2 tricks.
Yeah. So this will be down 5,
Yep.
1100 to go with the 100 at the other table. That's 1200 points, and I'm gonna say 14 imps. 15
No,
imps.
Other way around. North south got. Oh, sorry. East west got a plus at both. The poles got a plus at both tables, right?
Yeah.
1200.
Yeah, 15 snoo things.
Yeah, so this is a huge result for the East West pair to, after a pretty even match through the first half of it, to, start the second 8 boards with a gigantic win.
Yeah, and I guess we heard that in the USA-Argentina match, it's just going to be a push at both tables, or presumably a push at both tables, if the defense does sort of similar things as we saw here.
I mean, it's obviously it looks terrible, but I think there's going to be a lot of big numbers floating around on this hand. Like this, the auction that happened here in USA Argentina just isn't that odd.
Right. 2 passes. West gets to open a spade in third seat. I definitely know some players who might choose to preempt that hand, but 1 spade's pretty normal. No trump by East. West will rebid the spade suit.
I mean, you've got a full 13 points, even counting the 4 jacks. I think anyone who preempts is really playing from a different generation. I mean, like, I might open a third seat preempt, like, some of the time on a hand like that, but that doesn't look like the one to do it on. Like, I guess I do like heavy third seat preempts when you play a light opening style because you have no game, but I don't like all the holes in that hand.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, Zhivko. Are you talking to me, or are you talking to Steph? Just wondering. Asking for a friend. So 2 spades in both rooms. Other table managed to make 3. There appear to be, after a heart rough in the East hand, you're gonna lose 2 spade tricks and a diamond from here.
Yeah, some of the commentators saying, 1100's habit. It's true, you play some aggressive methods. Like, your goal is to win a few imps most of the time, and, the trade-off is you lose a lot of imps a small percentage of the time. If it were, you always gained and never lost, everyone would just play it.
Mm-hmm.
This declare will either, the defense will either have to pick up trumps for him now, or he'll be able to ruff a heart.
Right.
And they get, Well, this is going to be costly. Because now he's going to lose 0 diamonds.
Well, that is assuming that he did play low from dummy. I guess it doesn't matter.
No.
He can ruff a heart.
Yeah, he can just ruff a heart and catch 2 clubs. That's not possible.
Yeah, this really doesn't seem like what's going on. Operator, please. Do we have the square?
Yeah.
We do.
All those red cards look so similar. I mean, anything is possible, but that is, one of the less likely possibilities, I think.
Yeah, it does seem pretty natural to just pitch a couple of diamonds on the clubs there rather than pitch the heart. The operator just lost the play. So Declare probably did pitch diamond losers. Maybe we got the duplicated play at both tables there because that low diamond switch from North was really hoping partner had Queen Doubleton and that they could get a diamond ruff, steal a couple of tricks. I see what happened in the other room. The ace of clubs
and
got held up.
and I think also the diamond is like very much an in play where even if you think it's probably not going to work, you know, hoping that it works is the only way you're ever going to beat the contract.
Yeah. One no from South, 17 count, pass by West. Kalita has 9. Good 5-card suit. I wonder if he's just going to bid 3 now, if he's going to go through Puppet. Probably you would prefer to play this in a 5-3 major suit fit, although it's not entirely clear. He does bid 3 now. Heart lead. Well, so we have 3 diamonds. Assuming we have 4 clubs, we have then 2 hearts and a spade. So I guess if we only have 3 clubs, the issue with us only having 3 clubs is that the defenders are going to get in a couple too many times.
Yeah, I mean, like feels like since we have a couple entries to dummy, like sort of go up with the queen here. Like it either wins or it doesn't. If it wins, probably play a club to the queen and plan to play a club to the 10 back, or if it gets covered, just run the queen of clubs.
Yeah, I was just wondering because sometimes it can be important to like play low on this trick to preserve the queen jack of hearts as an entry.
Yeah, I think we don't want to do that though, because if we play low and East plays a spot and forces the ace, the only way we get that entry is by giving up an extra trick, and we want to be doing that as little as possible since the defense can lead spades.
Right, yeah, that's the concern. So
yeah, so I think just go up and like not really care what happens and just adjust our plan accordingly, but you know, make sure the defense doesn't get to both shift to spades and cash them is our top priority.
That seems reasonable. So Queen of Hearts. I assume East is going to cover. I mean, it would be a very unusual play to not cover. If East can kind of like visualize the way the hand might play out, though, and he thinks that Declare holding ace fourth of hearts might win the Queen of Hearts, eventually like lead a low heart towards the jack later, he may duck trick 1, but I think he's going to cover.
Right, I think one reason to duck also is, as you say, for the same reason that like East can see it might be an important entry, and ducking maybe makes that entry harder to use on some layouts.
Yeah. Okay, so East covers. Now it's just going to be Queen of Clubs around to the king, club to the 10, and Declare is going to pretty easily make this one. East will switch to spades, I believe. Is that true?
So interestingly, East ducked it, which I think is, pretty normal, right? I think for the same reason that, he just, if Declare is going to repeat the finesse, it could make his entry position more challenging to work with. Like, he doesn't certainly know that Declare let out the jack.
Yep. Okay, Klikowski does take a second club hook. Losing to East King. And I claimed that East was going to switch to spades, but man, the spade spots are a little bit awkward for a high spade switch. And a low spade switch is kind of equally.
I think you shift to a low spade and hope partner's spades or ace fourth, and Declare kind of has to go up with the king.
Yeah, you could. That's certainly a reasonable attempt. But East just decides to switch to a heart, setting up partner's heart suit. Ace of clubs. Pitching a heart's really weird there. I guess it doesn't really matter. Declare is just going to cash out. So he's going to get 6 more tricks, making 10 tricks. Plus 430.
Yeah.
1 imp going the way of Switzerland. If South had the ace king of spades, would South run the spade around to the 10? Well, probably, because South has a bunch of stoppers in the other suits. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Either way, East did not switch to spades, so... Oh, 11 tricks. East pitched a diamond.
Yeah, and a little hard for East to know what's going on.
Right. So 2 imps going the way of Switzerland. West gets to open the bidding. Hooray. We'll see a heart. I don't think Kalita's going to overcall. So...
No, and South maybe would be tempted some of the time, but he won't get a chance to here because the auction will be at the 2 level by the time it gets to him. Even if East responds a no trump, going a little conservative.
Yeah, so East West are going to get to 4 hearts on this one. They got a spade, a heart, and a diamond guess to make the contract.
So if you're East and your partner opens a heart, are you forced into game? Or are you, obviously, playing the way that you and I used to play, I think you can't possibly game force on the East cards?
No. I mean, 4 triple 3, no heart honors, a bunch of queens, it would just be a 1 no trump bid. Show it as a 3-card limit raise in hearts. If partner has a full opener, they would accept. If partner has kind of a weak hand, then you sign off at the 3 level. And especially, again, this idea that the US pairs are starting to adopt, which is that non-vulnerable games are just not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Gru and Moss were playing these hands and Gru opened a heart in the West seat, Brad, I could even see bidding a constructive 2-heart raise with East.
Maybe. I think you just bid a no trump, and if you play it there, that's great. If you don't, you can reevaluate. I think, by the way, one other kind of middle course is to respond to no trump and bid 2 no trump natural invitational, and just not worry about hearts unless partner bids 3 hearts over that.
Yeah.
It might be a little too exotic for some people, but it's it's a way that you can sort of at least get the approximate hand type off.
Oh my. It's a big opportunity now for North-South if they beat 3 no trump here.
Yeah, and by the way, East sort of did what I was suggesting, but not bidding 3 hearts over 3 clubs seems bad to me. Fine, you bid 2 no trump, saying, okay, fine. At some point, you have to tell your partner what's going on.
Well, it looks like not a big opportunity now for North-South because their teammates did get to the superior 4-heart contract, which actually has play, but they were unable to make it.
Diamonds, presumably.
Yeah, discuss the diamonds.
Yeah, unfortunately, with South on lead, 4 hearts would be easy because you could just take a roughing finesse and spades and pitch a diamond.
Right. Yeah. Well, ace of spades. North plays the 9. They are upside downers.
Maybe the ace is a count card for them?
That's a good question.
Yeah, certainly if South continues
no,
with
ace's attitude against no trump.
So maybe it's just warning. Oh, if partner had ace, king, jack, 4th of spades, maybe wants to make sure that he doesn't continue them.
Right.
I think South will continue spades because East bidding basically is denied a 4-card spade suit, so the 9 is actually in that context pretty informative.
Well, that's what I think is probably happening right now. South is asking West questions with the screen down.
Right. right? Good point.
So
And
he's probably
very
just trying to
conveniently-
clarify, he's like, yeah, I mean, certainly you can just be like, so does he deny four spades in this auction? And West is like sweating bullets and is like, yes. But, he'll probably ask different questions than that.
So that's a little interesting.
Continues the 10.
Yeah, that card wouldn't have, like, I'm sure he has some sensible reason for doing it, but I don't think I would have thought of that card.
Well, he's trying to unblock the spades.
Right, but King then 10 would accomplish that also.
Yeah, certainly. Alright, spade comes around to the king, another spade back, and we're just seeing a claim right now. That's what's happening. So down 1, a push board. Missed opportunity for Switzerland. I wonder how they went about trying to guess the diamonds in the other room.
Yeah, and there's opportunity for... Wait, what? That's not possible. There's gonna be a missed opportunity for Poland as well, which could have did the heart game and guessed better than the Dutch Swiss pair in the other room, but somehow that was scored as 400, which is I think completely impossible.
Yeah, that does seem absolutely inaccurate. So we'll probably get that corrected, but Preempts going back the way of Switzerland there. All right, 2 passes. South has a strong no trump. And North probably doesn't have enough to invite. I mean, it's a flat 8. If you do hit a heart fit, maybe you're happy. He does go for it. Stamen. It is a vulnerable game. But yeah, now they're going to end up playing 2 no trump instead of 1, which is not really where they wanted to end up. How's this contract going to do? I suppose West is going to lead a low diamond, giving up a trick immediately, although Declare could have done it himself. There are 3 diamonds then, 2 hearts, a spade, and 2 clubs, if Declare can manage the entries well enough, with the clubs splitting and the honors divided evenly. So I think this is going to come home.
Yeah, I certainly agree with everything you just said.
Yeah, there's the low diamond lead.
Yeah, I mean, totally automatic.
Right. I would definitely consider heart if North hadn't, suggested hearts on this auction.
Right. I mean, I would consider it, but I think I would reject it, like... We just don't... If partner has as little as the 10 of diamonds in an entry, we can get those going and kind of sit back and wait for our black sea tricks to come to us.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. Okay.
Here, it's not like, Declare gets 1 extra trick, fantastic, but it's not like this gets them all that far on the hand.
Yeah, no, I am wondering how Declare is going to go about using his entries, because we certainly don't want to just play heart to the ace. That would give up on the heart finesse later, which could be important. I think crossing in diamonds to run the 10 of clubs makes some sense to me. It's a little bit... Okay, well, Klukowski has gone wrong on the hand. This isn't unreasonable, the way that he's playing it.
Yeah, I mean, this gets him up to basically a guaranteed 7 tricks. 2 clubs just on force, 3 diamonds.
1 club.
2 hearts. What's that?
1 club.
No, 2, because he'll be able to take the long one.
But that's all he
sorry,
gets.
1 club. That's all I guess, right? Well, sorry, a club 3 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a spade is 7, though.
Alright, there's the diamond continuation from East. So yeah, Declare will, I think, go down here. I mean, it's a little bit early. That there is still a lot of work to be done in the play. Um, but yeah, Klukowski was a little bit nervous about crossing in either diamonds or hearts to play clubs the natural way. So he's just hoping that the clubs were such that East has the ace, which
I think
not
there's
unreasonable.
something there's something to be said for leading a heart to the jacket trick too. Planning to play clubs because that you're going to need the heart eventually for your eighth trick. You're not going to get cut off from dummy because you've got the diamond entry, and if the jack wins, you're in really good shape to make this hand.
Yeah, I mean, playing a heart to the jack kind of gives up on playing clubs the natural way. Um,
Well, no, because at hold now you do just run the 10 of clubs. Now you're virtually a lock to make the hand.
well, yes, if a heart to the jack holds, but if the queen of hearts was on side, you were making it anyway. You could take almost any line of play. So
I mean, so what if the Queen of Hearts is on side? Like, what 8 tricks are you proposing to take? Oh, I see. You just do what he did in clubs and like take the heart finesse and trick 11 or whatever for your eighth trick.
yeah,
Yeah, but you're in some danger if the defense has been attacking diamonds throughout. Of then if the heart finesse loses, having the ace of hearts stranded.
yeah, but it's imps. I mean, I
No, it's
understand an
good for your
extra under
red.
trick
Like
matters, but like, you're still trying to make the contract.
yeah. To me, I'm a dumb guy. If I need the heart finesse to make the contract and want to play on clubs, and I'm going to take the heart finesse and play on clubs.
Okay, so West, I mean, I'm not sure why West isn't just exiting a low diamond here. He knows that he's getting in with the jack of clubs, and he can set up a diamond trick this way. He's probably just thinking through the entire hand. Again, kind of a familiar theme throughout the day, that he's counting the high card points, working on the distribution, making sure that if he does play a couple more rounds of the minor suits, his partner isn't getting squeezed somehow. Could be important to switch to the 10 of hearts here, for example. But I think he's just going to play back the 5 of diamonds. We haven't got a score correction on 28 yet.
I know. I was wondering about that. I do not think it's possible that after that start they managed to make 400.
I also don't think so. Especially given that the 8 of spades was marked in North's hand. Okay, there's the low diamond. I think East is going to pitch a club. Nope. Pitches a spade. So now the queen of diamonds cashes. Fourth defensive trick. East is going to continue pitching spades the way this has gone. I'm pretty sure.
Sorry,
Maybe he'll throw
so-
heart. Okay, he does throw heart. Kind of interesting. And I think West has probably gotten the information that leading spades or leading hearts is like both equally undesirable or desirable, depending on whether you're an optimist or a pessimist. From East signals.
I'll be back in just 1 second. I need to make a quick phone call.
Sure. So I think from that perspective, West is probably going to exit a spade. Because if East had the king, queen of hearts, he would have signaled very strongly for hearts in this spot. And West kind of knows East's high card count, that East has about 5 high card points. So therefore, he probably has one of the spade honors and one of the heart honors. So I think a low spade is kind of indicated. It's also kind of indicated from Declare's discard right here. If Declare did have ace, king, jack, fourth of spades, maybe they would have preserved that long spade. So again, West just being careful. So far, I don't think I've seen anything terrible that West has done in this set. West has been a little bit deliberate in terms of thinking times, but appears to generally work out the right card to play. That's been my impression, at least. Schmeeble, were you saying bingo earlier because there was a bingo thing that I missed? There's the low spade from West, around to the king. South wins the ace, and now South is going to cash the club. West pitches a heart. And I think take the heart finesse. You thought both tables playing the same contract, north-south and east-west was on there? Do I have, like, same contract 2 hands in a row? Yes. Boom. There we go. Thank you. Valerian says, don't watch this format much. Do they eliminate teams that have no chance, or are they allowed to continue play? Well, it's important to complete the movement, right? So during the round robin stage in the groups, everyone's playing 16 matches. There are 17 teams in the groups. We're going to see 16 round robin matches. And then after that, the teams that get knocked out will...
Like the transnational, probably.
Yeah, so oftentimes they allow teams that were competing in these open events to kind of like drop into another event that is currently ongoing, which always feels a little bit weird, right? But the transnational teams is like an open event to anyone. Sorry. Well, yes, the event is open to anyone. It is not what we would call an open event. So,
well, but also, yeah, so the transnational starts the same day as the quarterfinals. So, by then there aren't too many teams that couldn't just enter from day one. But yes, you can drop into it if you lose in the very late stages of the knockout.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure if you can drop in. So I'm just looking at the schedule. You can drop in if you lose in the quarterfinals. I don't know if you can drop in if you lose in the semifinals. Oh, no, you can't because there's a third place playoff. So there you go.
Valerian says, so how do you prevent a strong team from purposely losing to a weaker team to possibly knock out a stronger team? So this is a big discussion and probably not worth getting into a lot.
Google sportsman-like dumping. You'll get much more information you ever wanted on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. Ooh, this hand looks exciting. I will make a couple of quick comments on it. I think a big one is that seeding actually matters. So at the end of the event, the higher seeded teams who finish in the group that qualify are going to, theoretically, have easier opponents in the first couple of rounds of the knockout stage, and so it is important to try and score as well as you can in the group stage.
Rewarding high finishes is is the classic way to do it.
Right. Now, is there a foolproof way to avoid this problem? Of course not, but there's no way to do this in any competition in the world. They've been unsuccessful at eradicating this issue. But yes, I mean, in general, unsportsmanlike whatever is a thing. Okay, kind of an exciting hand. So East opens 4 hearts in first seat. Pretty attractive bid with the 8-card heart suit, despite the full opening values. And South, Klukowski, looks like at both tables, probably just overcalled 4 spades. Nice decision.
And I will add one minor thing to everything you just said, which is one way that the WBF counteracts this problem, or at least used to, is with carryover. So if you deliberately lose to a team that ends up qualifying and you play them later, you start out minus.
Yeah, that as well. 4 hearts, pass, double in the other room. So it is kind of important to make the distinction that you really have to protect your partner on some of these auctions. So Klukowski does overcall 4 spades, trying to not put partner in this position. But in the other room, North, despite the 11 count and doubleton hearts, still with 4-card spades, balanced the takeout double, and they were able to reach the 4-spade contract. Fly High says West not asleep at the switch, but made a good try on this hand. Yeah, so you're suggesting that if West had ducked this trick, then Declare could just start running diamonds, and you're absolutely right about that. I wonder why Declare played spades first. Oh. Well, Declare probably expects the ace of clubs to be onside, so this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Declare's line of play seems pretty reasonable. I mean, I was thinking that if trumps were 3-0, we could just start running diamonds immediately and try and make it, which would have been a reasonable attempt as well. But, if the ace of clubs is just in the non-preemptor sand, then we can also make it pretty easily. Queen of clubs switch. East gets to win the ace, cash a heart, play club back. That'll be the end of the defense. Down 1, so push forward. We did see 6 imps on board 29, actually, so Klukowski going down in 2 now at this table. It made in the other room. Both North selected to go looking for the heart fit via Stamen.
Is there a different lead in the other room or something?
No, it was a diamond lead, and then Declare took the line of play that I was kind of suggesting, which was play back a diamond at trick 2 to start clubs in the natural way. And once you do this, now you have 8 tricks with the clubs coming home.
Yeah. Yeah, and Klukowski's plan, I don't know, I didn't actually follow the play that closely, but I guess you can, lead a low club out of your hand and then eventually play the king of clubs to try to pick up a doubleton honor if you want to.
Yeah, he was just hoping that it was ace third of clubs on side, which is, anti-percentage in the club suit itself, but in terms of entry management, his line of play is a little bit better.
Right, of course, yeah.
So,
yeah, that too.
It's a difficult hand to play. The other table did make it. Klukowski goes down, so that's 6 imps. We got 3 club opener from West here. Second seat favorable. Nice club suit.
Tough set for the Swiss, who I think were leading their group coming into today, right?
Switzerland were, I believe they were in first coming into this set. So South is going to reopen double on this hand. I don't know why that's not already in the bridge mate, but... And then Kalita has a bit of a decision to make. I mean, I assume... I guess 3 spades? You give your partner a lot of leeway for the reopening double, and the king of clubs doesn't look like a great value. But maybe he'll try for game just because they're vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, Little Edge, I wonder...
I like 3 spades. I think this is a well-reasoned bid.
Yeah, I do wonder at how many tables the West Hand opened 1 rather than 3.
Mm-hmm. That is a good question. I mean, it's only a 9 count, but rule of 19, and... Oh, boy!
Yeah, and also, the Like East Shore, it's like there's a lot of holes in the hand, but if East just has like a little help in clubs and a scattered 13 count, 3-0 is probably a pretty good spot for your side.
Yeah.
And it's basically going to be impossible to get there over a 3 club opening, especially white red. The last time we saw a white red 3-level preempt, it was Queen 10 empty 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And fine, it was from a different player, but no East would correct a 3-0 trump with a lot of hands that could make 3-0 opposite that West hand.
Yeah, so as things played out, West doubled to show extra offense. Whenever you double as a preemptor, it's never for penalties. It's to show extra offensive strength. So the Void, as well as a decent club suit, he wanted to suggest that. Also, if his partner had 6 hearts or something, maybe they balance themselves into 4 hearts on an auction like this, which seems pretty good. But with East having 5 trumps, he was thrilled to take a crack at it.
Yeah, kind of as we were talking about in a different context yesterday, kind of following the principle that like unexpected doubles mean you have some kind of surprise, and here his surprise is he has a 1-level bid, not a 3-level bid.
Yeah. PGS says possibly down only 1. I mean, on the surface, this looks correct, although Declare is going to have to pick off that Queen of Hearts, and that might not be so obvious.
I mean, the double combined with the Spade Void, I think, is going to, I think he has a pretty reasonable shot to get it right from the auction.
Yeah, he may well. But on the surface, he has 3
Especially
trump
if he finds
users.
out about the King of Diamonds. If he finds out where the King of Diamonds is, he'll definitely get the heart right.
Okay. Maybe, yeah.
And maybe, but is West really doing that with Ace Jack 7th of clubs and just the Queen of Diamonds? I think it's pretty unlikely.
He will find out that hearts are 3-3. Because, I think West returns a club here. Probably. Jack of clubs.
And notice...
Oh, West returns a diamond. I mean, either way, East is going to get a diamond ruff, so he's going to know that spades are 5-0, diamonds are 3-2, with West having 3 of them, and clubs are 7-3. So that's going to mark the hearts 3-3, and he just has to guess the Queen of Hearts for down 1.
Yeah, and we were talking about it kind of in a different context earlier, but notice this is a hand where one of the things that really holds the defense back from collecting a big number is that he desperately needs to rough stuff and he has no shortness.
Yeah, he'll get a diamond ruff, but that's about it. And he does have natural trump tricks, so...
I mean, he does, but, some of them, he might get end played out of some of them, where if he could just rough as many times as possible, he'd be taking more tricks.
Sure, yeah. Alright, diamond to the king and ace. I don't think there's any chance Declare plays a spade to the ace, but he's probably thinking about it, just figuring... Well, if spades really are 5-0 and I go spade to the ace, how bad are things going to get for me? Because he would like to kind of confirm if he can do it safely. Looks like he's decided he can do it safely, so here we go. Spade, West discards to the ace. Now he'll revert back to setting up diamonds, I think. Frederick says, is there not a case for 4 clubs with East? 3 clubs past 4 clubs.
What are you trying to accomplish with that bid, right? If North-South get to some major suit game, you're probably pretty happy about defending?
I think it can go both ways here, where... Because I'm not convinced that 4 clubs is ever going to stop South from reopening with double. And there's sort of this intermediate land where, let's say 4 of a major is going down, If you bid 4 clubs and South still doubles and North bids 4 hearts and it happens to go down, fine, you're happy, right? Your counterpart in the other room would have passed. He reopens double and they get to 3 hearts and your teammates score up plus 140. But the counter argument is that you might be in the flip side where 4 hearts is making, and when you pass, they reopen double, and North, again heavy, like he was here, he had a 12 count with 4 card support for one of the majors, decides to bid only 3 hearts, and the opponents are making plus 170, and your counterpart in the other room decides to make the preemptive raise to 4 clubs, and you push them into the game. So I think it goes both ways on this. That it's not just like 4 clubs somehow always preempts them and either 4 hearts is making and they always get there, or sometimes you push them into a non-making spot. Sometimes you just push them into a making game by doing so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point.
All right, 10 of diamonds around to the queen. So I think West will give his partner a diamond ruff. It kind of doesn't matter if he does or not, but I suspect he will. The other table got to 3 diamonds on the north-south cards, and that contract was a lot easier to play because there wasn't a 5-0 trump split. You know, kind of amusing. I mean, you probably would expect that diamonds is more likely to split 3-2 than spades, given the preempt in clubs, but I mean, West had 3 hearts. West, like, hearts could have been 6-0 and spades 3-2 between the east-west hands. So it's just kind of a little bit unlucky for north-south that they stumbled into the 5-0 split in trumps. Okay, West knocks out the king of clubs. This does give the defense a little bit more control, where if Declare, for whatever reason, decides to start trying to pull trumps, then East is going to be able to pull a number of trumps and then maybe run the club suit. Although he didn't unblock the club queen, which is a little bit weird. You know, actually, maybe that's not weird. No, this is definitely a good play by East, right? He wants to convince Declare that West started with the queen of clubs. Because if West started with ace, queen, jack of clubs, queen of diamonds, they probably don't have the queen of hearts. And unblocking the queen of clubs, I think, is a bit of a fantasy line where, you know, maybe a Declare at the local club would be like, okay, my diamonds are set up, it's time to pull trumps, and you play a low spade, and East is like, thank you very much, I will play the 10. You win the queen, I get in with the king of spades, I pull trumps, we run clubs, and we beat you 10 tricks. But this Declarer is not going to make that mistake. So king of spades, jack of spades, Declare gets to win the queen. He'll cash a diamond just to get a bit more info out of the opponents. And I think East would do really well to pitch a heart on this trick. I don't know if he will, but you know, it's like kind of counterintuitive, because a lot of the time, if you want to make it look like you're trying to protect the queen of hearts, you would hold on to the hearts and pitch a club, but the queen of clubs is such a revealing card. Yeah, he pitches the club queen. Now I think Declare, as Craig had mentioned earlier, does have some sort of chance to pick up the heart suit, figuring that West might have the heart queen at this point for the... Oh, never mind. Actually, after the club pitch... Oh, it was actually really important for East to hold on to the club. I totally forgot. Declare does really well. He just exits a spade. Nicely done. That's an end play. Boom. End play. So he's still down 1, but, you know, much better than if he had misguessed the heart queen and ended up down 2.
All right, well, last chance here. Still don't have a correction on board 28, but I do not believe that result is accurate.
I don't think so either, although I guess we could check the official
Honestly,
website.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think probably what happened was the operator, if they don't realize or get corrected and confirm the result immediately, they're just never going to figure it out because the players can't see this view, right? They have no idea the score is wrong. So once the operator doesn't pick up on it within seconds, they're never going to.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens, I think we talked about this before. Like a good operator shouldn't be shy about asking the players to confirm the results, but a lot of times the operator is like a little afraid to speak up at the table.
Matt says board 28 is flat on the official scores. That's
Yeah.
good to know.
Yeah.
All right, a diamond by north,
Oh,
three
is it?
clubs by south. Looks like a
the
weak
players
diamond
need to-
raise.
The players also have bridge mates, so the WBF score is going to reflect what they put in and not what the operator put in BBO.
Right. Three diamonds by north, passes back around to west, who gets to reopen with a takeout double. And wow, east has a huge hand opposite this.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this three clubs treatment as a preemptive diamond race.
Dude, I haven't either. I would have kind of expected it to be weak with both minors, but
Well, one diamond guarantees at least four in their Polish club methods, right?
yes. I think it often guarantees five.
Yeah, it's true. It might be five unless it's this kind of shape.
Yeah, it's five or four by one.
Yeah, because 4-4-3-2s they would treat as their balanced hands for the one club range or one no trump if it's in range for that.
Right. So East bids four spades, and I mean, on the surface, six spades doesn't look like an awful contract. You need to pick up the club queen, which I guess you're probably not going to do on this auction.
I mean, you might, right? Because you might at some point find out that the queen of clubs would put north in range for a no trump.
I mean, I guess you could instead pick up the heart queen. That would be enough. Because you take a roughing hook and hearts, and then you can just rough the clubs good.
Right.
Well,
yeah,
anyway.
actually, I think, I guess that is possible because the queen of hearts is overwhelmingly likely to be with north, as is the queen of clubs, but you can do either.
Yeah. And maybe you can combine chances. You go ace king of clubs and then take the roughing hook and hearts, something like that. So, it at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to, can you pick up the spade suit for one loser? And I think you're pretty likely to do so. So, if you could see the east-west hands, you would probably want to be in the slam.
Well, we've kind of found another wrinkle, which is now he's playing it not as a dummy reversal, since the long hand is dummy, but he's trying to rough three diamonds in the west hand, and just make the east hand good. I mean, I guess probably he'll take a roughing finesse and hearts along the way.
Yeah, I think so.
Nope.
Heart rough, diamond rough. Well, amusingly, he's just going to take the first 12 tricks at this point, I think.
No. Right, he's...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I mean, he could, but he would have to drop that. Well, I guess actually he probably is. Not the first 12, but I guess he will take 12.
It does all come down to the queen of clubs, I suppose, in the end.
Well, I don't think so, right? Because I think he's just going to play club to the ace, queen of spades, club, just planning to take, at least 11 tricks and get lucky.
Yeah. He might.
I don't think he's going to mess around trying to guess the clubs at this point.
Club to the 10.
Nope.
There we go.
I was wrong.
Okay, so this will be an
Alright,
imp swing going the way of Switzerland on this one. And that'll wrap up the match. Let's head over to check out the... I will pull up another table for a second while we
even with the result being inaccurate, this is still a huge win for the Polish team against the possibly strongest team in the group.
Yeah, that is certainly true. So in terms of our results, we have oh boy, hold on. Hold please,
Right,
I'm having technical difficulties. There we go.
Yeah, now that that segment is over, I am going to jump off and get some more work done here.
Sounds good.
I don't know whether you have Kirk coming in for the next segment, but if you don't, I'll be happy to join you at 12:15.
Okay, yep, sounds good. I don't have anyone else
cool.
scheduled for today. See you later.
All right. Yep, there may be a little bit of slippage in that time because I'm meeting someone for lunch and might be back just a few minutes later, but I'll see you at some point during that segment.
Gotcha. Take care.
Cool. Bye.
All right. So we have in Group A, USA has had a bit of a big stumble the past few rounds. I know that they had a pretty large setback yesterday, and then today up against Argentina in their set, they're well behind. I mean, there's still quite a few boards to play, and we're gonna kind of keep track of this match. Looks like actually these scores are not fully updated. USA has picked up a few imps on the past couple of boards. But Argentina is a fighter, and US has slipped all the way down to 4th, opening up the door for Netherlands up here in 5th, in fact. Or not in 5th, in 1st place. They're currently leading the group, over 100 VPs for them. They just had a solid set up against Guadeloupe. Sweden sitting in 2nd. Israel, we saw them. They had a strong result yesterday. They're up in 3rd. In fact, New Zealand, really nice result over Israel in this match. 45-22 currently with a few boards to play. New Zealand's moved up into 9th. They're only 5 VPs back of qualification. So that's Group A. In Group B, we have Italy still at the top of the group. France is in 2nd. Switzerland, after this relatively large defeat up against Poland, has fallen back to 3rd, but all those teams are still well within qualification. Poland is now in 4th with that win. China's up here in 5th. Looks like they had a good set today up against Hungary. This group is a little bit closer at the top than Group A. Turkey in 6th. Brazil has fallen all the way to 7th after their kind of lightning fast start that they had, and then Finland down in 8th. Denmark, Canada chasing. Australia all the way back in 14th. In the women's side, we have Sweden still out to a fantastic start. They're half a match over China in 2nd. Poland up there. Australia way back, in fact, in 4th. A full match behind Sweden at this point. France, Italy, Germany, Turkey all over 100. Cutoff here at the women's is in 16th place out of 24 teams. So New Zealand in currently. If things ended now, USA in, Argentina, India in, Mexico would be the first team out. Over in the seniors, we have, again, kind of as expected, I've been making this point all week, but the USA team is very strong in this event. I think it would be really unusual for the USA to not win, or at least like make it to the finals. But France is up there, Sweden, Turkey, India. Again, top 16 teams will make it to the knockout stage, so Italy's down there in the last qualification spot. And then finally in the mixed, Germany, up 15 VPs over the field. That's the team where Aachen and Welland are playing. New Zealand's up in 2nd. Norway, Hong Kong, Denmark, Italy. Again, 16 will qualify. So Chile and Japan separating the two sections. And looks like Argentina is actually picking up quite a few imps on this hand. In the other room, Oh, no. The US is picking up quite a few imps on this hand. USA defended 5 clubs doubled over there. So we did get... Look at this. We were asking about the 4 club raise from East. Well, it was very ill-fated in the other room because this is something that can happen. If you preempt 3 clubs on a hand like this, right? Because, as Craig had mentioned, your objective, play for the big picture. You're trying to get to a no-trump game. You're not trying to play 5 clubs or something. So even though the West hand is probably too good for a 3-club preempt because you have too much offense, you don't want to bypass 3-0 and open 4 clubs. The 4-club bump, though, South still made the same takeout double, which we had discussed, and this was going to land North-South in 4 spades and into a bit of trouble. But West, having way too much offense, just bid 5 clubs, especially looking at the vulnerability, and now North was thrilled to go after this, not needing to risk bidding 4 spades anymore. So, nice result for the Americans over there. Here, North-South do just get to 3 spades, 3 clubs, pass, pass, double, all pass. And so the US team is actually going to pick up some much-needed imps here and swing the match in their favor. East needs to redouble 5 clubs, punish partner for not letting you smoke them in 4 spades. Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking. That'll teach him. Yeah. That's where you want to have your head. Make sure to punish partner as much as possible. All right, we'll see if Hurd finds the strong defense. So this was Hurd does pitch a heart. So now Declare can't exit a spade and playing East into picking up the hearts. Bathurst also pitches a heart. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Now Declare can go Ace of Hearts, heart to the king. Oh. No, Bathurst, come on. No. It's... I mean, it's still a huge win for the US. And it wasn't doubled. So it's not like 200 would have been a big deal either. But yeah, Bathurst got a little bit overzealous with the heart discard. He was probably thinking, ahead of time, I'm going to discard a heart and then Declare is going to misguess the heart queen. Which seems reasonable, for sure. But he just didn't fully think through the end of the hand when his partner had made this great play of pitching a heart as well. Because now Declare had a full count on the defensive hands and could just cash the ace-king, not caring where the queen was. Alright, a diamond, 3 diamonds, take out double by West, 4 spades by East. And here we are. We're going to have a push board, so USA actually wins the match. This will affect the scores a little bit in that Group A. I'm going to pull it up. I'm not going to pull it up on screen. We'll watch the hand play out a little bit, but this means that USA is probably going to vault up in the standings by quite a few VPs, because... imps are much more valuable as you get closer to a tie match. It's, some sort of logarithmic scale or something like that. Diamond opening lead. And I think we'll see a pretty similar line of play to what happened in the match that we were observing, where East is just going to rough a bunch of diamonds in the West hand. Seems pretty reasonable. Cash the ace of spades at some point, maybe now, maybe after roughing a few more diamonds. Yeah, so as Matt said, I mean, it's not a strong logarithmic scale. There's some sort of elongated stretch to the scaling, but 0.32 versus 0.29 for the first imps that you win. There are diminishing returns on imps in terms of victory points earned. Oh. Herd just leads a low spade. I mean, this is somewhat natural as well. Especially when you're in 4. You don't really need to play all out for 12 tricks, and this is probably maybe a little bit better than cashing the ace in case North happens to have 4 spades to the King Jack 10. Maybe. But it is going to put a bit of pressure on him to pick up everything if he wants to make 12 tricks from here. Now that he's kind of squandered a round of trumps, given the opponent's a trick. Schmeebel thinks there might be an integer overflow at some point in the imp scale, where if you win by 200, the opponents actually get the blitz. Yeah, I could see that. That would be an exciting, exciting way to utilize the score system. All right. Herd does pick up the hearts. Now he's going to find out about the poor choice in the spade suit. Okay, can anyone hear what's going on outside? I'm watching my sound. Is it picking up like all of these banging noises? Yes, you can hear. You've heard this the whole time. What is happening? I was trying to figure out what was going on. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. That has been going on for hours. And I still can't tell. It's across the street. It looks like there's some construction crew across the street, but I can't tell what they're doing. They have like a bunch of tarps laid out. Anyway, something's happening over there, and apologies that everyone can hear that. I was hoping that my mic wasn't picking it up, but it is very loud for me. I feel like I've been trying to do my best to talk over it. Okay, that's the end of this match. So 15... Wait, what? Wait, what? Nice glitch. I just saw 15 imps pop up on the scorecard. Oh my god. Okay. So USA actually does win that match. I'm going to... So this is currently Group A, although, again, that was only after 14 boards, and we don't have that big result on board 15 coming in. So USA will vault up the standings a little bit, but they're certainly not going to come within range of Netherlands, but that does mean that Argentina is probably getting knocked back. New Zealand might overtake Argentina for 8th place currently, which is great for them because they had such a horrible, horrible start to the event. Their first couple of days, or their first day at least, and then yesterday they fought back a little bit. So now it looks like New Zealand might be in qualifying position. In terms of this group, I mean, the only big surprise, I would say, is probably England, although the way that... Before the tournament started, we would have expected England to qualify. Just looking at, I mean, David Gold, obviously a multiple-time Bermudable, like, finalist at least, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he's won the thing, but he's definitely been to the finals a couple of times, I think. But they have not performed very well at all. And aside from that, I think most of the teams in the top 8 are somewhat expected. Maybe Germany would have been ranked a little bit higher up, we could expect, but, you know, Netherlands, Sweden, Israel, USA, Spain might have been one of those teams that would be on the bubble. Romania could have been on the bubble. Ireland on the bubble. Argentina on the bubble. New Zealand on the bubble. But this group definitely not as strong, I don't think, as the other side of the bracket, where Switzerland, France, and Italy are huge powerhouses. Maybe their top 8 teams, or like the teams that are in 8th place, are not necessarily as strong as the field over here in Group A, but just those top 3 teams, you're going to have a really hard time getting out of the group in one of the top spots with them available. Anyway, I'm going to do a quick refresh because I think that this match is kind of important to see where the standings shake up. So USA does pick up a couple of VPs. Now we do have board 15 in the books. New Zealand still is sitting back, though. So Argentina's held on to 8th place, but there is a bit of a separation between 7th and 8th. Ireland up there in 7th. New Zealand went off in 6 spades on the last board. That is not surprising to me. Either that they got to 6 spades or that they went down. I mean, they're just super aggressive on every hand. And they probably played the opening better for the Club Queen, which is very reasonable to do so. But there we go. So we have about an hour until the next match. Let's pull up the women's. I don't want to watch the sponsor for the U.S. I think the U.S. has a very, very weak sponsor in the women's event. And it's very possible that most of the other countries don't have sponsors. So this could explain kind of the U.S.'s erratic behavior in the women's matches, where, you know, on day 1 we ended up in last place, probably because the sponsor played a number of those matches. And now we've made a little bit of a comeback towards the middle of the pack. But that is a little bit, I guess it probably makes it so that the U.S. team is not going to do particularly well in the women's event moving forward. Because as we get, even if we do make it to the knockout round, which it looks like we might qualify for, the other team, which probably won't have a sponsor on it, is just going to destroy us in the segments where the sponsor's sitting in. So, but here we are. We got Sanborn and Myers, really strong partnership. They've been playing together for a while, or at least they have played together before. I don't know if they've played together all that much, but 2 pretty solid players. Norway in the Open has a sponsor. Yeah, that could be an explanation for why the Norwegian team is not doing so hot. I mean, also, they're missing Helgemo. And I think a couple of their other really strong players on the squad. But again, like Brogland and Bakke, I wouldn't count them out yet. That partnership is very good. So this is board 1. What match is this? Round robin 10. We see up in the top here. And the women play 12 boards. So we'll hang out here for a bit. You know what? Let's, after this hand is over, so shortly before the next hand, let's kibitz someone in this match. Let's kibitz... Because I haven't done a single-player perspective, and I kind of like doing that, but also I think it's probably better in the open to just watch all 4 hands. But this feels like a good opportunity to actually get a little kibitzing done. Why do so many teams have sponsors? Because it's... How can I explain this? This is a question I feel like I've answered a number of times. It's, you know, it's a profession for the professional players. So, like, I'll pick out a player that is, let's say Roy Welland, okay? And Sabina Aachen, right? Probably the strongest partnership in Germany, or at least arguably up there. They should have been on Germany's Open national team. But the Open team in Germany does not have a sponsor. So they could get paid to play in the mixed, which is what they're doing right now. I mean, I assume. Maybe don't quote me on this, but I'm just trying to give an example from the tournament. I'm pretty sure they're getting paid to play on the mixed team. And this is why they're playing on the mixed team, because it is profitable for them. They want to earn money for this because this is their livelihood. Now, I don't know if specifically Welland and Aachen need this kind of money because Roy was independently wealthy and Sabina played professionally for a number of years for the German teams. But if you have the option of getting paid, I'm just going to throw a number out there, $40,000 US dollars, or the equivalent, to play in the mixed event, or you could play in the open event on a team that is not going to earn a medal, and it might be more fun, and you might enjoy the bridge more, and maybe you could earn a bit of prestige for yourself, but you lose out on the opportunity to earn $40,000, you just wouldn't do it. You would rather play in the mixed. You might get a medal, you might not, but at least you're getting paid. So sponsors are kind of necessary to attract the top players to play on the teams for the top events. And that's why there are so many sponsors in bridge. I think that's a good enough explanation, hopefully. Crap. I was going to kibitz someone. Why does it say Zhao Sanborn? Why does it say Zhao Sanborn with a Chinese flag? Excuse me? Hello? What is this? Alright. I saw Carrie's hand, and I was excited, so we're going to kibitz her for at least until the next round of the open match starts. So she opens a diamond. Oh, and you know something I need to do? I didn't have a very big breakfast this morning. I was running late, so I got a small breakfast. I'm going to order something, but I'm just going to order a small snack. Which means hopefully I'll get it. We'll have a quick 10-minute eating break that I will get to take, hopefully before the next match starts. And then I will be back ready to do some commentary quickly. Okay. So Diamond to Spade 2-0. We got a 17 count. Definitely well worth an upgrade. What is 3 hearts on our left and why is it alerted? Excuse me? Oh, we missed a pass. We missed a pass. Right? Wait. Yeah, we missed a pass. Okay. Okay, we've missed a pass. I'm sorry. So this is probably transfer. Some sort of transfer wolf. Is that what it's called? I don't know. So 3 hearts should show 5 spades. 3 no trump is no trump with 5 spades. All right, here come all the undos. So Lorian asks which teams aren't as strong as they could be. I think most of the teams. And it's a little bit different in the Bermuda Bowl. For whatever reason, the Bermuda Bowl is much more prestigious, I guess. So a lot of teams will show up with no sponsor just because it's very important to gain that prestige. And I don't think that there's as many spots open in other events for pairs to play on sponsored teams and earn money. But for whatever reason in this event, most of the teams are much weaker than they could be. Technically the US team has a sponsor and is weaker than it could be. This is just a fact. No offense to Chip and Marty, they're a great partnership, and the US still deserves to be the 1 seed in their group, the 2 seed overall for the event, despite having a sponsor. But, they do have a sponsor. So that's why the top players are attracted to play on the US team for this event. Similarly, Zimmerman, Switzerland, has a sponsor. They could be a stronger team if they included a better pair, but then again, none of those players would be playing. They would be finding work for the event. But a lot of the companies or teams in the Open are unsponsored with some of the, 5th, 6th, and 7th best pairs from their country, which there's a large drop-off between the top pairs and the 5th, 6th, and 7th ranked pairs. Okay, I've talked a lot about that. Let's think about 3 no trump, and this time we get to use our brains a little bit because we don't see all the cards. So we need to think about what Declare is working with. Club opening lead, that 5 of clubs, the 2 is missing. I don't know the opponent's carding. I should probably pull that up. If I was doing a good job, I would do that. But if clubs happen to split, we can afford to lose a trick somewhere. If clubs are not splitting, we can't afford to lose a trick, and then we're going to need a lot of help. So I think our first assumption should be that clubs split. And if clubs split, I feel like we're always playing king of spades, spade to the jack. Because even if we set up the heart suit, let's say we get 3 heart tricks, a club, 2 spades, and a diamond, that's only 7 tricks. A diamond finesse gets us up to 8, but I think we always need to play king of spades, spade to the jack on this one. We're not very happy with the way this contract has shaken out. I suppose there's some argument for playing on hearts, because in the king of spades, spade to the jack line, if things don't work out, we might end up going down 3. And we're vulnerable, so that's actually a big deal. Whereas if we play on hearts, at least we'll probably escape for down 1 or maybe down 2 in the worst case scenario. Oh yeah, Alorian says, isn't Zimmerman the top-ranked player in the world, or is that because his team wins? Well, so no bridge ranking system is effective. Yes, maybe Zimmerman is the top-ranked player in the world, but he is nowhere close to the best player in the world. I mean, he's a fairly middling player from all perspectives. Certainly, I mean, he's a decent sponsor, but I would not put him in the same class as Marty Fleischer in terms of sponsor, and Fleischer is not in the same class as the other players on his team either. Okay, this is an exciting play. So Sanborn plays back a club, which sometimes can be an effective play. In these no-trump contracts. There's the 2 of clubs on our right. So now Carrie knows that the club suit is splitting. I mean, unless the opponents are playing attitude leads or something like that. So she knows the opponents are only cashing 3 clubs. This gives her a little bit more flexibility. She could now afford to lose an extra trick somewhere. And I mean, additionally, the way that this is played out, south or north, depending on who wins the 4th round of clubs, is going to have to lead something. In 200 years, they'll think Zimmerman was the GOAT based on his records. Well, fortunately for us, we have the benefit of recording information and storing that. Yeah, you might need to do a little bit. That's not the way this trick went. 9 of diamonds to the king and 8. No, this Vugraph operator's lost it. Don't worry, I've already marked the operator please on the bingo card down here. So we're just living in this world where the operator's not really paying attention. Which is a little bit surprising to me. I mean, I know that the operators for the ACBL do a terrible job in general, but I've always thought that the world operators, the ones for the WBF, have done quite well. Surely we have Brady as a better line. Have I had a better line? I don't remember. Someone tell me. This square up here. There's certainly not been a clear better line that I've seen. There was the one where Klukowski goes down into no trump when the other table made it, where I was kind of... Yeah, I hadn't advocated for crossing to dummy and playing clubs the natural way, but I said that line of play would make sense. Klukowski took a different line of play, which also made sense. Playing slam and apart score is fun to look out for. Do I have that? Yeah, up in the top left. We didn't see a VP shutout. I feel like maybe I've overcomplicated things at some point today. Anyway, Norm, you love the bingo? I do too. But not too many people have suggested bingo squares. Is passing exclusion on there? Not on the bingo card today. I was thinking about trying a square for like... so I haven't added that to the list either. Like passing exclusion or passing a splinter or something like that. Playing in a cubid might be a good way of phrasing it. I could add that to the list. Wait, how is it possible that the Vugraph operator thought a diamond came around to the king and ace, and all of a sudden it didn't? Okay, so we know the opponents are playing attitude leads now. Good. I didn't even have to look up, because the 5 of clubs was led from ace, queen, 5th. So I wonder how the hand played out. So I guess South cashed a bunch of clubs. We have no idea what declared discarded. A diamond got led to the king and ace. And I have no idea how the play went. I mean, I would have loved to see what North discarded on the run of clubs and what Declare pitched on the run of clubs, but down 2. Lovely. It looks like it's going to be one of these days for the Vugraph operator where we don't get to see any of the play. That's okay. We're only just like hanging out here until the open starts up again. I can lump all of it together into violating Burns Law. I can. Yeah, so we do have Burns Law on there. Also, good morning, Danny. Is Burns Law on here? Yes. Down in the bottom right, I have it. Apologies for double mouse on the screen. Here, can I... If I had a second monitor, this would do better, but I don't have a second monitor. But yeah, I have Burns Law violation, and we had a Moisian fit earlier today as well. Play duplicated at both tables must have happened. Can you reference a hand? Because I don't think we saw it. We had a hard time filling that in on day 1. And yesterday, I think we barely got there. it's not result duplicated at both tables. It's like the same exact play. Maybe interchange a spot card or two, but basically you would have to be in the same contract. You'd have to get the same opening lead. Yeah, must have is a bit of an overstatement. Okay, I heard a no trump, 2 hearts. So partner leads the ace of spades, ace or ace king. We played the 10, encouraging presumably. And now a trump switch. So we are going to be able to pull 2 of dummies trumps before Declare can ruff a spade. We'll stick in the 10 here, I think. So what's Declare going to do? It's not a great square because we aren't watching the other table that much. That's true. Yeah. I could get rid of it from the list. So spade around to the 8. Returns the 5 of hearts. Makes sense. Sometimes Declare actually has a guess at this point and wouldn't take this heart finesse, but I think it's hard to believe that that's happening. Either way, playing back the king is kind of giving up. So there we are. We've lost our heart trick, but we have gained a spade trick in the process because Declare was unable to ruff their losing spade. So it looks like South is probably 3-6-2-2.
Good job. Keep it up.
Hey Norm, thanks so much for the donation. Appreciate it. Unless partner had 9 doubleton. Yeah, we've kind of already lost. Yeah, we just don't have the spots, right? 2 clubs, we fly ace. We can cash a spade. I guess we want to put partner on lead so that partner might be able to lead a low diamond, not that it necessarily matters. So low spade to partner's ace. I think partner's just going to try and cash the spade ace. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. No guarantee that South didn't start with 4-6 in the majors. You finish your coffee before commenting? It's a tough job. Don't worry, I make plenty of mistakes too. So Italy's off to a 4-imp lead. I guess we can take a quick look at the other table, just because they haven't played this board yet, so we don't get any spoilers. 3 no trump goes down 1 over there, whereas the Italians over here got to play 1 no trump, making comfortably on that first board. Oh, king of spades? Whatever. Everyone knows what I meant. We knew that North had that our partner had the king of spades remaining. They led the ace. But yes, the high spade. So Declare gets to pull the last trump. Presumably Declare started with a hand that looks like, 3 small spades, ace jack, 6 of hearts, king jack, doubleton of clubs, and doesn't South also need the ace of diamonds, otherwise they don't have an opening bid? Am I misremembering the high cards and other suits? That would be a 10 count if South has the jack of diamonds. That would be a pretty aggressive opening bid. I would respect it. 3-6-2-2. Okay, South does have the ace-jack third of diamonds. So 2 hearts making 3. Another 7 imps going the way of Italy. What happened in the other room? East-West got to 2 spades. So how did they end up getting there? A heart takeout double from partner's hand. That's actually a little bit surprising to me that Jill didn't make a takeout double. 4 good spades, heart shortness. I mean, it would be an opening bid if you were in first seat, but obviously as an overcall, the hand's a little bit less than desirable with just 11 highs. Still, I mean, it looks like an excellent takeout double. You don't want to miss 4 spades at imps. Your hand is kind of perfectly suitable for playing in that contract if partner has close to an opening hand with some spade support. So a little bit of a miss. Cost 7 imps. Alright. Time for us to preempt in clubs, right? Pass, 3 clubs. Here we go. I'm kind of not joking. I mean, if it does come pass to us, are we going to see it? No. Pass a spade. And now it's definitely not worth a 3 club preempt. It's probably a bit much. King Jack empty 6th. I mean, I know we're in third seat, but the hand is terrible. You've had your coffee. Now you can tell me how bad 3 clubs is. Alright, a spade 2-no. So we get to lead our singleton against whatever spade contract the opponents end up in. 2-no trump, presumably limit or better in spades. Maybe game forcing. Brady's getting old. Doesn't want to preempt 3 clubs over a 1 spade opener. Yeah, my fault. 2 clubs. Smiley face. Yes. Would you care to play some money bridge, sir? I'm sorry, I don't mean to support gambling. We don't do that on this channel. Danny's looking at all the hands. Interesting bidding problem for North-South. I guess I can open up the hands. We can take a look. So North-South have kind of all the controls, but it is a bit of a perfect fit. And if we look at all the hands, we don't want to be in slam. Do you put the smiley face on the table next to your bid? I wish there was a smiley face card in the box. You could, you know, and it doesn't, and it, although this would be so abusable for cheating, but like, if you could just put a smiley face next to any of your bids and be like, I'm proud of you, partner, and that's all it means, it's just like the I'm proud of you card. That would be so cute. I would totally do that at random moments. It would be fun. Is there a tier list thing? I did not make a tier list for the event. The event organizers, the WBF, created their own ranking system, basically the group draw. So if you look at the group draw and you look at how the groups were drawn, the first teams that were drawn were the 1 seeds for the group and then 2 seeds and so on. I suppose that doesn't mean much. Sure, I could have made a tier list for it. Maybe when we get to the round of 16, I'll make some predictions for who I think will win. Matt says, yes, but they had USA first seed. Well, technically second seed. They had Switzerland first seed. You hate to say might not be accurate. I think it's pretty accurate. You know, there are some good teams in the event, but the US team is really strong, and considering that teams like Norway who are one of the few countries that often has a stronger team than the U.S. in some of these Bermuda Bowl or World Championship events, is not fielding their best 6 players. I think the U.S. being ranked at number 2 sounds about right. How are North-South doing in this auction? Oh my god, they got to 6 spades. You don't want to be here, right? I'm not crazy, am I? Wait, thoughts on 6 diamonds? Okay, I had brief thoughts about 6 diamonds, and now I no longer want to think about it. Wait a second, but hold on. Wait. No, seriously, thoughts on 6 diamonds? No, it's no good. It's no good. So everyone stop talking about 6 diamonds, okay? I don't want to hear it anymore. It's not a good contract. I don't think you want to be in 6 spades. It's 2-2 trumps, which is 40%, and slam needs to be at least 50 to break even. So Italy is stomping the US in this match. All right, let's head back over to loser POV over here. We'll lead the singleton diamond. But all slams are 50-50. They either make or they don't. You said it. You're so right. Okay, let me get a water. I will be back in a second while Declare contemplates how to pull trumps. Lunaire, I like what you're saying. Bid 7 no trump every hand and just put down the smiley face. You know, that could be an effective way to break up with your partner. Like, maybe they'll get the hint that you don't want to play with them anymore if you just keep bidding 7 no trump with a smiley face. It's like the ultimate passive-aggressive breakup. Alright, spade to the ace, spade. Imps to Italy, 24-0. They're way ahead. What was it Hideous Hog said? All the good slams seem to go down, so might as well be in the bad one. Actually, I think I do remember that quote. I think I do remember the Hog saying that. This is a nice hand. We picked a good player to follow for this set. Right hand opponent passes, we get open to diamond. Pretty happy about that. I assume we have enough to reverse into 2 hearts. If right hand opponent doesn't open a diamond, or doesn't pass, I guess over, okay, they do pass. So diamond, I mean, in some ways, single-player kibitz is a bit more relaxing because I don't have to think about the other bids. But we do want to stay a little bit focused, or a bit more focused during the play. Take out double on our left. So our partner probably doesn't have much. Right-hand opponent, I think, is very likely to bid a spade or possibly 2 clubs. And then we have a choice to make. Sanborn decides to double. You know, normally just take out a spades, but if partner bids clubs, she's going to, I guess, bid 2 diamonds. Re-wobble from South on our left. So no surprise, our partner is completely broke. Right-hand opponent probably doesn't have much, and our left-hand opponent has a big hand. Looks like Carrie has done very well. Carrie is South, the player we're watching, Sanborn, to try and keep this auction as low as possible. And our partner knows we don't have clubs. I don't think it's clear that we have diamonds and hearts for this type of an action, because we may well be like in the, what would I call it, 18 to 19 unbalanced range with a single suited diamond hand. You know, maybe we don't want to bid a no trump over a spade for whatever reason. So partner might not know to correct 2 diamonds to 2 hearts if they have 4-1 in the red suits. But she might. Ah, there's the 2 heart correct. We're pretty happy about that. I don't think we're happy enough to like bump. You know, once again, partner could have bid a heart over the takeout double if they had any sort of values. So we're not really in the game range, but we're pretty excited that partner worked out to bid hearts here. I wouldn't be surprised if she turned up with 5 of them, given that, you know, we might be 3-6 in the reds, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see what partner's hand looks like once trick 1 is done. Unfortunate result of the kibitzing perspective that if we're dummy, we have to wait for trick 1 to be over before we can see the cards. I just noticed now that the result popped up in the other room, I need to put this up. There we go. No spoilers. Seems unlikely she'll have 5 when she bid 2 clubs. No, North bid 2 clubs. Our partner... Oh, our partner did bid 2 clubs. You're so right. You are so right. Good point. Yes, yes, good call. So yeah, I do wonder, maybe partner's 4-2 in the reds and just worked out, oh, partner's 3-1. I'm not sure about pulling 2 diamonds with that shape. It looks like we came out okay from it, but it feels like a bit of a stretch. I suppose we might have been 5-4 in the reds for this action, but I think it's also equally likely that we're 6-3 in the red suits. Probably doing all right. So our hands face up. Why the opponents let the king of clubs hold, I have no idea. What? I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. Our hand was face up on the table. What? I mean, I get that South is like kind of end played if she wins the ace of clubs. But you know what? South probably should have gone ace of hearts, jack of hearts at tricks 1 and 2. Ooh, this is actually kind of a cool scenario, because if you can tell declarer is going to be roughing diamonds in their hand, then you want to force their hand to have the master trump. So when it went heart king, if South had won the ace and returned a low heart, Declare could win the 10 and then go diamond to the ace, diamond ruff, or diamond to the queen, diamond ruff, or whatever. But if you go ace of hearts, jack of hearts, then when Declare goes ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, the 9 of hearts gets promoted. Oh. So, South probably missed an opportunity at trick 1. Well, tricks 1 and 2. Didn't really think through the play all that well. Probably, might have expected Declare to do something other than lead the king of clubs off dummy. But, if their plan was to duck the king of clubs and now let Declare just cross-ruff a million tricks, this is not the way to go. I'm a bit surprised that Jill Myers hasn't just ruffed a club to ruff another diamond. Yeah, West got end played. This really did not go very well for the defense. 7 imps back to the US when 3 diamonds went down 4 in the other room, 3 diamonds in the east. A diamond opener, a takeout double. West bid a spade over there. And East, I'm not sure I understand 3 diamonds as opposed to reversing into hearts. But either way, East-West were in trouble after that start. They got a bit too high. Wow. Yeah, South probably should have won the king of clubs with the ace and then just gone ace of hearts, jack of hearts, actually. It's very weird the way South defended that hand. I don't think you can afford to let Declare just start roughing diamonds in their hand like that. Very strange. Anyway, on to board 6. We got another big hand. I like this. What have we got? We have 18. A diamond, 2 diamonds, inverted. Oh, time to bid a slam. Now, to that end, this is not a very slam suitable hand. This is a pretty bad hand for slam. It's a great hand for getting to 3 no trump or maybe even 5 diamonds. But remember, slams need controls and a source of tricks. And we kind of don't have either. Given that we have 18 highs, we're probably expected to have approximately 3 quick tricks or 3 aces, which we do. But we don't have any singletons. Queens and jacks are pretty bad cards for slam. We don't have a 5th diamond. So we really need partner to have both controls and a source of tricks for slam to make. Obviously, with that said, I think just signing off in 3 no trump would be a little bit heavy from the South hand here. So maybe Carrie's going to try 4 no with the 18. But I would understand a 3 no sign off. That this is just not a very slam suitable hand. Danny says maybe in the other room East-West played reverse Flannery, so 1 spade denied 4 hearts. That could be. In which case 3 diamonds is a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, the 1 spade bid from West, which I'm so on board with. I think it's a great bid. Really backfires here when it's not your hand and everything splits well, or splits badly. I wonder if she's thinking of trying to temporize with another bid, like 3 clubs, just to keep the auction lower, or go slower a little bit, which is frequently a good thing to do. If you have a hand where you're thinking that slam might be a viable spot, but you need a bit more information, you really want to slow the auction down. So even if 4 no trump is maybe technically the bid you're supposed to make with this hand, she might be thinking, let's bid 3 clubs and see if partner wants to cooperate in some way. If we bid 3 clubs and partner bids 3 diamonds, and then we bid 3 hearts and partner bids 3 spades, not only would we get to check off a square on the bingo card for bidding every bid up in a line. It's not actually on the card, but it should be. But now it sounds as if partner is actually interested in cooperating with the slam try. Whereas, like, if we bid 3 clubs and partner just bids 3 no over it, we're like, okay, fine, we're done. Right? Or if we bid 3 clubs and it goes 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, 3 no, we're like, okay, once again, we're done. Partner has some sort of minimum. They aren't interested in cooperating. Let's just move on. So having talked it out, I'm kind of on board with like a 3 club bid. Let's just see what happens. It doesn't even have to describe our hand. We just want to slow the auction down a little bit. One Under Trick Wonder says systemically could bid 2 no. Showing 18 to 19, which would be kind of nice in this spot. And yeah, Carrie actually just decides her hand is not slam suitable. She just signs off in 3 no. Maybe she was thinking about hands partner could hold and figured that it's just not worth investigating. So here we go. North on lead. I don't think we're going to have any trouble in this contract. You know, as bad as queens and jacks are for slam contracts, they're actually pretty good in no trump when you have extra high card points, because they protect you against bad splits and often allow you to set up extra tricks in any suit, no matter where partner's strength lies. So unless partner's sitting over there looking at like a 2-3-4-4 hand type and the opponents can set up and run the spade suit, I think we're in pretty good shape. Don't some Europeans open this 2 diamonds? They do. They do. We actually saw a partnership the other day playing the 2 diamond opener was 18 to 19, but no 5 card major. I forget who that was. Which is kind of unusual, I would say. A lot of players will, I think, ignore that 5 card major requirement when you can show the hand as the balance type. 1 club with transfers are better. You can play a no trump with 18 to 19 opposite the 5. Yeah. That's become pretty popular nowadays. So you play this transfers over a club system, but the structure is such that you accept partners one of a major transfer with the weak no trump. So you would do it even with a doubleton in partners major as opposed to 3. And then you get to play 1 no trump showing 18 to 19 in that spot, which is kind of cute. So spade opening lead went to partners. I wasn't paying attention. What honor? Jack. Oh. Oh my. Spade goes to partners Jack, and it looks like 6 diamonds is not a good spot. We just have a spade, and we're on the heart finesse, so it's like close to being a good contract. In fact, it's basically on exactly the heart finesse. Sure, 5-0 diamonds or something, but we can always rough a spade early. So it's like barely in play in terms of whether or not you want to be there at teams. I personally wouldn't, but I think they did really well to stay low on this one, keep out of 6 no trump. And small spoiler, because the hand is almost over, they're going to earn quite a nice swing. The other table got too high. So this will be a pretty big pickup for the American team, just being able to play 3 no trump. Frederick says the Rimstuds are fiercely against overloading 1 club with 18 to 19 balanced. Because it's hard to double for takeout. I see. But if you have the constructed auction or constructive auction, it doesn't really cause any harm, and there are positive benefits to doing so. So it's really just for the competitive auctions that you have an issue. Well, there's a heart discard from South. So this is going to be 12 tricks. The spade opening lead away from the king-queen obviously was problematic for Declarer. So despite the 3-3 heart split, there just weren't 12 tricks available and no trump, even if the opponents did not set up their spades at trick 1. All right, what are we doing here? The claim must have hit the table like 5 minutes ago, right? 13 imps to USA. So the match is back close to being even. All right, one more hand and then we'll head over to the open, because they're about to start up again for the next set of play. We got a 12 count. No trump on our left, though. Looks like we're probably not going to be taking a call. Two hearts transfer to spades. Our hand just keeps getting worse. Now, we should not be doubling two hearts. Even though we really desperately do want partner to lead a heart, we only have 4 of them. It's just not worthwhile. Two spades on our left, I'll pass. Jack of clubs lead from partner. Previous board, Elurian, we've got to 4-0 with their partner. I think that's kind of a reasonable belief. And yeah, I don't think West necessarily would want to accept a slam try either for 3-3. Again, East and West both have the same issue on this hand, that not only do they need their partner to have controls to help them, but they also need a source of tricks for slam to make. So, you know, just see the difference that a 5th diamond in the East hand would make. Now, if East has a 5th diamond, then slam is actually really good. Or if West has any sort of distribution, or if West has a 5th diamond, then slam is actually really good, but without that extra trick, you need just way too much in the way of high card points for slam to be a great contract. What happened in the first 2 tricks? I wasn't watching, as usual. Jack of clubs goes around to the ace. Low spade, partner wins the jack. Would Declare play this way with ace queen third? Okay, that answers that. So we have 4 spade tricks. What did we have? We had 12 high card points. Partner has turned up with 6 so far, and dummy had 3. 12, 6, 3 is 21. So partner still has 2 to 4 more high card points out there somewhere. They're not in spades, they aren't in clubs. So partner has one of the red kings, probably. Maybe even the ace of diamonds. We have signaled for a high suit preference. We played the 4 of spades and then the 2 of spades. So we've asked partner to play hearts, which is exactly what we want. If partner has the king of hearts, we want to cash out. And if partner has a diamond card, we still want to knock out the king of hearts before declare can pitch heart losers on something. So we'll see if partner has worked this out. She's been paying attention to our spade signals, but it's not always so clear whether the signal is just like, I have a high card in this suit, or I want you to lead the suit. I know that Fred Gittleman talks about that a lot, like whether or not, what signals are supposed to mean, as opposed to, everyone's like, oh, we play standard signals, but what does that mean exactly? Does standard mean that we want you to be leading the suit if we encourage, or does it just say, like, this is where my values are? Partner cashes the ace of diamonds, which is not great for us. This is actually really bad for us. That is such a strange play. The ace of diamonds? I mean, it's not like Declare is going to make this thing. We have two spades and the ace of hearts to cash. But partner has... It wasn't just that partner set up Declare's diamonds. They gave him the tempo to get a heart discard before we were able to establish our heart tricks. Signaling in trump seems pretty forcing. I mean, again, it's like, what if our hand was ace queen third of hearts instead of ace queen jack fourth? We would still signal for hearts, but now partner looking at three small would not want to play hearts because that would set up Declare's heart suit instead. All right. Good luck, USA women. Let's head over. Oh, I forgot. Do we have matchups? So open, open, open. These are our matchups. We have Denmark, Norway, New Zealand, Netherlands, Australia, Italy. We watched Australia the other day. And I mean, they're going to be knocked out, so we won't get to see a lot of them in the event, but I don't really want to watch them again, especially since this is not really one of the big marquee matchups. New Zealand, Netherlands actually sounds somewhat interesting. Norway is not doing particularly well. Denmark is also towards the middle of the pack. I mean, this could be a fun match to watch, but I'm drawn to this one. The Netherlands is doing very well. New Zealand is on the cusp of qualifying, and we have a lot of New Zealand fans. So, yeah, we also watched Italy yesterday. Italy will be around for the whole tournament. We'll get to see them play more. They're fun. They're fun to watch also. But yeah, let's jump into New Zealand, Netherlands. Let's, should we watch a different pair? We saw Wibley and Brown playing. Oh, we'll get to watch our boy Leon. So this is Leon Meyer for New Zealand, a young junior player. Doesn't New Zealand have a strong pass player? I don't know, do they? You played poker with Leon earlier this year? Cool, cool. So this will be exciting. Okay, Craig's supposed to be back. Is my food here yet? Hello? Supposedly, yes, 20 minutes ago, but I wasn't notified. Okay, BRB, one sec. I'm back. So I got like a little fruit bowl, which is kind of cute. That's what I'm eating for a snack. So I'm going to turn my camera off, but I will rejoin the Discord channel and still be on voice chat for the set. But I should be back with you pretty soon in terms of face cam. Okay, what have we got going on here? We're already redoubled in one spade. I would expect nothing less from the New Zealand players. All right, I don't know. So Craig said that he was going to rejoin at some point, but not necessarily immediately at the start of play. So club, heart, showing spades, a spade by West, takeout of spades. Looks pretty reasonable. Double, I think, is support, although unclear. So probably 3-card spade support. North-South know they have a fit. South decided not to compete to 2 spades, which I think is pretty sensible, over East redouble, showing some values. I mean, it would definitely be preemptive for South to go on to 2 spades here, but obviously it's very nerve-wracking, especially against a young player like Van Prugen. Wait, is Van Prugen a young player? Rico Van Prugen? I'm not sure. But Driver and Van Prugen, who could easily have gone after 2 spades if they worked it out. So East-West get to 2-0. They do have 25 highs between them. And how many tricks are they slated to make in this contract? Lorian says Ware and McManus have a strong pass system. They're not in right now. Are they playing for New Zealand? Is that the third pair? That's a really funny system. I love it. So Declare has 4 hearts, 3 diamonds, while keeping South off lead, and a spade. Sounds like 8 tricks. He's going to have to duck a couple rounds of spades as well. So it looks as if North-South, because South only has 1 entry in the spade suit, he can only play clubs through once. I mean, this is all very double dummy. If I don't know if South is going to switch to clubs when he gets in, but he might. Declares either going to score the king of clubs or a long diamond, and that'll be enough for an 8th trick. Hey, Craig, welcome back.
Yep. Thank you. Where are we?
We are at New Zealand against Netherlands, Van Prugen and Driver against Meyer and Tisselvol. How is yes, Tisselvol.
Yeah, I see the table. I see. So I've missed basically nothing. Excellent.
Yeah, we just started. They had threatened a redoubled contract on board 1, but didn't follow through.
Oh, I see. It was 1 spade redoubled for a moment there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, okay, so South has this one opportunity to find a switch. He knows there's no real future for his side in the spade suit. But he does just play back a spade. It's kind of passive and safe. Let Declare do his own thing.
And I think this is a relatively new East-West pairing, right?
Yep.
I think the Van Pruyen and Voorhees partnership broke up quite some time ago, but I think this is a somewhat new development. And presumably is B Bob Driver, presumably. I think the other driver plays for Switzerland.
Yes.
So this is not the bus driver?
Nope. Boss Driver and Short Brink are on the Switzerland team, and they are not playing a Polish club, although they probably should be.
And my lunch was just lovely. And it's actually Craig, Craig. Um, uh,
This is kind of a
Sorry
nice
about
play
that.
by a declare here, trying to keep South off lead. Leads a diamond up. When the Queen of Diamonds got popped, he knew it was safe to duck that trick because that's the highest outstanding diamond. If North had split from the Jack, for example, I think he would have won the ace and then played a low diamond back, trying to insert the 8. So
Yeah,
120.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to be distracted just for a couple of minutes while I respond to a couple of emails I got while I was out.
Yep, no problem. East has a strong no trump. I need to pull up system cards. Give me a sec. So is this in their no trump range, or is it a little bit too strong? Let's take a look. East opens a club, so I guess it's a little bit too strong. Yeah, so East-West are actually playing the Tarzan club, the strong club. So one no is 14 to 16 for them.
I forget. I know that's a system that other Dutch players play, but I forget which pair founded it. Was it Brink and Driver possibly, or maybe? Yeah, if anyone in the chat knows who invented the Tarzan system, please let us know.
I know that someone has told me before, and I always forget, but yeah, it is kind of a popular system. Maybe for that family. So club by East, a diamond by West, negative. One spade.
It was Deweese and Mueller.
Yeah. Deweese and Mueller, that's the one.
Yeah, and those guys. I don't think they're on this team, but certainly one of the most successful Dutch pairs over the years. I think they've won at least one world championship.
Yeah, so again, that's another example for someone who was asking earlier about which countries are not fielding their strongest team. Deweese and Mueller are not playing in this event, and
Yes.
they're definitely one of the best pairs.
Yeah, Johnny Weissmuller played Tarzan in the movies after being an Olympic swimming medalist, as Matthew O'Farrell points out. Anyway, so we have kind of a normalish looking strong club auction from East and West. He's passed. Probably just says I had a strong no trump to rebid, and at this point probably just willing to abide by whatever wills. Gonna say his partner bids 2 hearts, and he does decide to give that 1 raise, even with kind of a flattish nondescript hand.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. I mean, his hand has gotten a bit better from the 1 spade overcall, because Ace Queen Fifth now he has no losers in the spade suit, but it is still kind of minimal for the strong club, right? It's a balance 17.
I do wonder, it's, West obviously was under some pressure and could have, a little bit more, but how much more could he have after a negative response? Maybe he's just hoping for a 6th trump or something. I don't know whether they play, a club pass, 2 of a major as, a long suit on a weak hand, which I don't think is super popular, but it's a treatment I have seen before, and it's kind of useful when it comes up on these layouts.
Yeah, it is a good point that
Like what hand is East hoping to buy that West can re-raise to game? You know, like the hand must exist, but it feels like it's a pretty narrow target.
I mean, maybe he's just hoping that all of the finesses are working. Like, North has the ace of clubs, the king of spades, the king of hearts, and his partner's just sitting on, like, ace fifth of hearts and out, and we're in a game. Remember, East-West aren't New Zealand. I was going to make the argument that East-West are just very aggressive. So, actually, North-South are the New Zealand pair. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you just, when you have a lot of values, your partner shows a little bit of something, or, could have a little bit of something, and the opponent's overcall, and the other one stays silent. You just expect every finesse to win, and here he's a little bit unlucky in that regard.
Obviously, like the Queen of Spades, it's working, but like when you start trying to count up to 10 tricks, I think you run out well before that point. Opposite most of partners' hands.
Mm-hmm.
Like, couldn't West just have Jack six of hearts and out?
I think so.
Anyway, I mean, this obviously is going to be a little annoying with a 4-1 heart split, but Declare doesn't really have any losers outside that other than that club.
Yeah, a little bit lucky that the clubs break, and as you say, it's somewhat natural to hook south for the Jack of Hearts. Now,
yeah,
there are some complications, because with the hearts being 4-1, Declare will get forced with another diamond, and then can't just, pull trumps. He's going to have to be very careful about the way he plays this hand.
I think he's basically okay, right? At this point, having seen 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 5 implied spades at least by North, he's got a percentage point of the heart suit. So you play a heart to the queen and ace, they tap you again, but you take a spade.
You play a heart to the queen and what? So if he plays a heart to the queen, it's going to hold, right? Like, the defense is a little bit easier if South doesn't have the Jack of Hearts, but South should have ducked this trick. If the Queen of Hearts holds, Declare plays a heart to the 10, right? Because thinking that North has the Ace of Hearts. This wins. Now you're just down. Because...
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So maybe he should have played to rough, even though the club's split, maybe he should be playing to rough a club with the Queen of Hearts, and then play spade finesse, take a spade finesse and just plan to rough spades and try to coup south.
Well, yeah, that would be the way to make the contract. So Declare needed to be very careful. When he played a heart to the queen, South could have, Leon, for later, because I know you'll watch the VOD, you could have ducked this trick. And again, I think this kind of defense is easier to spot if you sit on ace fourth of spades without the jack. Right? The Jack of Spades is like this illusion that you're like, oh, maybe Declare won't figure out to finesse my Jack of Hearts, but of course they will, right? They have to take the heart finesse on the way back. It's just percentage in the suit, and then the hand just comes home from there. So, what a hand. Look at West. West has a huge hand. And East has both minors. They don't make anything, but... Wow. And of course, in the meantime, North-South have just called for 6 of either major. Okay, forget I was talking about West's hand, but... Wow. This is going to be a fun one. So spade 3 spades, I guess that's a preempt with, or not preempt, but it shows both minors.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm a little bit work distracted. I'll be back with you in a second.
Hurry up, you were missing out.
All right, I'll put this on hold just for a second and see what's going on here.
Yeah, you should.
Interesting. I mean, so a lot of these like weird two-suited overcall treatments are very popular in Europe. This is one I have not seen before.
Well, Al Hollander appears to be have figured this one out. He says that one major 2-no trump is like their Michael's Cubid. Okay, here we go. South, what are you doing over 5 diamonds? Now, North North will definitely save in 5 spades, or bid 5 spades over 5 diamonds. Looking at his hand, he has no defense, and the diamond
I do
void.
not think North will bid 5 spades.
You think North will bid 5 hearts? I mean, whatever. North will bid
Right.
something over 5 diamonds because he has no defense.
With 0 defense and a diamond void, of course he'll bid.
Yeah. But I thought South might actually work out what's going on, and he does, because he's looking at 3 small diamonds and figuring that his partner's going to be short an awful lot of the time. Normally, I recommend against, presuming partner has shortness in a suit, but on an auction like this, I think it's very reasonable.
Particularly with East and West are vulnerable against not, so they're not going to be. So, East could have 4 diamonds and some kind of freak hand, but he's not sure which side is saving, but basically he's going to trust East bidding for one reason or another. But also notice, given that he knows West has 5-5 in the minors, and possibly West has a little bit of spade length because maybe East is bidding on short spades, he can figure if he needs heart finesses, they're overwhelmingly favored to work.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. New Zealand has crushed this hand.
Very nice bid by North here.
Yeah, and this is rolling home, so this is going to be 12-10, and a huge result for North-South. I mean,
yeah,
I think it's very possible that Slam is missed in the other room. But even if it's bid, maybe it's a little bit unlikely to get doubled. I don't know about that. But here we are. Actually, on the diamond lead, Declare can make an overtrick. Will he? Yes, he will, because the spades are 2-2. Oh my god. And maybe even if spades weren't 2-2, he would still play to make an overtrick, because it's very likely that East has at least 1 heart.
I mean, it's only 100-point overtrick, right? So, the value of playing for it, if there's even the slightest bit of risk, is pretty small.
Yeah, for sure. But here we go. I mean, there's just no contest when spades split. Isn't the diamond lead a bit odd? I don't know. I mean, the guy has ace, king, queen. Look, I understand that one of the defenders is likely to have a void, but do you really lead the ace of clubs on this auction?
Well, that's it. It's getting roughed most of the time, I think, but you don't really care. Your plan on the hand is to not blow a trick and sit back and hope you have 2 clubs.
Right, yeah.
Which I think is an argument for not doubling it, but he may have doubled to stop partner from bidding on.
Yeah, or, that you get a club and a heart. Partner could have a heart card.
Well, that's possible too, yeah.
Wow. So after 2 pushes, you can go back to work. This hand's boring. After 2 pushes, 6 spades doubled, making 7. I mean, it would be an amusing push, and I think possible. But it goes along the lines of what we were talking about the other day, where North might not have thought that 6 spades was making too often, but he was just taking a cheap insurance against 6 diamonds. Because, again, he had 0 defense against that contract. So pass by West. We might see a 2-0 opener by North. The range is 19 to 21. Good 19. There's no jacks. We've seen some players upgrade hands with no jacks in this event so far over the past few days, despite not having a 5-card suit. So I think it's very possible North decides to upgrade. He does not.
All right, one more email, and then I am all yours.
So a club, a heart, showing 4 or more spades. Now North can rebet a no trump, showing 18 to 19. I would assume, in their system. And then North has to jump to 2 now. So I guess they're not playing like the more modern version of these transfer openings to a club that Danny had brought up earlier.
What do you mean? So a heart showing 4 spades, like what would North's alternative be?
1 no. 18 to 19 because you bid 1 spade with the weak no trump.
Yeah, they must define 1 spade as having at least 3 spades, as a lot of players do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they've ended in what looks like a pretty normal contract here.
Yeah, now Declare might need to divine the heart position. 4 diamonds, a club, a heart, and a spade gets him up to 7 tricks.
Yeah, guessing the spade, unfortunately, is not enough because that's only his 8th.
Right. And at the point in time where... Now, it looks like East may end up getting squeezed in the majors. Well, like, technically there's no squeeze because East has the Doubleton Jack of Hearts, but East is going to be squeezed down to the Singleton Jack of Hearts. The way the defense is going to go, it's going to go Queen of Clubs holds, Declare probably ducks a second round of clubs, the defense clears the clubs, Declare might try and guess the spades immediately, and eventually lead a heart to the king and ace. East will cash the jack of clubs, exit a diamond, and at this point Declare can run the diamonds and cash the spade queen, and he'll be down to this like end position where actually that would just be... Wait, that's 5 defensive tricks already. King of spades, ace of hearts, 3 clubs. Okay, I'm sorry. So Declare can't afford to knock out the king of spades, right? That would be too many defensive tricks. So he'll have to play a heart to the king and ace. And then...
Oh, that's right. It would be 3 clubs, spade, and heart. Yep.
Yeah, and so then he'll come down to kind of like a similar end position where the defense will have taken the ace of hearts and 3 clubs. That's 4 tricks. East will kind of be squeezed down to the Singleton Jack of Hearts, and then Declare will have to guess what to do. I mean, it looks very natural to just take the heart finesse into East Singleton Jack. But...
Yeah, like West will probably have to pitch some hearts at some point just because he doesn't have anything else in his hand, but that's not going to be very revealing for Declare. You know, he's just going to know that West started with more hearts, know that he was squeezed out of them, whether he wanted to pitch them or not, and probably have to just play the odds.
Mm-hmm. And kind of an interesting distinction as to what happened in the other room. Amusingly, the way the auction tempoed out, North didn't have to save over 6 diamonds because his partner had doubled it for penalty. So West doubled 5 spades, presumably just showing a good hand. East ran to 6 diamonds over 5 spades doubled, and then South hit 6 diamonds for penalty. So North didn't need to take the cheap insurance.
Yeah, it's funny. So at this table, I think North, even though he was probably like pretty happy about his chances in 6 spades, wasn't confident enough to redouble. At the other table, at those colors, I bet North did contemplate redoubling for penalties. You know, East, West, or Red, White. I guess if they bid out and it's only down 1, it's worked out really badly for you. But, you know, if you think that you can collect a decent number against 6 diamonds doubled, you should probably be redoubling as North.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, Declare has crossed in diamonds to lead the 10 of hearts. to the king. East has to win the ace. And I think if Declare and Dummy's hands were switched, so if East was looking at Dummy's king, queen, 9 of hearts, then Declare could start getting a little suspicious when it goes 10 of hearts, low, king, ace. Because most strong defenders would duck the ace there, looking at the king, queen, and dummy. And therefore, the only reason he would win the ace is if he has ace-jack doubleton. This can be a read that you might work out as Declare. But in this case, obviously, East has to win the ace. And because Declare's hand's concealed, Declare doesn't get the same sort of inference, because Declare might think, oh, the defender is just winning the ace because they don't know where the queen is.
Right. Yeah, no, it's true. Like, sometimes you'll, once in a while you can get that position where, like, everyone would duck something, therefore you know that it's ace, honor doubleton, but those positions are pretty rare.
Mm-hmm. Also, it appears I've miscounted tricks, which these things happen all the time, but maybe Declare has also miscounted tricks, because it seems as if to make 9 tricks, he really needed to run the 10 of hearts there, right? Even if he picks up the hearts at this point.
Right, because he's crashing his own 10. Well, I mean, the West hand does get squeezed.
Oh, you're so right. The West hand does still get squeezed. Then again, is that the best way to play the hand, or? Well,
it's funny. East can break it up by playing a heart now. I think, right? Because that's the entry to the North hand.
Now that's fascinating, because East is not going to break it. I mean, East is well, like
no.
Regardless of what happens, Declare is not going to make this. If East leads the Jack of Hearts back, fine, the squeeze gets broken up and everything's great. But, well...
I did just push the double dummy button, and the Jack of Hearts is the only card that in his hand that beats his contract.
Yeah, but look, I mean, Declare is just going to take the heart finesse, right? Because he's going to play for the squeeze, which is necessary. And West is going to have to keep the king of spades.
But play for West to get squeezed out of Jack 5th of hearts, not Ace 5th of hearts.
Yes. But yeah, I do wonder if this was the right line of play, because running the 10 of hearts... It would just make when the Jack of Hearts is onside.
Right.
Whereas now you kind of need this unusual squeeze position. Oh.
Yeah, although he...
Oh my god.
That's...
So the fact that West stiffed the king of spades is actually... Declare has a chance. He might spend a minute thinking here, and he does get it right. Yeah, that stiffing the king... It's not just that the king of spades, gave up a trick. It's just like, why is West holding on to like Jack 5th of hearts? He wouldn't need all of those hearts, right? So
right,
it kind of looks like he's trying to hold on to some like 9 5th or 8 5th, yeah, to protect the suit. And that was costly. I mean, very well done by Declare to pick the end position. I had talked yesterday about how like the best declarers get these end positions right most of the time when the defense gives them the information that they need. And here he did it very quickly. He picked off that ace-jack doubleton of hearts so fast. So, oh, never mind. We have a 3-note down 2 correction. Okay, Vugraph, I'm sorry. So he very quickly took the heart finesse, which I think is also fine.
Yeah. Oh, I see. The operator was like, okay, like hearts to the queen, because he never contemplated anyone would take that finesse.
Yeah. The operator just didn't realize a finesse could have happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the finesse makes sense. I think Declare maybe should have paused for a second to wonder why West stiffed the king of spades so early in the play, because that just looks very strange.
So So he played the 10 of hearts to the king, and I actually think maybe that was reasonable if he thinks that West would always cover the 10 for technical reasons. Then his best shot at that point is just to hope the ace was on side after all, and then he can guess the spade later for his ninth trick. I think his plan was to play the 10 and then decide what to do based on West play, and when West didn't cover, he followed the Zia rule.
Sure. Yeah. All right, next board, board 5.
Quite a hand.
I know. I mean, it could have been 2 massive swings back-to-back for New Zealand, but we'll probably see a push on that board, or maybe a 3-ump swing one way or another. East opens a no-trump here. 2 hearts by South showing hearts, surprisingly. Negative double by West. North is like, sure, go ahead, play in spades. See if I care.
Yeah, right.
3 diamonds by East.
So, yeah, it's interesting. Like, this treatment is something that very few players at this level play. I wonder if this pair does it just to, make it a little harder for the opponents. Like, 2 diamonds showing 1 suit. Now the opening side, like, they can double, they can pass and double, they got plenty of options. Like, 2 hearts kind of forces the responding hand to commit themselves immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly they just can't remember anything more complicated, but that seems unlikely.
Well, in 3 no trump, Declare has 11 off the top after this heart lead. Wait, what heart was led? Was it 4th best?
Looks like it.
We just led low from Ace Queen Jack 6th? There's no way, right?
Wouldn't be my choice.
I love it.
And it wasn't 4th best, right?
It was not.
Because 4th best was the 8.
Yep.
5th or 6th best.
Yeah, so if Declare had... And I mean, I understand why Declare is playing the cards this way, but if Declare had cashed the spades before cashing the diamonds...
Yeah, they could take 12 tricks by squeezing South in a really weird way.
Yeah. Yeah, because South here has to keep Queen third of clubs, so imagine if Declare was in his hand at this point instead of in the dummy. Then Declare could actually knock out the Ace of Hearts and set up his long heart with the Ace of Clubs as an entry.
Yeah.
So... but only 11 tricks. I mean, it definitely looks and feels more natural to run your long suit before messing with your communication in spades, but I think Declare can work out that there's no way to squeeze North on this hand, because with North not having the heart guard and the count not being rectified, like Ace of Hearts and a heart, sure, we run the diamonds and hope that North gets squeezed in the black suits, but with a low heart at trick 1, I don't think we can ever squeeze North.
Low heart lead. So I think South knows that the King of Hearts is on his left, which maybe is a reason to lead low, but obviously you'd feel kind of silly if it's King third on your left and 10 on your right, and they just take 2 cheap heart tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's...
Again, possibly an operator error, although that would be kind of a weird one. Like, spot cards is easy to mix up, base cards are harder.
Yeah. Yeah, the claim about making 6 diamonds, I mean, if you were able to play 3 rounds of spades, pitching a club, rough the clubs good, pull trumps, and then somehow get back to the West hand, sure, you can make 6 diamonds. Which you can, right? Because diamonds are 3-3. No, you're totally right. 6 diamonds does make.
6 diamonds.
I mean, it's not a good
make.
contract. But, yeah, 6 diamonds does make.
I'm not sure. How do you make it on Ace of Hearts and a heart?
You rough a heart high.
Oh, I see. Instead of setting up the club, you just ruff a heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like kind of fixated on pitching a club on the long spade and roughing the club's good.
Yeah. That's what we would have to do on a spade or a diamond lead.
Right.
Hey, John. Apologies that you have to hang out with us. I know that you would rather be doing anything else like eating nails, but if this is the only thing you got on TV...
So here, I think Declare is probably going to make 6 on this lead. I was going to say on anything other than a club lead, he can take the heart finesse for free to pitch a club.
Yeah, hard opening lead, and this hand's just over. Declare can pull trumps, pitch the club, try the diamond hook, which is working.
And Matthew, to answer your question, things are good. I do, besides my kind of day job doing appraisals, I'm sure I've mentioned on the stream before, I have some private clients I work with, and, that's sort of, it's a little hit or miss whether I have any of that going on at any given time, and, like, kind of randomly at the moment, I have 4 private projects going on, so, like the day job, there's not really deadlines, as long as I stay caught up. The other stuff, I like to respond as quickly as possible. All part of the Ganser service. So I've got a flurry of emails coming in about various things that I'm trying to keep up with.
Yeah, no worries. This hand is kind of low
Yeah,
maintenance.
there's not much for this one.
I'm surprised Declare hasn't claimed yet. I mean, this is the moment where I'm probably like half asleep at the table. I'm about to pass out, and I'm like, okay, where's the ace of diamonds? And East says I have it. I'm like, cool, 12 tricks. Moving on.
Yeah, interesting. Al Hollander is saying that the treatment of Jacoby to use 3 clubs as the minimum rather than, its original version of you show your exact singleton. Stanley Martell apparently invented that, which I was not aware of. And it makes sense, like, having some sort of range showing bids, then asking for a singleton makes much more sense than having every bid show a singleton, then you ask for the range.
Right. All right. South has an 8 count. Who knows if they're going to open bidding? West will not be bidding.
Is this pair as aggressive as the New Zealand pair we watched the other day?
South's a junior.
I guess no one could be that aggressive, but
yeah, I mean, they are from New Zealand. I don't know how else you want me to answer the question. 2 passes, so is North going to open?
Yeah, so I mean, I know I've talked about this before, at least with you. Like, one thing, when you open light, you probably should not be opening light in third seat. Like, the old-fashioned reason to open light was your partner could have a pretty good hand, which means when you have 11, your side could have 22 or even 23 highs, and you've got to be getting in there. When your partner is limited to 9 points, there's no reason to open light in third seat. It's not your hand when you have a 10 or 11-point hand.
Yeah. So East opens a diamond, kind of precision style. West will bid and no trump, I guess.
Do we know East-West how many diamonds this promises? Like, are they 2 diamonds, old-fashioned, precision 2-diamond pair, or could 1 diamond here be a singleton?
2 diamonds is... So 2 hearts is their precision 2-diamond bid.
I see. That makes sense.
So yes, this does promise 2. In the diamond suit.
Which is a better than 2 diamonds showing a singleton anyway.
Spade opening lead from North, I mean, decides to lead 4th best from a major as opposed to his stronger diamond suit. Normally, you try and recommend against leading away from aces into a 1 no trump contract.
And here, there's possibly 4 spades in the East hand. There's not 4 spades in the West hand, so leading from Jack 4th isn't that risky? Declare will probably just run this to his hand and lead a diamond up, figuring that's his best shot for some extra tricks, and then, they have to decide whether to play on clubs immediately or cross back and lead another diamond.
Yeah, it does look somewhat attractive to like play on clubs, just because you can naturally develop two club tricks if you play the suit yourself, even if you misguess everything.
Yeah, and also this three lead possibly could be from a five card suit, so you don't want to play a spade yourself and then have them play a third round of spades when they get in and laugh at you.
Right. Oh yeah, this is a good point. So Leon South said that according to his teammates, they say he bids like a dinosaur. So for New Zealand standards, despite being a junior player, he's a little bit conservative.
Now, is this his first time playing any World Open event? Do you know?
I don't know, but I mean, he's a very young player, so this is obviously excellent experience for him to be playing here on the team. And I mean, he's obviously a very strong player. New Zealand's a great country to play for. They have a lot of good, strong pairs that they can field. So I don't know. I mean, he's probably just a rising junior star for the team. Maybe he can tell us later when he comes in. But
yeah, in fact, he played in last year's youth championship. I'm not sure what the age restriction on that, but I think that might be the under 19s. And that is the only time he's played internationally.
Yeah, so a good talent for the game.
Yeah.
West does guess the clubs in the normal fashion. You know, playing Ace of Clubs, Club to the Queen would pick up this exact holding for 3 club tricks, but Ace of Clubs, Club to the 10 is much better against the 4-3 splits.
Yeah, so this is a little annoying for him because he is going to have to play a heart to the king to access that queen of clubs. Oh, sorry, his clubs aren't set up, so he's going to have to just play heart to the king for his 7th trick.
Yeah, and
since the diamonds aren't splitting, but he's got at least 6, so no big deal either way.
Right, and I think he will do that. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't cash the spade ace before doing this. Am I? Maybe I'm not a little bit surprised. Because if diamonds are 3-3, we could just score a 7th trick that way with the ace of spades as an entry.
Right.
I was just thinking, like, if we cash the ace of spades and then exit a diamond, doesn't North just get end played? Sometimes, at least.
Yeah, but I guess we noticed South concealed the 2 of spades, so we still don't 100% know what the spade distribution is.
Well, but we do know North has the ace of diamonds. So even if diamonds are 3-3 and North has the ace, we go ace of spades. Who cares if the spades split badly? We exit a diamond.
Oh, I see. That's not enough tricks for the defense to go plus, yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's like still some chance that North crosses to partner in clubs and then a heart comes through and blah, blah, blah. But we still have a fallback on the ace of hearts on side. I mean, it's just an alternative. It's not like this was guaranteed to be a better line of play. But here we go. I mean, now we definitely exit a diamond. Actually, it's just so weird. Like, North gave us the opportunity to exit a diamond here.
Right.
Okay, we play heart to the king, I guess. Fine.
Well, actually, he knows where the ace of hearts is, right? Because with that extra ace, he would have opened in 3rd seat.
Yeah, that's also true. So I guess this is just guaranteed, but...
But yeah, it's true. It does look a little weird, given that he knows enough to do the other thing.
Okay, 1-no making 1. West has a nice hand, 15 count. And their 1 club is 15 or more. So I think West will open a club with this hand.
Yeah, it's not super attractive for a strong club, given that you don't have a 5-card major as your anchor suit. But yeah, it's got a lot of playing strength.
I guess it does just depend on, like, how descriptive your 1 diamond followed by 2 heart reverses. But maybe 2 hearts isn't even a reverse, because a lot of precision pairs will use that 2 heart, like, the major suit reverse to show some other hand type. He does open a diamond, though.
Yeah, it's also possible that they have, like, 15 is the absolute minimum, certain hand types, but a hand type like this, they might just require a little more for a club. I mean, one of the problems with a hand like West's is a club pass, let's say a negative diamond, or even a positive response. 2 diamonds, like, you're around behind the standard bidders on showing your suits. So, that's an argument maybe for opening even a heavy diamond, because it just makes it a lot easier to get everything on the table below 3 no trump.
Yeah,
like,
no,
effectively
this is...
go for a strong club. Usually you're starting a level lower, but a hand like this, you're effectively starting a level higher.
That's a good point. This is kind of cute. 2 clubs is natural and non-forcing by East. Which... that's like the worst bid that West could hear.
Yeah,
Does he pass?
I think it's a really good treatment, though, right? Because in precision, effectively, 1 diamond shows either minor. So if West corrects to 2 diamonds, East is fine with that. If West actually has, possibly 2 diamonds and 5 clubs, this is terrific. If he's got equal-ish lengths, like 1 card disparity, he just passes. So I think this treatment makes a lot of sense in a precision context.
Well, West rebids 2 diamonds.
It's also possible that he's non-forcing 2 clubs. Guarantees at least 2 diamonds, because otherwise it might be a little too awkward to play.
Mm-hmm.
If he's just 1-6 in the minors, and West is always going to correct with 5-1 in the minors, that's really bad.
Yeah, I agree. So... I mean, West obviously thought he had a good hand at the start of the auction. The 2 club bid makes his hand a lot worse. Queen of Spades opening lead.
As it turns out, this came up really well for East-West, because the standard bidders probably would reverse just on playing strength, even though it's a minimum in high cards. And now they're kind of stuck with nowhere to go. They have nothing but 7-card fits, and they're forced to the 3 level.
Right. I mean, they would probably end up in 3 diamonds, would be my guess.
Right, which, in a 7-card fit, like, sure, like, it's a strong 7-card fit, but, this is the kind of hand where if you can stay as low as possible, you're probably at least in equity winning some imps.
Yeah, definitely. And 3 diamonds, I think, is somewhat likely to go down, even though Declare on top only has 2 hearts, a diamond, and a spade, but there are some real handling issues.
And so, one other trick, if I open a diamond, a partner of his spade, I would just reverse, kind of knowing that I have a minimum, but it's a minimum with a lot of playing strength, and it's still within range. Like, reverses show extras, but we have an ace more than a minimum with our 15 count. So I'm not ashamed of my playing strength to the 2 hearts there. Like, I'm not going to make any aggressive moves later in the auction unless partner takes action, but I'm not ashamed to make 1 aggressive move on the West hand.
Yeah, sometimes, bidding systems, you just don't have the perfect way to describe your hand, and there's always going to be some sort of problem. The question isn't necessarily like, do I think the hand's good enough to reverse? It's, do I think that I can better describe this hand using a different action? And the answer to that question is certainly no. So, even though I don't think the hand is strong enough to reverse, I think it's a little bit too weak. I would prefer to have another spade on her, like the Queen of Spades. Then I would be thrilled to open a diamond and reverse into 2 hearts, even over a no trump or a spade or whatever partner does. Like, what's the alternative, right? We could open a no trump, which is like, it's fine. We have a 15 count.
In parts of the world, including ours, which is 1 law strike against it.
Yeah, so it is illegal in a lot of countries. But even if it wasn't illegal, this hand kind of feels like we want to play in a suit with the small singleton, very strong suits, ace, queen, 10 of hearts, king, queen, jack of diamonds. And so if we're not opening a no trump, we could open a diamond and over a spade rebid 2 spades. We're way over strength for that, and we're off shape. We could jump to 3 spades. We don't have enough trumps. Or we could reverse into 2 hearts. So the least of all evils is the 2 heart bid for me. And I think that's kind of the argument.
PJF is, suggesting maybe 1 heart as an opening would avoid some of these problems. But I think it just creates a much bigger problem, which is when we open a heart and rebid 2 diamonds, now we've kind of made 2 pretty big lies about the hand. One is we do have extras, but the other is partner is just never going to judge strain correctly because we're very much the wrong way around at our suits. Like, this is the kind of hand where we could end up in a Super Moisian 4-2 because partner just decides, that 3-0 is unplayable because there's no club stopper. And with King Doubleton of Hearts says, well, hopefully we can stand a 5-2 heart bid if we have enough high card values. And oops, we're actually in a 4-2. So I think it's really bad to open a heart on a hand like that. Like 1 diamond and then 2 hearts. Sure, it's a very slight distortion. We'd love just a little bit more in high card strength. But basically it's fine. We're very slightly off from what partner expects. But we have the right shape. We have more than minimum, substantially more than minimum opening by my lights. How bad could it be? Where the other way around is, to me, a gross distortion. So if I have to make some distortion, I always want to make the smallest distortion possible, as well as the least dangerous distortion possible.
Yeah, I obviously missed most of what Craig said, but I'm totally with you on that last portion.
Yeah, you missed nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, just generally, as a general rule, if you have to lie about your hand, which happens all the time in bridge, first look for the smallest lie, and then look for the lie that's least likely to let the auction get away from you.
Mm-hmm. And I think another thing to be said is that strong players tend to err on the side of, like, let's keep the auction alive and we'll figure out what to do later. Even if we get overboarded, at least we'll be in the right suit. So if you have if you have a chance to make kind of non-forcing calls that might be a slight distortion about your hand, or forcing calls that might be a slight distortion, the best players will tend to make the forcing call, because the later the auction goes, the better their bidding judgment will become.
And I think just kind of, as a one concluding remark on this, I think generally it's really, really dangerous to lie about your shape. Like, anything else you can probably get away with, fine. You end up under strength for some game, but 3 finesses work, like, these things can happen. When you lie about your shape, bad things happen really quickly.
Yeah, all right. The way the play has gone is very interesting, and it looks like Declare is going to make an overtrick here. I do wonder if 3 diamonds could have been defeated on different defense.
He's not going to make an overtrick, but of course he's only in 2.
He's not making... I think he is.
Because I was thinking that he was in 3. He's only in 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I am wondering if 3 diamonds would have gone down on slightly different defense. He just leads the Jack of Diamonds out of hand. There's a lot of lines of play that would work from here. This is one of them. Now he can ruff the 7 of hearts if he wants, ruff a club low. He could even play a second round of trumps, which would be good enough. At the other table, Matt Brown opened a diamond and passed partner's 1 no trump response. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, we were talking about how good players would tend to make the more aggressive action. No.
Whatever, like, if partner's 1 no trump, even if he could have 11, like, so when he has his absolute tip-top maximum, it's probably not a great 11, and we miss a 26-point white 3 no trump, but some of the time he has the 7 count he actually had, and we're in a really comfortable 1 no trump where they're a level higher to the other table. I like Matt's action.
Yeah, it seems fine.
like something like there's always going to be like some little spotting your ranges that your system isn't optimized for, and what can you do?
Yep. Okay, 2 diamonds making 3. So
Yep. So it feels like reasonable result for East West. Maybe they'll win an imp if one no trump somehow is held to 90 at the other table with the hearts offside.
yeah, now North has a 10 count here. We'll see if North does open. I think this will tell us a bit about the North-South style for opening bids.
Right.
For most pairs, I think this would be too light, even though first seat favorable. But I kind of expect North to open a heart with this hand.
I see. So Al Hollander is saying that if they open a club and rebid a heart, that actually shows 18 plus. That's a very old-fashioned precision kind of treatment. So even though it's 15 plus on certain hands, the West hand didn't have a good rebid. And as I was saying, opening a club and rebidding 2 diamonds is a bad sequence on a complex hand.
Right. Okay,
Like,
North
you have
doesn't
2 diamond,
open.
1 suitor. But
So North doesn't open. North also doesn't preempt in hearts. Do they have a natural preempt? They do. So North
Yes,
could have
Meyer.
preempted 2 hearts, but maybe the hand's a bit overstrength for that. A diamond,
Wow,
3
that's
clubs.
it's kind of a ridiculous looking hand as a weak 2.
It really is.
Yeah, so I think South obviously would have been 2 clubs opposite an unpassed hand, but here, given that his partner's pretty limited, because I assume their openings are aggressive at these colors, is willing to make a heavy preempt and just figure there's no chance he's missing anything.
Yeah, I mean, I like the bid, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the kind of action I really like to make also.
East decides to balance with a double. You want to protect partner, especially if you think that your opponents are fairly aggressive. And I have no idea. As we say, South is a little bit newer to the scene. East probably hasn't played against him before. So if South to us says that he's a very conservative bidder, but East sits down and sees some 20-something-year-old in the chair, he's probably going to expect that he's going to be more aggressive. So even if maybe balancing 3 diamonds would be an alternative action, he wants to protect against partner possibly just having a rack of clubs over there. We already saw one hand where diamonds went 6-6 earlier today. So they find the forced fade contract, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think they're going to fail to drop the King of Diamonds and go minus, but it's not a bad spot to arrive in at all.
Right. Yeah. You'll just
I mean,
hope the
maybe
Queen of
they'll
Spades
find-
is on. I mean, you don't have a lot of entries to West Hand.
Actually, I take it back. I think they might actually make this.
Yeah?
I mean, if they play Hearts before Diamonds, they'll find out that North has at least 10 points outside the King of Diamonds and have no choice but to drop it.
Yeah, the Queen of Clubs is a pretty revealing card, so...
Well, now South's playing a Heart back, so they'll know about, 7 points in the round suits and the Queen of Spades. That's 9. There's virtually no chance North has the King of Diamonds at that point.
Well, right. I mean, South obviously is switching to hearts here, looking at the dummy. So...
Right. I wasn't saying it was a mistake, but it's, unfortunately it's a play that's going to give the show away in the other suits.
Well, not yet, because North can switch to diamonds, and I mean, North might... Okay, he tries to cash the Jack of Hearts.
I mean, North, though, actually West might play a spade to the king now, right? Because he doesn't have an entry for another finesse if it's queen third on side. Maybe you just take the spade finesse and, and don't worry about it.
No, I think you're right. It's definitely more complicated than, like, taking a spade finesse. I don't think running the 8 of spades is particularly good. Because...
Yeah, it's true, because, now he has no choice but to drop the diamond unless he...
Well,
takes a finesse.
right, like he has no choice to drop
No,
the
yeah.
diamond and no choice but to drop the spade. So
Right.
he wasn't, and now it's going to come down to he just needs to count the high card points. And it's starting to look like he didn't. Ace Jack of Hearts, Queen Jack of Clubs, Queen of Spades. North cannot have the Diamond King. So East really needs to be thinking about that. Hey, SHG. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoyed the broadcast.
I do wonder why he bothered to just cross over with that spade. Yeah, obviously he's planning to drop it now since he didn't lead the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, it was just kind of like he was mechanically playing and like following his plan. Like, okay, cool, trumps have been pulled. Let's cross. Let's take the diamond finesse. Wait a second.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Well, nicely done. Sort of.
But yeah, I think you're absolutely right that Declare's line of play was very ill-conceived because it's not like he could take the spade finesse and then, would just need to drop the king of diamonds. He needed the spades 2-2 because he didn't have another entry to the west hand.
So a spade to the king is actually even better than that because singleton queen in south is actually somewhat likely.
Well, yeah, and, I mean, probably... Well... Man.
I think spade to the king is the right play. I mean, obviously, Rico's a world champion and just made the play and was correct, so I hate to totally back my judgment there, but it did look like he put himself in a pretty awkward position.
I mean, he played the hand very quickly, and that kind of indicates to me that he wasn't thinking very deeply about the hand, which is fine. It's totally okay to not think too deeply about the hand, but percentage-wise, he definitely did a bit of a weird thing, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting hand. I mean, we could make the argument that maybe North would have opened the bidding, ace of hearts, ace of spades, queen jack of clubs. That would be 11. Oh, ace jack of hearts, queen jack of clubs, ace of spades. That would be 12. So maybe it's just like both honors are marked offside. Interesting. Anyway, on to board 10. Not gonna overanalyze. No trump, 2 diamonds, transfer to hearts. Well, East has a super accept, I suppose. 13 count. What is their range? 14 to 16.
I was gonna say probably 14, 16. But whatever, after a transfer that is as good as any strong no trump can really be, right? You're not ashamed of your super accept.
Not at all. Matty B is in 4 spades doubled on board 9. It's interesting. I mean, he might, depending on how the auction went, he might just not have an option other than to take the same line of play. But we'll see how he plays it. 4 hearts appears to make. Diamond and 2 spades. There's a lot of club duplication, but it just doesn't matter. The 10-card trump fit makes things pretty straightforward on this one.
I didn't even bother playing any cards.
No.
Just said I'm gonna draw trumps and knock out the diamond and get on with it.
Okay, South gets a hand this time. Gets to open a spade. This should be nice. West will make a takeout double. And North has some sort of spade raise. Presumably East-West are going to find diamonds?
I think East will do something, but it won't matter. South's next spade is going to be 4 spades, whatever North does.
Yeah. So spade, there's the takeout double. North probably has a 2 no trump bid or maybe a 3 spade bid, depending on how they define these ranges.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty marginal limit raise, but you do have a At least your stuff is coordinated, couple of tens, King of Spades, Ace of Hearts is the right way around for those key cards.
Yeah, certainly. And the Ten of Hearts could be a big card. Partner could have like Jack third over there, and the takeout doubler often has the King Queen.
Yep. Yeah, so 2 Nostrum. Yeah, if you're East, probably up 3 diamonds, showing a limit raise, I guess. So East will probably double this. Maybe he'll bid 3 hearts.
I'm just like taking a look at their convention card and trying to figure out what's going on with 3 diamonds, but 3 diamonds, yeah, is exactly a limit raise with 4 spades. 4 or more.
Yeah, so I think if you're South, I would certainly just bid 4 spades and figure, basically opposite any hand with 4 trumps and some high cards. I'm not going to, make an informed decision, and game could be coming in with these strong clubs on the side.
Yeah, so he does bid 4 spades. I wonder if the hesitation might have been, should I bid 4 clubs on the way? Because with the singleton diamond and the double from East, it looks like the opponents might save in 5 diamonds, and I want to give partner info about a 5-level decision. But he just bids 4 spades.
I mean, the real problem with that plan is if you bid 4 clubs as South, West can bid 4 diamonds in the same way as a free shot to suggest a save, and that's really bad for you.
Yeah.
I think if his diamonds and clubs were reversed and it had gone 3 clubs by North double, now maybe you bid your diamonds because you're bidding over their level.
Yeah.
Or sorry, no, yeah, or whatever. Some auction like that, but here you really don't want to give the opponents a free 4-level bid in a safe situation.
Man, this is an exhilarating double, and I thought West was going to lead the Ace of Diamonds, and I think this makes Declarer's life very easy on this layout. Now, he probably doesn't expect to make this. He expects East to have 2 spade tricks for this double.
I mean, at least 2, right? East could have Ace Jack 9 4th.
I mean, technically, that would still just be 2. We could pick it up. But
I mean, we can, but what 3 entries you propose to use to dummy to do that?
Well, we don't need
you also have
3 entries, right? I mean,
we've also got to deal with the clubs,
Anyway,
sure,
Ace of Diamonds. So this is going to go very poorly for the defense.
The old junior game of the hand opposite the one that wins the trick gets to lead is really good when he says that spade holding.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still not trivial. I mean, I guess you're playing to set up the North hand, probably, if you think that West has some club strength.
Well, West is switching to hearts here. So you're going to win the Jack of Hearts, and you're going to lead a spade to the King, because, that's just the way you start the play. And the Jack of Spades pops up. And now you just, I guess it's not so trivial, because it's not clear to take roughing hooks, and West switches to clubs.
And so, and that, of course, maybe East could do something very clever, but I think Declarer probably knows the clubs are 5-5-2 around.
It's not... Oh, and he gets it wrong. He leads the 10 of spades. This is not the way to play the hand. I mean, it's funny, because the low club switch gave him an entry that he didn't need, but running the 10 of spades didn't exactly help his case.
No, I think he was trying to pin a stiff 9 in West.
Right, but he can do that by leading low to the King first.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand this play, and he probably expected he was going down from the start of play, but I think that's generally a bad attitude to take. The best declarers don't really necessarily assume that their opponents have their bids, and that they're just beating you whenever they double you. I think you should kind of assume that people have reasonable bids, but that sometimes you can still make the contract and just hope that the double places more of the missing cards. So yeah, I mean, like, sure, if spades are 4-0, you don't really want to lead the king of spades off dummy. That would be not as effective. You would squander an entry prematurely, but maybe something like try the queen of diamonds, see if he sweats a little bit. I don't know how confident you are that East has the diamond king for this double.
People make speculative doubles all the time against game contracts because the cost of being wrong is fairly low. So, like betting the hand on that particular read is a pretty aggressive play.
Yeah. Okay, PGF asked the big question. If West doesn't return a club, can this still make? I think so. But Declare is going to have to take the roughing hook and diamonds. A heart comes back. Okay. I think he might now make it, and this might make things a little bit easier. Heart goes around to the jack, and now the queen of spades. Ooh, 4 of spades. This is still fine, right?
For who?
West is pitching diamonds. Because East is now going to play back a spade, right?
I mean, maybe try a low diamond, hoping to fool Declare in some way.
He could. Yeah, I mean, a low diamond would have some merit. But I think Declare knows the club position, and even if he doesn't, by the time he goes ace of clubs, club rough, he'll figure it out.
Yes, there's
Or it comes back. Queen of spades.
Yeah, and I think East not covering the 6 of clubs from dummy is pretty revealing. I guess maybe he wouldn't do it because he wants to keep the lead in dummy, but probably most people do it because they have nothing to cover it with.
Wait! Declare didn't overtake the king of hearts. Uh-oh. No, this is fine. Wait, no, this isn't fine.
This is not fine.
Yeah, this is not fine. Yeah, Declare needed the 2 entries to take the roughing hook and diamonds and get back there. He needed to overtake the king of hearts, and
he might be going down more than 1 now.
No, he can still get out for down 1 by roughing a club and letting East win the diamond king. East is then played into playing red cards.
Right. I think if he plays that queen of diamonds covered and he roughs it, he's not going to do well at all.
Also, the ace of hearts just cat. He's just down 1.
Yeah,
he's just down 1.
Down 1. Yeah.
Man, this is a missed opportunity though for New Zealand, because the 4 spades doubled. Could have made that singleton jack of spades. I mean, Declare would have had kind of an easy time of it after ace of diamonds lead if he kind of guessed where the missing cards are. And I think he probably should if he works out the spade position. Once East turns up with not like ace jack 9 4 of spades, East has to have another high card, and therefore the only high card missing is the diamond king, right? So you would then be able to take the diamond roughing hook. But yeah, so that was a big missed opportunity. We'll see what happens in the other room, though. If 4 spades goes down, then it's not the end of the world. But if 4 spades makes there, then this is going to be a big swing. On to board 12, though.
So I missed the result coming in on that board 9, where they did go down to stricken 4 spades at the other table and were doubled. So a huge pickup for the Dutch team.
Yeah, so let's see. quick look at the auction. So North was able to open a no trump, and that makes all of the inferences about the hand much less clear to West. So my guess is that he just misguessed something in the end position and was unable to make it.
He got the spade right, but the diamond wrong.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. But on to board 12, a heart by West, 2 diamonds by East, which I think in the Tarzan system, 1 no trump is the game-forcing relay over a lot of their opening bids, or maybe 1 spade over a heart, it looks like, is the game-forcing relay. So all other bids are going to be this like limited hand type. East has a hand.
Well, this is clearly a heart raise. West paid 3 hearts on 10/5.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 diamonds is just
probably a sound raise in hearts, and 2 hearts would be a weak raise.
So systemically, they have it written on their card as this shows 9 or more with 3 hearts, which maybe 9 or more includes like shortness points.
Yeah, I mean, my take as a sound raise sounds like it was accurate enough.
Good lord, North doesn't raise to 4 clubs. I mean, I get it. But wow. Your partner comes in 3 clubs red and you have 4 to the king support.
So now, I think if you're North, you bid 3 no trump, right? Not 4 clubs. You hope the partner has ace-7 of clubs.
Well, we could go after this.
I mean, he does bid 4 clubs. I don't like going after it with possibly 0 club tricks,
Sure, yeah. We do have a result on board 11. 4 spades did go down at the other table as well. It was not doubled, so only a 2-ump loss for New Zealand. They remain close in the match against Netherlands. An important one for them. Well, for both teams, but mostly for New Zealand, because they're on the cusp of making it into the top 8.
Hollander is saying that West 3 hearts was a law violation. Don't tell Larry Cohen. Although there is the positive adjustment of the Singleton Club.
Mm-hmm.
And, more relevantly, when I have that hand, I'm just bidding 3 hearts. I really don't care what the book says.
Yeah. King of Spades lead.
I do not want to
should
defend 3 clubs in my hand.
Yeah, Declare should have absolutely no trouble making this contract. I mean, the King of Hearts roughs out, for one thing, so you don't need the Diamond Finesse, but the Diamond Finesse is working. And I mean, either way, I suspect West is just going to switch to a Diamond at Trick 2. You can't afford to let Declare knock out your Ace of Spades and get Diamond discards, so Diamond switch is kind of indicated here. I mean, maybe you should play a heart, hoping your partner has the 8, but like then Declare has the stiff kick. No, I mean, I think you just switch to a diamond at Trick 2.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how else you can get a plus score here.
Yeah, I hope partner has King Queen of Diamonds and that you can set up the suit. And
the 4 of Spades seems like a very strange card.
I think it's a Switzerland carding. You got to get the black 4s out of your hand as quickly as possible. There's the diamond switch, so Declare just knocks out the club ace, and that's the end of it. 1 more spade.
I think he's just going to claim now. There was a slight possibility, I guess, of a rough floating around.
Yeah.
Not super likely. It's hard to imagine what could be happening, but might as well just go through the motions.
Yeah, so probably a decent result for North-South. I mean, 3 no trump happens to make, right? Oh, I guess not on like a low heart lead. And I suppose East probably would find a low heart lead. Although East might lead the King of Hearts. Wait, thoughts on the King of Hearts lead from East against 3-0?
I mean, East might just try a diamond, rather than lead a heart from that holding into the north hand.
Right, in which case 3-0 would make. So,
Right.
possibility for a swing, but looks like 4 clubs or 3 clubs was bid at both rooms. And the board's a push. Four boards to go.
Yeah, so we'll see whether there's any action here, because I think here there is going to be a little system disparity, right?
Yeah, 18 count from South opens a club.
Yeah, so if you're North, you're a little understrained for one no trump, but the alternative is a diamond, probably, if they play inverted raises by past hands.
Well, they're playing... I assume they're playing transfers over their club, even by a past hand. Is that right?
I can bid a spade as a transfer to a no trump, yeah.
Yeah, so there's one spade, so South will have to jump to 2-0 to show his hand.
Yeah, no, the hypothetical option I was wondering about was if it won a club pass and no trump, natural, since North doesn't have really any great alternative other than one diamond. South might just raise that straight to 3, since that usually does show kind of a heavy no trump response.
It does depend on how you define your ranges. I mean, if 2-0 still shows 18 to 19, you just bid that, right? Like, that's what your hand is. So
Right, but if one no is normally like, sort of 7 to 10 or even like 8 to 11, as some pairs play specifically over a club, then South just needs a 3 no bid, and you can find 2 no as some kind of shape bid, which is nice to have.
yeah. Well, here we are. South does end up in 3-0 and gets a spade lead. I think the friendly location of basically everything means Declare is going to have a pretty easy time of it on this board. Jack of clubs and 3-3 clubs means you can pick up the club suit for 3 tricks. The King of Spades is an entry. You don't really have entries to take enough heart finesses, so you might just like drop the Jack Doubleton of Hearts.
Yeah, and I guess you could take first round heart finesses, but like if you've played a heart to the king, then you're, as you say, entry short for trying to finesse the Jack later.
Yeah, and I guess it's possible that you do take a heart finesse. I mean, the way I'm counting it out, 3 clubs, 2 spades, 2 diamonds. You need 2 heart tricks. So maybe you do use that one entry to not only cash the 13th club, but also play a heart to the 9. I guess we'll find out how the play develops. So first trick in, Declare wins, plays a club to the 10 immediately. This looks like the right way to start. What about transfer opening bids? Lorian says. I don't know. I don't know if transfer opening bids are really the way to go.
So I think we played strong spade. I think we played transfer openings.
Yes, I'm gonna stop you right there. Remember how the start of your sentence was when we played strong spade?
In a midnight game, to be fair.
Yes.
Look, there were some poor widow's favorites too. What do you want?
All right, West got a club count from his partner, so knows to duck the second round. Which also makes Declare pretty happy. Now he knows the clubs are breaking, so he just exits a club. I suppose ace and a spade is the way to go. From West.
I did, many years ago. I never played Mosquito, but I played with someone who was a big advocate for it. A guy from Massachusetts named Bo Yin Yang, who I think is no longer active in the bridge world. He was part of the MIT bridge crowd from back in the day, so I think I met him through Andy Stark.
Okay, West exits a low spade instead of ace and a spade. Which makes sense. He keeps communication between his hand and his
exactly.
partners. Although this play is a little bit revealing. Heart pitch from driver does give Declare a little bit of pause, because that's the suit that he's expecting to play next.
Yeah, we can see that East has no real alternative here. He can't pitch a diamond, and he really doesn't want to pitch a spade.
Yeah, so Declare pitches a heart, which I think is a good play. He doesn't need the fourth heart. He only needs two heart tricks to get up to his 9.
I mean, maybe on some layouts he has some kind of end play against the Queen of Diamonds, and he needs to preserve that Deuce of Diamonds to make that work.
Right. Why not pitch the Queen of Spades?
Honestly, I think the reason is because he didn't. Like, he was going to have to play it at some point anyway, and, and also he might want to exit with it on some layouts, who knows?
Yeah, I don't think pitching the Queen of Spades is all that great. It doesn't seem to do much for him. I don't think it costs, but the opponents are going to cash the Ace of Spades next, so you're going to have to pitch hard anyway. I think pitching the 2 of Diamonds is what a lot of people would be drawn to. Just like, well, that's obviously a loser. And in reality, you just don't need the 4th heart. By the time the 4th heart comes into play, it'll be trick 15. So...
Right. Like, you're going to have to pitch probably something on the defense's long spade, so that's going to be a red card, which means you might as well keep equal red card length as long as possible.
Yeah. I think the Queen of Spades is fine.
So,
I just, it just doesn't seem like it's better than pitching a heart for any reason.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to 1 second. That's a call coming in.
Queen of Hearts! He read into that heart pitch from East. What a baller. My God, this guy is good. He made 3-0. Nicely done. I think that's a pretty big result. It may be duplicated, but that's just wow. Nicely played. Nicely played. This kid has some promise.
Sorry, I've got someone coming to do a little work on my apartment in a little bit.
It's fine. All right. Board 14. East gets to open a diamond. Period. Showing 2 or more. He'll probably want to rebid that suit to show more than just 2 of them. South should probably make a takeout double. These takeout doubles, like the Nebulous Diamond, don't necessarily show clubs. They're often just both majors.
Yeah.
West fits a heart pretty normally. North, I think, is just going to jam 4 spades in the auction, and then what?
Yeah, I was wondering, like, is it possible that North would bid some lower number of spades and, like, give partner one last chance not to have a great hand, and yeah, that's what he's doing?
Is this the bid? Okay, King of Diamonds is not necessarily a great card.
I like 2 and 4 more than 3, but I think 3's okay. Like, I would expect a 6 spade for 3 spades.
Right, isn't
and
3 spades
hand overall?
So isn't
preemptive?
2 spades defined as like values and 3 spades is defined as preemptive? For most pairs?
That's my understanding of standard bidding. The hand may be slightly heavy for 2 spades, but yeah, I think 3 spades is kind of a non-standard treatment, if that's what it is.
Right, yeah, I agree with that. I would call it a non-standard treatment. I mean, maybe this is their agreement, like 2 spades could be values with 4, and 3 spades is values with 5. Makes sense. But here we are. We're in 3 spades in the North. For now. I guess West is going to balance, right? You got to bid 4 clubs. No? Oh, but wait a second. Wait a second. West has no defense, and his partner opened a limited diamond. He might think the opponents have messed up. I mean, even though he probably expects his side is making something in either hearts or clubs, he probably thinks they've messed up. He's right.
I'm not sure why he necessarily thinks that. I mean, I guess, right, if he thinks that the opponents have at least 8 or 9 spades and his partner has to have some red card fit or natural, either heart fit or long clubs. So, yeah, that's, I guess, a reason to bid. But, here, like, they were going to get to 4 hearts, which is, I don't know, like, it's not great. Maybe partner leads a diamond and you start roughing stuff,
Yeah.
Like, you're not far off from beating 4 spades off the top, like ace of diamonds, rough a diamond, ace of clubs, rough another diamond. If the king of clubs cashes, you've just taken the first 5 tricks.
Right, for sure. Well, as things stand, it looks to me like Declare is actually going to have a relatively straightforward time of making 10 tricks? Question mark? Maybe. Probably 10 tricks in this contract.
I mean, he's probably going to end up losing a spade, right?
Maybe you're right. We can rough 3 clubs, but then we have a spade loser, and there's no trump coup if unless the opponents really help us out. So maybe 3 spades is the limit. I mean, this would be a huge result if 3 spades is like par.
Yeah, so that would be 1 club, 2 diamonds, and a spade to lose, which I think is probably where this is going to wind up. Listen, I'm just going to step away for...
Yeah, go for it.
Probably the rest of this board. I'll be back in a moment.
We do see 13 big imps coming through for New Zealand on board 13. I didn't carefully look through the play in the other room. I guess I can check that out right now. But... diamond lead over there, which is a little bit more productive for the defense. Club to the 10. And then Declare actually decided to just go after the heart suit himself, electing to use a club and spade entry to hook the hearts twice. That actually looks like a pretty strong line of play. It might even be better than what Declare did in this room. Oh, although they don't know the king of spades is an entry. Interesting. Granted, South also didn't know the king of spades was an entry with the way things went at his table, but regardless, I mean... Wait, I'm back on board with this running the 10 of hearts being a much stronger play. Because you don't need much, right? Jack doubleton or Jack third of hearts in East Sand. You only need the 1 entry that the club suit gives you, so you don't need the king of spades to be an entry. You'll score 3 heart tricks that way. 3 hearts, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and 2 diamonds would be enough. Yeah, that actually seems like the much superior line. But I do like what South did at our table after he had played quite a few tricks to the hand. I think he worked out what was going on in the heart suit. East would not have pitched a heart from ace jack fourth, so he suspected East had ace fourth. West had Jack Doubleton. He picked up the heart suit. Nicely done. Earns his side 13 imps. So club rough, heart rough, with the 8 of spades, I guess. Club rough. I suppose we can play a diamond now. Maybe that's a little bit safer than roughing heart. King of spades. This feels like a really weird play because we do want to rough both of those clubs. Sure. King of spades, heart rough, club rough. Eventually Declare is going to score 2 more spades from here. So diamond. Doesn't really matter what West does on these tricks. I mean, there's a million ways for the defense to come to 3 more tricks from here. Like, West can ruff this, exit a spade. Hey, look, the other table bid and made 4 spades on this hand, so this is going to be imps going back the way of Netherlands. I assume they had a slightly different auction. So East opened a natural diamond over there. South was unable to make a takeout double. Heart by West, a spade overcall by North, support double by East, and South, of course, just bid 4 spades with his hand. Pretty reasonable. They got a heart lead in that room. Another heart pitching a diamond. 10 of clubs. There was a spade switch. But I didn't think this was good enough. Let's see what happened. Club ruff. Heart ruff. Club ruff. Oh, of course it's good enough. We can just ruff another heart and then ruff a club and exit a diamond, and the ace-9 of spades are high. Yeah, so 4 spades is actually pretty easy to make once you get there. At this table, he was only in 3 and kind of played safely, I guess you could say, for 9 tricks. Cost 7, though. A little bit of a conservative decision by North. And the match is close to being tied. Which we could say is arguably a win for New Zealand, but that means they're going to be falling a little bit further behind. Despite Netherlands being one of the stronger teams in the group, and you would like to score a small victory against them, you kind of do need to eventually start collecting some big wins against teams if you want to make it out into the knockout stage, and especially to earn yourself a good seeding spot. Alright, 2 passes go around to North. Wow, South doesn't even open the 4x1 11. Singleton jack, but still. North opens a club in 3rd seat. Hard overcall. I could get behind a 2 hard overcall from East here. You have spades locked up, so the opponents are very unlikely to be in spades. It's possible that the opponent's fit is in clubs or diamonds, and that's when preempts really shine. If the opponents have a minor suit fit, but they've opened one of a minor, there's no guarantee they're going to find it. Anyway, 1 heart is pretty normal.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from, and, I don't know which I prefer, but I think there is a lot going for it.
Yeah, so 1 spade by South looks like a transfer to no trump is what I'd expect. And I mean, North-South have some stuff here. They have combined 25 highs, but they might be on their way to a 1-level contract.
And I think basically correctly, right? With the East-West spade holdings, they're going to have a hard time making 3 no trumps since only one of the minors comes in. The unexpected one.
Yeah, now, I mean, the way things have played out, North, I think, is going to have a hard time passing this. He passes? Whoa!
Yeah, kind of. Oh, well, hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he has a maximum and South invited, automatic to bid. But yeah, if he somehow does find a spade lead, that's just going to be it. I think even on a heart lead, though. Well, actually, on a heart lead, Declare can make this.
Hold on. Player defend, Craig. I choose to play.
You think on a spade lead, Declare is going to make this?
Well, I mean, double
on a heart lead.
Look, double dummy. You
yeah.
have 8 tricks in the minors.
I mean, sure, but probably single dummy. You're not going to take them, right? West won't split, and you won't guess it.
Yeah, I do suspect that Declare is unlikely to pick up the club suit.
But now he doesn't need to.
Well, hold on a second. Wait a second. I can do a massive overcomplication here, but I think I might be right. Oh, you're so right. On the heart lead, there's just nothing for it. Let's say they do lead a spade, right? So spade
Okay.
to the... Does it matter? Spade to the queen and king.
Sure.
We need to now cash 8 tricks in the minors, right? So if clubs split, we need diamonds to split. So East needs to have 3 diamonds. East would need to have at least 2 clubs and 5 hearts. This would give West a 5-card spade suit, or longer. And West never bid. I don't know. I guess it's possible.
Like West didn't have a great chance to bid, but it's true. You do have some clues about what's going on from that.
So
It's a pretty big play to play Ace of Clubs, club to the 8th, though.
it is a big play. But if we're eliminating unlikely possibilities... Anyway, the way it went, low heart lead now declares golden. Because the diamonds do happen to split, so even if he doesn't pick up the clubs, he scored 2 tricks in the major suits. He only needs 7 in the minors.
Yeah, as long as either suit comes in, he's got a plus score.
Right. You probably duck this trick. Win the 3rd round of spades, and then if both diamonds and clubs don't split, you can hope that spades are 5-3 with West having 5 of them, and you can knock out the ace of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems like a good
point.
play. Yeah, this seems like a pretty big miss from Declare to not duck this trick.
Yeah, nothing bad can happen to you if the Queen of Spades holds.
No. It's like a match point thing, I guess. You know, like at match points, you definitely don't duck there, because then the opponents could cash a heart. And if diamonds and clubs come home, that you just squandered an over trick, I think, for no reason.
Yeah, and here cashing heart might be good for you if the minors don't break it and somehow rectifies the count on a defensive error.
All right. Minor suits split favorably enough, so Declare does in fact have his 9 tricks. This looks like a decent result, although I think it's very likely to be duplicated in the other room. But who knows? I mean, maybe East will lead a spade over there, and then we'll get to find out if Declare works it all out. So good result for New Zealand there. They'll probably at least hang on to the lead, if not pick up a few imps. And on to board 16. Final one of the set. So West gets to open a diamond. East will bid a heart. And I assume West can bid a spade in their system, but I'm not entirely sure of that.
I think so. I don't know what else he could really sensibly do there. Like a no trump seems kind of crazy. Whoa, so Al Hollander's saying that Switzerland is currently being blitzed by the Hungarians.
I did see that. Yeah, we'll take a look at the standings after this match concludes, but it's not a great showing for them today, although, you know, they had some leeway. I'm sure they're still in the top 8 at the very least.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, you know, effectively half the teams qualify, and Switzerland, even on its worst days, is probably comfortably in the top half of either group.
Yeah, so I actually forgot that these guys just played basically everything's a relay when they're game forcing. So we get to see the relay auction. One no trump is a game forcing relay, and now I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I wonder if they start by showing their shape or their strength. Probably shape, because the strength is pretty narrowly defined in a strong club, but who knows? Hopefully Al Hollander will be able to give us a little information about what this auction means?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so two clubs is some sort of artificial bid showing West's hand type of some kind. Two diamonds is asking. Two no trump is another artificial bid showing a bit more info.
Yeah, certainly. Relay systems, it's very common for the responder to show shape and to kind of, worry about strength later. So I would guess that West is just patterning out in some artificial way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
which is fine for East. Yeah.
Al's saying that two no trump is long diamonds, four spades, and short hearts. So it's frequently going to be this shape, but could easily be 4054, 4063, 4162, that sort of thing. East can ask again if he wants to. I think East might just put it in four spades now, assuming West has maybe... he does just put it in four spades.
Yeah, this was fine for East. He's not in the slam zone, so all he cares about is which major suit fit, if any, do they have, and, he'll just place it either in a game in a major 3-no trump appropriately.
Yeah, the singleton heart, I think, is what made him a bit less inclined to keep asking questions. That King Jack 10 fifth of hearts, now he wants to rough out in his partner's hand in spades.
Well, and also, he has a 13 count with a stiff club, and his partner's limited by not opening a strong club.
Yeah, he definitely does not want to investigate slam opposite a limited opening hand, so...
Yeah, like where these relay methods can be a little awkward is, like, if he's had a 19 count, then, it's a little annoying because West shows his shape, but East never gets to find out if he has any extras.
Yeah, now Queen of Clubs lead, Ace 10-9 hits, declare wins the king in hand. You're like, well, that wasn't the best lead.
Yeah.
10 of hearts. Whoa.
Yeah, I guess on a good day it goes low ace. I guess it's not really possible, but, I think he just wants to not risk crossing to a diamond to play a heart, just in, in case there's a rough floating around or something. Or,
Man.
This is fine.
10 of hearts. Okay, sorry, I'm still shell-shocked by that 10 of hearts play.
I think he's just counting winners with his strong spade spots, like rough a couple of hearts, take some aces and kings in the minors, still have a bunch of strong spades in your hand.
Okay. Yep. Nope. I mean, this is a thing. Yeah, I'm on board.
I mean, it's a little weird, like, that kind of scramble is more common in a part score than a game, but, kind of feels like that was his general plan.
I'm sure you're right that was his general plan. Did he actually count to 10, or is he just, like, I don't know, playing with vibes on this one? Because I'm not... I think we're having a hard time getting up to enough tricks if we plan to pitch a diamond loser on the clubs, which is what he's done. Now, obviously, South gave up a trick here by continuing clubs. Right. But it's not like we can efficiently establish the heart suit. We just don't have a lot of entries to the East hand to rough a lot of hearts.
Yeah.
So I think to set up hearts, we probably needed to collect at least one heart trick, which means we really wanted to lead that singleton heart from dummy.
So I think South may have calculated that when it gave up a trick, given that the ace king of diamonds are in dummy, that it was probably an irrelevant trick, which it sort of was. Like, the ace of clubs is pitching East third diamond anyway, the 10 of clubs isn't really all that helpful to declare.
Well, I mean, he now gets to pitch a heart. Like, he has a lot of heart losers, and he can't.
No.
Really...
I mean, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, and I think, obviously South probably didn't realize that East shape was as extreme this way as it is.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe there's not much that can be done if South doesn't work out to continue a heart when he gets in. I mean, you do need to kill Dummy's entry to the long diamonds, and so South was hoping that he was taking out a club entry, but obviously Declare just now has a late heart rough entry, right? He's just going to rough a diamond, exit the jack of spades, and then Dummy's high. So this is another example why that 10 of clubs was an important trick, right? If the 10 of clubs was still in dummy, Declare would be down one at this point. Yeah. So let's head over to the other table because I'm curious how the play is going to go in four spades.
Yeah. I know keep in mind, one thing about the relay method is that other than knowing East has a game force and at least four spades because they chose to put the contract there, the defense is really just operating blind, and that's inevitably going to produce some extra tricks for Declare on some hands.
Oh, yeah, for sure, right? Because obviously if we take a look at the auction at this table, a diamond by West, natural. A heart by East, natural. A spade by West, natural. Four spades by East, dummy hits. You have a good idea about what Declare's hand looks like, whereas East's hand on the previous auction, they had no idea.
Right.
So that's why the Queen of Clubs lead. That's why South had no idea that East had a singleton club. But
right, East could have had anything from a 4-3-3 15 count with four spades to an absolute freak show of a hand, and the defense really doesn't know until probably they've had to commit themselves.
Yeah. Now, I mean, maybe South was hoping that second round of clubs would give his partner a ruff, in which case he would have just beat the contract. That's one simple plan.
Right.
I think maybe...
Which would be my hypothetical 4-3-3 hand. It's not so unlikely.
Sure. But I think maybe if he spent a little bit more time considering what was going on, he may well have come up with the right defense to play back a heart there.
Maybe that is an argument for leading the 10 of hearts as Declare did, that it really forces the defense to make a plan before they know anything at all about the deal.
Well, the 10 of hearts is really revealing, right? Because now South knows his partner has the ace of hearts. Like, if it had gone diamond to the ace, heart up, I mean, not only does that, I think, make the contract legitimately, but South would then not know that it's safe to continue another heart trying to force dummy.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's a push board, so well done by Matt Brown here to make four spades. It looks like he did take the line of play. I'm going to quickly step through the play for just a second.
After all that, the New Zealanders won by one imp.
Yeah, so New Zealand beats Netherlands by an imp, which is a good result for them. Netherlands was one of the teams that's towards the top of the standings. But, so Matt Brown did cross in diamonds to actually take a spade finesse, won a second round of diamonds, and then led a heart up. And so by scoring that extra heart trick, he just had barely enough tricks to set up the cross ruff that he needed to make the contract, establish the diamond suit, ruff a heart, play a high diamond, pitching a heart, and South is kind of pickled, just gets his natural trump at the end. So nicely played. All right. We have about 50 minutes, I think, until the next round.
5-0?
Yes.
Oh, I thought there was a shorter break. I guess the teams just played fast.
Let me take a look. To confirm, yes, next round starts at 3 p.m. our time. So that's 50 minutes. And here are our results currently, where the teams stand. So USA, oh my god. Well, USA is killing Romania, but both teams are going to get 15 VPs of time penalty.
What?
Like, whoa, what is this? Hello?
Oh, wow. I didn't realize that it showed that.
How is it possible that they're only on board 9? Are they on VooGraph? Wait a second. We need to see this. We have Australia, Italy, Denmark, Norway, Scotland. No, they aren't on VooGraph. What is this nonsense?
In the other match, Australia, Italy is only on board 11, but wow, that's crazy. Maybe there were director calls or something that added some time.
Yeah,
it's
it could
hard
be.
to imagine that they're 5 boards behind, purely on bridge.
Anyway.
Yeah, so Switzerland has fallen all the way to 7th place, and they're still comfortably ahead of 9th. They're more than half a match ahead of the 9th place Danes. But, very disappointing day for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they played some of the stronger teams in the event. They played up against Poland that we saw earlier, and Poland had a small victory. Yeah. Or Poland had a large victory. And then now they've played up against, Hungary is not one of the favorites, and they just got blitzed.
Right. I mean, it's only board 13, so they could get a few imps back, but at the moment, it's a full blitz number.
Right. Okay, I guess I'll hold off on marking the bingo card, but we do have a square for it. Yeah, the VP shout
I mean,
out.
I think you've got a chance because Finland is not just blitzing Kuwait, but they're up 76-0, which means they've got a little room to play with for their blitz, and Kuwait is struggling more than any other team in either group, so I got a feeling they're going to pull that one out.
Yeah, very possibly. But yeah, so France has now overtaken the lead in Group B, Italy in second. Again, those are 2 of the top teams. I mean, we would have expected to see Switzerland up there, but they've fallen for grace, at least for the time being. Brazil kind of fighting back. I mean, they were at the top of the standings for the first day and partway through day 2, but then dropped a little bit. They're still sitting in 8th. Denmark, Norway is making a run for it. They're in 10th. Australia still sitting well back. But, less than a match between Brazil, who's in 8th, and India, who's in 15th on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so the Indian team, I guess I thought that was one that might be a little bit of a sleeper in the draw. India does have a very active bridge community and some strong players. Maybe for them also the travel is tiring them out a little bit. I don't know when these teams arrived in Argentina, but basically India had as far to come from as anyone other than possibly China.
Right, yeah, I really don't know the travel plans and haven't heard anything from any of the players. It seems to me like Pete, at least, was making some of his videos from home up until, a day or so before the tournament started. So I think he's the coach of the Australian team, traveled with them probably like the day before the tournament.
Which is okay for a coach, obviously, who doesn't need to be quite as rested. My impression is that the sponsored teams, a lot of them get in well in advance. If you're paying your own way, it's a bit of a problem to, get there a week ahead of time.
The U.S. team has caught up a little bit in terms of pace, and they've also caught up in terms of VPs a little bit with their huge win over Romania currently. They're now through 13 boards and almost pitching the shutout. So Israel, Netherlands, USA. Sweden has fallen a little bit. Sweden up against Ireland, in fact, not having a strong performance. Ireland is sitting in 5th. That might surprise a few people. I believe Ireland is the 8th seed in this group, if I'm not mistaken. So they are expected to qualify, but 5th is a little bit higher than expectations.
Yeah, it's a bit of an outperform. I suspect that USA-Romania, someone just forgot to enter viewer results in the bridge mate, because there's no way they just played 4 boards in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's probably true. So Spain, Argentina back up there in 7th, Romania in 8th, Germany, New Zealand. As mentioned, it's not as if New Zealand against Netherlands being the number 2 ranked team. New Zealand getting a small win there is bad for them, but they have fallen a little bit in the standings because some of the other teams at the top are getting these big victories, like USA 18-1.
Some of it depends on the draw. Like, if New Zealand is in 10th place but hasn't played like Guadeloupe and Pakistan, they're possibly in better place than someone who's a spot or two ahead of them but has already gotten to play the weakest teams in the group.
Yeah, so let's actually take a look at that. So the cross table by rank, because now that the teams are kind of starting to fall into place a little bit, and this is before this round started, so we don't get as good of a view as if this round was already in the books. But here we go. So Netherlands.
Sorry. Where can one see the cross table?
All the way at the very bottom of that page that has the the link to the results. So the running scores at the top, and then cross table at the bottom. So Netherlands and Israel actually might be a little bit higher than expected, because other than Netherlands against Sweden that is already completed, Israel has not played Netherlands, Sweden, USA, Spain, or Romania, the top 5 teams on the scoreboard right now other than themselves. Netherlands has not played Israel, USA, Spain, or Ireland, some of the top teams on the scoreboard. USA has not played Netherlands, Israel, Romania, or Ireland. But Sweden has actually played a couple of the top teams. They had a big win over the Netherlands and a small win over the USA. So they're probably doing a little bit better than expected. Whereas taking a look at New Zealand, they have played Pakistan, who is the lowest ranked team currently. They have earned their bye already. And they've also played a couple of other lower ranked teams, but they've also played a couple of higher ranked ones.
Yeah, the New Zealanders still have to play Guadeloupe and Hong Kong, who are also at the bottom of the standings, so that's a little bit good for them.
Yep. Yeah, and so teams like, for example, Romania and Ireland, who we see currently sitting in, well, I don't know after this round, but on this sheet that I'm looking at, 6th and 7th place, they've already played both Hong Kong and Pakistan. Romania and Ireland have, so they might be a little bit higher than expected in the standings currently. Wire buys 12 VPs? Man, I don't know. It feels like a weird number, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit the other day. I think because they are.
Yes. So looking at the other side, actually, France hasn't played up against many of the top teams yet. So France, even though they're sitting in first currently, at least on my scoreboard, they have a lot of work cut out for them over the next few days. If they want to maintain that spot, they have Italy, Switzerland, Poland, and China to play, as well as Brazil. Italy, among those teams, has only played up against Poland. They had a big win over Poland, which is good, but Italy has also played up against some of the lower ranked teams like Austria, Hungary, Korea, and India as well. Switzerland, in the meanwhile, has already played Poland and China, but they still have France and Italy to contend with. They've also played Brazil, though, so Switzerland kind of understandably has had a bit of a tougher strength of schedule so far. But we'll keep updated on this. Let's take a look at the women's currently. Where do things stand? I know that we watched a little bit of the USA match earlier from the previous round, so we're now into round 11 of the group stage for the women's. Poland's still up in first, Sweden in second, China, Australia up there in fourth. Way to go, V8. I think she's the coach of the women's team. Is that true? I don't actually know. She came in, and I think she made some comment that made me believe that she was coaching the team.
Justine Beaumont, so if that's who you're thinking of, then yes.
I actually don't know V8's name. That's sad, isn't it? But maybe.
If it's Justine Beaumont, then yes.
Yeah, it could be. Italy up there, yeah, Germany,
I
And
know a couple of the
USA's
women on
hanging
the
on.
Australian team, and they're strong. Yeah.
Yeah, USA's hanging on in 13th currently.
Yeah, good enough.
Seniors still, I'm like a broken record here. USA at the top of the standings for that. Sweden, France, India, all good teams. Argentina in qualifying position right now, with New Zealand and Switzerland sitting just outside. And then over in the mixed, we have... Holy crap! What happened? The USA wasn't even qualifying at the start of the day, and now they're in 6th? Where did that come from? Oh my god, Germany, please. They're already dead. Can you please stop? Someone call a medic. They're up 30 VPs.
Germany has the best pair in the event, so...
They do. It is incredibly strong.
As well as some other strong players, but yeah, Roy and Sabina are head and shoulders ahead of the rest of this field.
Mm-hmm. So Italy, Norway, Croatia, Poland, USA, New Zealand, Hong Kong is up there in 8th. France is in 9th, so top 16 once again still qualify for the knockout stage in this, although there are 29 teams, so it's a little bit more than half the field are making it to knockouts.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I hadn't really thought about it, but of course Hong Kong sent teams for everything, and I'm a little surprised that Singapore sent teams for nothing, because there are some Singaporean players who play in every NABC. I would have thought that they might make the trip for this thing, although I think when they play in the US, sponsored, so maybe with no sponsor they were less inclined to make the trip.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, like you're thinking Poon and whoever he plays with.
Yeah, I think he plays with someone named Wang, and there's another strong Singaporean pair that I think generally plays on that team as well, but I forget their names.
Mm-hmm.
We've had...
V8 is not the captain? Okay, so she was just cheering for her girls, and I mistook the comment.
Our Alt and OCBL teams. We have a couple of players from Singapore, but I don't know their bridge-based handles, like Bridge Boy and someone else.
Like Sarah Puff and Choco something. One of them commented on one of my videos once. Yeah.
I don't know whether it was a smart comment, but they played very well in these events.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I think those are the same guys that come to the US tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm currently at the Norway-Denmark table because they're finishing out the last board, this 4-spade contract. Very interesting. We've seen a couple of different approaches now from 3 different declarers. So on this one, West, who I'm going to assume this is a sponsor. Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is just a really young guy. I mean, based on the photo.
I'm sorry, which table are you at?
Bilda and
Pledge Drop?
Yes.
Someone else can pronounce that for you, please?
That one. Oh, it's Morden? I don't think this... Is this really Morden?
I don't see why not. He's certainly a strong player. He's played at the last few NABCs. He'd be a fine addition to the Danish Open team.
It really is. I just assumed it was going to be Dennis playing with a sponsor. But okay, so it's Morden playing with probably not a sponsor, just a young kid. Gotcha. Anyway, so West here has decided to win the Stiff King of Clubs and Dummy, lead a diamond to the ace, and then lead a heart up. Which looks to me like the most natural way to start the play, but obviously there are alternatives. We saw Matt Brown from New Zealand win the Stiff King of Clubs, cross and diamonds, and take a spade finesse immediately. And then we saw the other guy from the other team. Hold on. It was not Driver. No, it was Driver. Win the Queen of Clubs lead with the King, and then just instantly lead the 10 of Hearts. Yeah.
Yeah, so somewhat surprisingly, there's only one Bilda on the Danish team.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis is a full. I think he's a full-time pro. So it would surprise me to not have him be playing on a professional team of some kind. Not necessarily in
Maybe he
like
has.
this event, but like he might be in the
It's true.
transnationals.
Yeah, I guess that's true. If he had work for that, or even just wanted to keep it open in case he got work, that would make sense.
Punchton
I think
says
he-
there's very little sponsored bridge in Denmark, so it would be rare to have a
Well,
sponsor on
sure.
the national team. Yeah.
Right, but yeah, the transnational, you can get a sponsor from anywhere in the world, and possibly he did.
Right.
Yeah, I guess he's still playing with Madala in open events, but obviously Madala probably wasn't going to keep the date open
Yeah.
when he could play on the Argentine national team. Maybe, though. Who knows?
And I have no idea if Madala is sponsored on his team either. Like, it just varies from country to country.
Yeah, there is some sponsorship in South America, but I don't know much about that country's bridge community.
Hmm.
I mean, just looking at the roster, it's only five-handed, which suggests they're all amateurs, but who knows? Maybe
Not
not.
for this
Again, I
team.
guess five-handed could mean there's a sponsor and, some pairs wheeling. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, so both of these lines of play look a little bit better than the Netherlands player, Driver, what he did at his table. But I say that mostly because these lines of play make the contract and his did not. But that might just be a consequence. But no, I mean both of these look a bit more natural to me. Like use an entry to take a finesse towards the east hand rather than kind of just opening yourself up for a lot of pain.
yeah.
Okay, I mean, Declare has kind of bungled this one a little bit. Now, he is going to go down, but that doesn't mean his line of play was terrible. Because at this point, he's kind of banking on just like the Queen of Hearts being in South Sand. He's going to take the Heart roughing finesse, and that's not going to work, but that's okay. Sometimes his second spade finesse works, and then he just has much less work to do in terms of collecting the rest of the tricks. But there we go. Down one. So potentially another big pickup for Norway headed on this hand because Denmark goes down in four spades. Let's head over to the other table and finish out the last couple of boards. At least during the break. Wow, four spades doubled in the West on this deal. Oh my. North-South have taken 5 tricks already. And
Well, yeah, I'm looking to see what happened in this auction to get them there.
well, so I mean, this is a good save. North-South vulnerable are making a game.
I mean, it's a good save, assuming the game was going to make, which it wasn't necessarily, especially once East-West were bidding spades.
Oh, right, yeah. That's this hand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's this hand.
I do remember. It would be interesting to see if anyone went down in 3 no trump on the recaps for this board, but wow, Declare actually, this might not be a good save anymore. I guess Declare has kind of mispicked the position, and that 7 of spades is getting promoted. Oopsies. Oopsies, oopsies. So he's going to be down 4, so this has turned out to be a bad save. And
Yeah, and in fact, having overcalled the spade, he put his side in a really great position to win a pile of imps. since his teammates just made the normal 3-no trump on the normal, not ideal lead.
Yeah. Wow. Wow,
So,
wow, wow.
Yeah, yeah, so very costly East-West actions there.
Well, okay. I mean, to be fair, once Westover calls a spade, three no trump wasn't even on the table. East just already decided to bid four spades, which I totally understand. You have a singleton. You're
right.
favorable.
Yeah.
You have 4-card support. Like, I get just bidding four spades with that East hand. It makes a lot of sense to me.
No, it's true. It was like, oh yeah, I got overcalled. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do like overcalling on hands like that, but yeah, once in a while you run into something like this, and it's very costly.
Mm-hmm. It kind of goes to show that like you just can't have two people being overly aggressive on the team. Then you get too high a lot of the time. So like if Westover calls a spade, which like is fine, then sometimes East should temper their actions a little bit. But obviously you can't fault East at this vulnerability. You just bid four spades and hope that it's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Like I think it's one reason why so many successful pairs are like one guy who operates and one guy who sits there and does normal things and stays out of the other guy's way.
Right. Yep. Okay, but now we have this hand, so we're going to get to see this hand played a fourth time, and I'm actually excited. Most hands I wouldn't like to see a fourth time. Most hands I wouldn't like to see played a second time, but this one, very exciting because we've had 3 different approaches that we've seen so far, and I would argue that only one of them has been successful, even though the contract is made twice. But here we go. So club to the king. So is East going to cross in diamonds or is Declare going to cross in diamonds? He does. So we've seen Declare cross in diamonds 3 times at trick 2. This Declare also leads a heart up.
Right, I guess 3 out of 4, one guy just put the 10 of hearts on the table.
Right, and that was the relay, and that was the only pair who played it from the East side. So I understand the situation's different. It still just does not look like a good play to me, but it could work out. Oh. Okay, so now we have a bit of a deviation. North has continued clubs at trick 3, or trick 4, whatever this is. Most every other North switched to spades to try and prevent a cross ruff. So here North is trying to attack the East entries by forcing Declare to prematurely ruff clubs. And then the hearts won't set up. Which is interesting. King of Diamonds. King of Diamonds looks a bit premature as well. I think
now Declare can revert to this plan of like using the fact that he has all the spades besides the king and queen to cross ruff.
Oh, is that just good enough? We ruff this with the 10 of spades, south over ruffs. Plays a probably, let's say South plays a club.
Ruff. So now you just ruff, catch the ace of spades, and that's that.
King of Hearts pitch a diamond, heart ruff. Low, diamond ruff with the jack of spades. Yeah, that's good enough.
I mean, no, they just play or play a club, ruff, ace of spades, heart ruff, and play diamonds, and South just gets the queen of spades whenever. The West hand is high.
Yeah, but there's still a spade in North's hand. You haven't pulled any trumps. Yeah. You do need to cross ruff. So I think he needs to ruff a heart with like the. Well, we'll see what happens on this trick. Okay, he roughs with the 2 of spades, so that's that.
Yeah, so now I'll just ruff a diamond with the jack of spades and guarantee 10 tricks.
Yep. Yeah, nicely done. So...
Yeah, so this was like sort of what Driver in the other room was aiming at, but I think this was kind of executed more elegantly than Driver's line.
I see. Well, yes. Yeah, well, okay. I'm sorry, I can't.
Just smile and agree.
More elegantly. I like that phrase. I'm gonna use it in the future sometime. Um,
I think that was a nice line of play.
this one definitely, yeah. I think this is a nice line of play from Declare. And he gets a deserved 12 imps for it. So Norway might be seeing themselves into the round of 16 if they keep playing like this. Big win over Denmark.
Yeah. I think like this Danish team is pretty strong, but it's not the strongest team Denmark can field.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think South has a lot of experience. Kano North actually was in my junior cohort, 25 plus years ago, and he was quite a strong player then, as well as very popular personally. He's just like one of the nicest guys, even in a nice part of the world. But he took a very long time off from Bridge and only came back within the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I should like maybe he was playing in Denmark, but he didn't play NABCs or internationally for a very long time until he started going up again, maybe 5-ish years ago. Possibly for family reasons. A lot of players obviously take time off to raise kids.
Yeah.
So, now that he's back, I'm sure he will get back into form, but he's just had a little less international experience than most of the other players that we're seeing here. At least most of the other players and teams that rate to qualify.
For sure. All right, so small or quick update on standings now that all of the results are in. Sweden actually bounced back against Ireland to take that match, so they've retaken third. But there's actually, oh my god, hold on, wait, look at this. So in Group A, Israel, Netherlands, Sweden, and USA are all, let's call it, over 110 VPs. USA is barely out. Argentina in 5th place, there's a 20 VP gap between 4th and 5th already in the standings.
And more, which, possibly is relevant some of the time, more than a full blitz separating those. So for placement, if the top 4 gets to pick their opponents, that extra third of a victory point could be important.
Yeah, and now 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th are all within 10 VPs of each other. Argentina holding on to a slim lead over Ireland, Spain, Romania, Germany, New Zealand. But we also have Chile, South Africa, and England has bounced back a little bit. I mean, they're less than a full match. I mean, close to a half match behind Romania now. In terms of qualification.
The guy's here to work in my apartment. I'll be back at 3 for the next segment.
Sounds good.
Hey, be right there.
Okay. Over in Group B, these are the standings. It's a little bit closer here, but with Switzerland kind of falling victim to a couple of unfortunate results, they're now sitting in 6th, meaning France and Italy are kind of running away with the group, although it's not as clear as in Group A. They have about a 10 VP lead over Poland, China, Finland, Switzerland, Turkey, Brazil, but there is a bit of a drop-off between the top teams and some of the lower-seeded teams, between Turkey and Brazil, more than 8 VPs separating them. But Norway's up there in 9th now, so they were looking like they might have not been in qualification spot. And actually Norway's going to move up even more. Remember, this is that 16th board. They picked up another 12 VPs, or 12 imps. 12 VPs on one board would be a lot, but 12 imps. So Denmark's going to fall. Norway's going to rise in the standings, and it would be nice to see them qualify, I think. I mean, I'd feel sad for Brazil. I feel like they've played well throughout the week. Okay, this is exciting. The seniors. So this is round robin, the only one that's on VooGraph right now. So we're just waiting until the next open set. But seniors, 5 diamonds doubled at one table, whereas in the other room, their teammates were in 2 spades, going down 2. Pass by North, East opened a spade, West bid 2 spades, and North decided not to take action. That's kind of an interesting decision to me. Equal white, a 2-no trump bid to show both suits seems somewhat appropriate, because you never know if your opponents are just going to blast 4 spades on your left, and then you really do want to have 2 chances to find the right save. Obviously, your partner might think you have the minors, but you can correct 5 clubs to 5 diamonds. Well, what happened in this room? North came in 2 diamonds, which is very understandable. A spade pass and no trump, you don't, with such a weak hand, maybe bidding Michael's 2 spades, forcing your side to the 3 level. You don't want to do that. 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 5 diamonds by South. Big bid. That got doubled. And it looks like that's not going to be making. There's still the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds to come. But I think Declare is in good shape at this point. The defense didn't pull trumps, so Declare can just cross ruff. Ruff a club, ruff a heart, ace of spades, pitch a heart, spade ruff, spade ruff, heart ruff. Down 1. It's going to be 5 imps going the way of someone. Scotland, I guess. Not a huge loss for Denmark here. And I don't know how either of these teams are doing. Let me actually pull that up for people so that we can decide how excited to get about the match. Who is this? Denmark, Scotland. Scotland's in 6th, so they're doing well. And Denmark's in 14th currently, and top 16 qualify. So this is an important match, actually, for Denmark specifically. Scotland probably doesn't care. I mean, they'll be happy to win the match and move up further in the standings, but all right, hurt rough. I didn't actually see if West was able to get in to pull dummies trumps earlier, because if West was able to go ace of diamonds diamond, this cross ruff wouldn't have been available to Declare. Would have had to find another plan. Okay, that's not right either. 550 is not it. 15 imp mistake from our VuGraph operator. Okay, what's going on here? We got a 19 count from East. Again, probably not really worth a 2-0 upgrade. 4-3-3 is so bad, but we've seen some players do it. Just these hands with no jacks and no wasted honors could be worthwhile. I mean, it would probably go 2-0, 3-0 if that's the opening bid choice, which it is. So 2-0, pass by South. West with a king and a 5-card suit. I think you just have to bid 3-0. Although maybe it depends. I mean, if this East hand is just within range, like if they're playing a 19 to 20 2-0 trump, maybe I could get behind a pass as West. Contracting for exactly 8 tricks and no trump is often not great. Hey, Leon. Hope you didn't see the butchery of 4 spades doubled. Don't worry. We caught your entire match in 5K. Yeah, it was that was kind of an interesting hand. There were a couple of other interesting hands as well in the match, but you guys came out okay. You won by one, which is not bad, especially up against a very strong Netherlands team. You did really well in 3 no trump. I liked the way you handled the end position, the heart discard from East. I mean, you can stop me if I'm wrong, but you probably figured East wouldn't pitch a heart from Ace-Jack 4th, so King, Queen of Hearts, dropping the Jack Doubleton offside. That was sweet. I don't remember everything. Hey V8, why are we doxing you? I don't know. Good question. I thought that you were the coach of the Australian women's team, but it turns out you're not. You're nothing. You're just some silly Australian that's rooting for her country. How foolish of you. But your women's team's doing well, which is good. The rest of the teams, maybe not so much. It's late/early, you should be asleep. I do agree with your sentiments on that. You probably shouldn't be asleep at 5:45 in the morning. I love the delay. The delay is great. Man, it is warm in here. I feel like the ventilation system in this house is just like really messed up. It's like the middle of the winter. If I go outside, I need a jacket, which I have behind me on my chair. But and the rest of the house is like pretty cold too, so I need a jacket. But with the doors closed, I think I'm getting, that like heater thing that everyone always hears above me just pumps in nonstop heat to this room with the doors closed, which doesn't really help. All right, should I focus on 2 no trump? Justine Beaumont is a technical coach of all the teams, and she can typo walk through the areas. Her husband's NPC. Got it. Leon says it was rough defending 4 spades when you had the stiff King of Diamonds. Yeah. That was tough. That was definitely tough. I don't think there was anything you could have done, and your teammate didn't have the same sort of inference about the missing high cards as Declara did at your table. So Declara knew you had the Diamond King. King of Diamonds switch wouldn't have helped you, right? Oh no, you would get a rough because you could cross to partner's Ace of Hearts, but I mean, look, that's kind of a silly thing to play for, right? Yeah, that seems silly. It could work. Declare is not doing too hot in this contract, but obviously South has a little bit of trouble as to what to do from here. I mean, is ace of clubs club the play? Maybe? Like, exiting a spade doesn't help. Obviously, a heart's no good. You've gotten signals from your partner in the heart suit. Ace of clubs club. Take care, V8. Sleep well. Come back when you're awake. Board 17, we still have the Vugraph error. 5 diamonds did not make. This is 4 tricks, 5 tricks, 6, 7, 8. It's already enough. Declarers made their contract. I wonder if 3-0 had any chances. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think 3-0 is making. Well, okay, I mean, now it is. Wait, maybe 3-0 just was making. Isn't South, like, weirdly squeezed no matter what he does? This is kind of a cool end position, yeah? If South had taken the ace of hearts and cashed the ace of diamonds, then the 10 of diamonds sets up. That's a 9th trick for Declare. If South takes the ace of hearts and doesn't cash the diamond ace, a heart or spade return, give up a trick in that suit. And now, this happens. When Declare crosses in clubs, South gets triple squeezed. If South pitches a heart, then Declare can win, cross in spades, and knock out the heart ace with a spade entry. And if Declare pitches the diamond ace, all the diamonds are good. If Declare pitches the queen of spades, then the 10 of spades is good. So 3-0 Trump's just cold. Why didn't West raise? What a coward.
I'm back, so checking out a little bit of the senior action. Is that what's going on here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're playing awesome senior contracts, like 2 no Trump making 3.
Wow, 5 diamonds doubled.
It didn't make. It went down 1.
That's a little juniory. Yeah. Oh, I see.
But yes. Yeah, 5 diamonds doubled is a thing that happened.
And not super familiar with any of these players. I assume D. Shenkin is related in some way to Barnett Shenkin, who's also, I believe, on the Scottish senior team.
That would be my guess, but
Barnett was living in Florida for a very long time. I don't know whether he's back in Scotland or just still Scottish for bridge purposes.
Yeah, good question. I'm not sure. They're at the halfway point of the match, and it is known that in the senior divisions, they give you time to take a 5-minute nap at the midway point.
I was going to say they have a little nap time.
Yeah. So that's probably what we're seeing here. All right, we're into the next board. Ooh, this is exciting. So how many hearts is South going to open?
So I kind of like 4. I also kind of like 1. I don't really like anything in between.
Sure, yeah.
Like 3's okay, but I feel like 3's kind of misdirected. You know, once you're bidding to that level, just bid 4.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it turns out to work out poorly, you know, for the classical reason of you have a side 4-card major and it hits your partner.
I mean, but how poor is it if North-South just get to play 4 hearts undoubled?
I mean, that's going to go down a trick where 4 spaces it makes, so I say it's fairly poor.
4 spades is a make. Is that true? I'll believe you.
I mean, you know, you can pitch a couple of diamonds on the ace king of hearts and club finesse and roughs and clubs and 2 top trumps, and you've got 1 extra trick to play with.
Yeah, you're probably right. It does look like the defense has a hard time getting trumps going. So,
Yeah, and if they could, that would mean they're 2-2, and now you've got extra trumps to rough clubs with, or rough diamonds with, whatever.
well, I think if the defense was able to play ace king of spades, even if they split,
Right.
you just don't have enough tricks. You'll be able to take ace queen of clubs, ace king of hearts, and score all 5 of your other trumps separately, but that's only 9.
Yeah, I guess you need hearts 3-3 to have enough entries to set up and use them.
Right. But anyway.
And meanwhile, the auction isn't over yet, right? If you're East, you've got to be worried about your partner having short hearts and not enough to double, but enough to make 5 diamonds.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, East might balance 5 diamonds here. So, yeah, I suppose you are correct that, we do get the correction. 5 diamonds doubled down 1. 3 no trump was bidden made at the other table. Hold on. I want to see the play on this one because it's crazy that 3 no trump just makes. So, same line of play, king, queen of diamonds. Now South switches to a spade. Okay, so South just gave up the 9th trick immediately. South actually took the 2nd diamond. Oh, that was a big blunder. Who's South in the other table? Get him off the team. I don't want to see them playing for the team anymore. Do I have that bingo square? I just tried to cancel. I did try and cancel someone. Here we go.
Oh, I think you did have it on yesterday's card. Brady sent someone to the showers.
No, I don't think so. I think I just put that on the card today, but I'm not sure. It's possible.
Was it from today? Yeah, I thought I saw it earlier, but maybe not.
Well, earlier today, yeah. But here we go.
I didn't look at the bingo card today, so.
Okay, 4 hearts, pass, 5 diamonds. I don't think as South you want to save a second time. Like, 4 hearts, yes, you have the diamond void and you have some extra offense, but normally 4 hearts would provide an 8th heart, and you don't have that. So probably shouldn't unilaterally sacrifice on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, bidding here is like deciding what everyone at the table has, and actually all you know is that your right-hand opponent isn't comfortable defending.
Yeah.
That can encompass such a wide range of hands.
Yeah, so as things have played out, I think either the defense can get 2 hearts and 2 clubs, or 2 hearts, a diamond promotion, and 1 club, because the club can get discarded. So anyway, this is going to be down 2. Let's head over to the open. We have Norway against France, could be good. Sweden against Israel. Oh, that's probably a good one as well. South Africa against England, probably not as exciting. So we have...
Yeah, and we've seen the English quite a bit already.
Yeah, so Sweden against Israel or Norway against France. Where are we going?
Yeah, why don't we watch the French since they're leading their group and we haven't seen them yet?
Yeah, that's a good call. Let's do it. Let's watch... Okay, one table is loaded in. I want to see who's sitting in the other room.
Yeah, I would probably rather not watch the table that's already loaded in, just because we saw a little bit of Hoftaniska and Carlson earlier. Might as well get some different players going. Although I guess we also watched Brogland and Baca.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the Brogland-Baca table is a little stronger, so why don't we sit in there?
Oh yeah, this will be fun. All right. Bassis Lorenzini for France. Baca and Brogland. Certainly the strongest pair from both countries is playing at this table. 2 passes around to a heart from South. North bids a spade. We get a no trump. And Bassis has kind of like a maximum passed hand, but with no heart fit, he decides to let it go. West on lead. I guess we want to... Interesting. He gets off to a spade lead. I mean, certainly we don't lead a heart or club. And ace jack 10, fourth of diamonds, could blow trick.
Right, and this is also an auction where North is very often going to, this is often an auction where your partner's strongest suit is spades. Like, North has just 4 weakish spades, South has, let's say, 2 of them, which may or may not include an honor. Spades is often going to be like a somewhat unexpected weak spot for the opponent.
Yeah.
And, here, switch the diamonds, which would be a fairly common layout, and you can take 4 diamond tricks as soon as partner gets the lead, where if you lead 1, you're giving up a trick for no reason.
Right.
Ace jack 10 fifth, great, lead a diamond. Ace jack 10 fourth, look around for something else.
Mm-hmm. So, Declare has a couple of options. I mean, 1 no trump seems very safe, but he does want to be a little careful.
Jack of spades, 3 of hearts.
Well, so, that looks somewhat attractive at match points. At teams, I'm wondering if this is too often going to go down when the ace of diamonds is offside.
It might, but the problem is the alternative is the spades are blocked. You can't really cash out the spades, and then what do? Lead the 10 of hearts to the jack, and then if it loses, you're cut off from your hand also. I mean, the opponents probably have to lead enough minded for you that maybe you'll get an extra trick, but your plan of taking the heart finesse, it doesn't, it's an all or nothing play in a different way.
No, I mean, that's not the alternative. I thought the alternative might be to win the king of spades and run the 10 of hearts.
Right, but now you might lose your 4th spade.
Right.
On this layout, you would, and maybe the 8 of spades suggests that you would. That's often going to be from a 2-card suit.
Yeah. So, understandable why Lorenzini is taking some time to think about what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, playing a low heart out of your hand. It looks like a swindle, but is actually also a little bit technical, I think.
Is there any reason to play club at trick 2? Well, he's off to the races, so he's won the ace of spades. I think he's already decided what he wants to do.
A club I think is reasonable, but, a club needs a lot of good things to happen in that suit.
Mm-hmm. No one voted on Norway. Cowards. All right. I guess I will have to return your points.
I didn't even see that you put a bet up.
Yeah. There were some pretty good odds on Norway, I'm telling you. Yeah, so he does lead a club at trick 2. So, this to me makes a lot more sense because you're really worried about the ace of diamonds being offside. If it's not offside, you can do almost anything and make your contract. So I think I like this plan. Yeah, and now he just switches to a diamond, so he has his 7 tricks in. Doesn't need to worry about anything else. And it does look like it's time to cash out. Spade to the jack, king, queen of spades, heart, low, ace. Norway's had some good matches today, I think. So they're pretty close to being in qualifying position. But obviously going up against France is going to be tough for them. Broglie needs to make a couple of discards, which is uncomfortable, but he can certainly afford a heart pitch, and I assume he'll get a signal enough to know which minor to throw on the next spade. So there's the heart discard. Bakke plays the 3 of spades. Super reference for something low. So I think Brogland is just going to pitch a diamond and rely on his partner to have the king of clubs. Nope. Just kidding.
Sorry, I'm
That's a lot of tricks. Oopsies. So 3 no trump was cold all along. I think West would have found a different defense against 3 no. And I kind of understand his decision to pitch a second heart. He knows if Declare has the ace king of hearts, he's making a no trump, so it's not like over tricks are all that valuable at imps, but they do bring in an imp or two. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing at the other table. Oh my god, the spades are not splitting very well. So both East and South are going to simultaneously open a spade. East gets to do it first, though.
Yeah, Rob, I'm sorry. I need to deal with something.
Yeah, go
I'll be
do it.
back in about 3 minutes. Bye.
A spade, 2 clubs. 2 spades. Looks as if East West are on their way to 3 no trump once again. Well, not once again, but on their way to 3 no trump. Whoa! What is that? South opened a heart. North bit a spade. Pass, pass. West decided to balance with a no trump, which North ripped. And then they beat it a trick. Oh my god. These guys are out to play in the other room. So that is 2 imps. That's not the way I expected North-South to earn 2 imps for plus 150. Alright, here we go. 3 no trump in the West. North on lead. If he leads a heart, Declare has kind of an interesting decision at trick 1, whether to play the 9 or 7 from dummy. But I think he may lead a spade as possible. A club would look a little bit more attractive if the opponents hadn't bid clubs twice. But it is his only sequence. I guess the club lead might sometimes pick off partner's queen doubleton. East has king jack third and Declare has ace fourth. You lead the 10 of clubs. You're not leading from queen 10-9 against this auction, so Declare would probably pick off your partner's queen in 1. That's probably the downside of that opening lead. I mean, a heart's kind of the most straightforward lead. Sometimes partner has queen third, and the opponent's hearts are 2-2. You can just set up the heart suit. You have an entry because the opponents can't duck enough times. But I definitely understand alternative leads in the black suits. He does go with the 10 of clubs. And I wonder if this is going to get Declare to guess the club suit. Maybe he actually just doesn't have a way to go wrong because North probably won't get in for a while. It looks like pretty natural for Declare to play on diamonds before playing on hearts. So club, small, queen, ace, queen of diamonds or jack of diamonds or something. South ducks. How many tricks is Declare going to score? He's got 3 diamonds, he's got 3 spades, he's got a club, and he's got a heart.
Yeah, I mean, stiff jack of hearts, short 10 of diamonds are both pretty good for Declare here.
Yeah, now I think a lot of it is going to come down to the club suit itself. Because yeah, there's really just no way for the defense to force Declare to guess the clubs, because if North was able to get in with, say, the ace of diamonds and then play the 9 of clubs, Declare would be in a little bit of a bind.
Well, probably, I guess, unless North-South play some kind of 0 or 2 higher where he'd know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, but
Like, the queen is obviously shortness. It's just a question of how short. But, if the 10 can't be from King 10, 9, 8, then Declare has nothing to think about.
yeah, I can take a look at their card. I think this French partnership does generally just play, like, almost everything as baseline standard.
Yeah, like, those kind of coded leads are not common in France, but one never knows.
So let me take a look. How are you supposed to read these cards? It's like they're in French or something. Oh, never mind. I figured it out. I figured out how to read the cards. Okay. They just play standard honors.
Yeah, no surprise.
So yeah, 10 of clubs could be King 10, 9. I mean, again, it would be a little bit of an unusual lead on this auction, both East and West bid clubs, but I think it's very possible that North with, like, King 10, 9, 8, 7 would shrug and just lead the 10 of clubs and hope that it goes well.
Yeah, and it's obviously the safest card in his hands.
Oh, I just realized Declare let the Queen of Clubs hold. Is this the right play?
I mean, probably he figures that South, he knows that South has shortness, so this forces South to either show that it was King Queen Doubleton or break some other suit, both of which are good for him.
Yeah, very interesting.
He's kind of clever.
Very interesting. Man, imagine if the Jack of Spades hits the table now. Okay, he does switch to the Jack of Hearts, which seems pretty natural.
Yeah, obviously this will be much better for Declare than for the defense.
Yeah, so Bassis needs to decide, is he going to continue a heart? Couldn't his partner have Jack 10 third? I think so. Although maybe he would switch to the 10 through Declare. I don't know exactly what their lead agreements are through Declare. But
So he is going to make Declare guess the clubs right now.
yeah, this is interesting. It kind of only matters for an overtrick because North doesn't have an entry to his long club, so even if Declare misguesses and puts up the Jack here, Declare still has plenty of tricks. He's still going to score 3 hearts, 3 spades, 1 club, and at least 2 diamonds. He does misguess. So club to the Jack and King. Ducked again. This is a good play. Now he can actually unblock the 9 of hearts and still use the ace of clubs to get back there. So
yeah, so now he can play. South can play the jack of spades if he wants to, but Declare can just cash 2 of them, the 9 of hearts, and then play on diamonds.
Right.
So that'll stop an over trick, but Declare's still going to go plus for a push, presumably, since it was exactly into the other table.
Yeah, man, it's actually, we get to a really interesting position. Like, let's say South does play the jack of spades as his exit. Declare wins the ace, cashes another spade, pitching a club, right? Unblocks the 9 of hearts, and then leads the 9 of diamonds to the queen and a low diamond back to the king. If South had the ace 10 fourth of diamonds, South could win, but then South is end played into giving the diamond hook. Obviously, on this layout, the 10 of diamonds drops, but we might see exactly that if South does exit the jack of spades here, which I think he probably will. Like, a diamond exit just doesn't look that attractive. You might pick off partner's diamond holding, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's also hard to envision any layout where diamond exit is productive for the defense. Like, messing with Declare's timing at this point might be the only thing left to give yourself a chance for a plus score.
Mm-hmm. Man, what a position. So obviously on the diamond switch, Declare just has all of the time in the world to mess around. He doesn't need to pick up the 10 of diamonds. The jack of spades really is the only card that gives Declare a problem. And as long as he sees this plan where, like, he doesn't need to run the 9 of diamonds immediately, then he'll work out what to do. And I think he should have a complete count on the hand, right? By the time he goes diamond to the queen, diamond to the king, he'll know spades are 6-1 because he's cashed 2 spades. He'll know hearts are 6-1 because he's cashed 2 hearts. And he'll presume clubs are 4-2 because otherwise South would play back a club here. So yeah, he'll have 100% line of play, a guaranteed line, as long as he spots this idea that South gets unplayed in the diamond suit. Which I'm sure he will. You know, he probably already sees it. He's probably seen this plan before, ducking the king of clubs. But it's kind of cute. Lorenzini really taking his time. I mean, who suggested we watch this table? We know that Basis and Lorenzini are the slowest pair in the entire event, right?
Cedric, I know, is very slow. I think Tomas is normal.
Yeah. Agonizingly slow sometimes. I mean... So, could it ever be right to play a diamond? Let me think. I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I'm gonna work hard to construct a layout where switching to, like, low diamond is correct. Nope, I'm having a lot of trouble. We do have the result in the other room, 3 no trump bidden made.
Yep.
I'm going to take a small look at the play. South was on lead, and South got off to a diamond lead, which gives Declare very few issues. This sets up his diamond tricks. A club switch comes. Declare scores extra club tricks as well. Oh, that's funny. Declare ran the singleton 10 of spades. Okay, I see what happened. Hey, we got the jack of spades switch. Okay, king of spades pitching a club, and now we're going to see the nine of hearts cash. So that's step 1, cash the 9 of hearts. South will throw a spade. Then the 9 of diamonds, unblocking the diamond suit to the queen and a diamond to the king. Broglen just taking stock now that he has information the spades are 6-1. And I don't think he's going to be Somonex Cood. He's probably played against Lorenzini enough that he's already mentally prepared himself for the 10-minute pauses. So there's the 9 of hearts. He now finds out hearts are 6-1. Another pause, just to mentally make note of this. So he'll play the 3, and now he has this guaranteed line of play. 9 of diamonds to the queen. It doesn't matter where the ace or 10 of diamonds are. He can claim his contract from here, assuming the club count, the implied club count.
Right.
And, wait, another guess. We're going to see the 3 of diamonds to the queen, because the Vugraph operator isn't paying attention.
Right.
But yeah, he is pausing because it's, you know, I wouldn't say it's 100% guaranteed, but on the presumed club count, we have a full count on the distribution, and therefore, no matter where the ace of diamonds is, no matter where the 10 of diamonds is, this line of play guarantees the contract. But it's kind of like an unusual one to spot, right? You don't really want to strand that queen of spades. You don't really want to, like, go diamond to the queen, diamond to the king, because what if you need to finesse the 10 of diamonds later? But that's okay, because South gets end played. There's the 3 of diamonds. I called it.
Yeah, I do not think a player of Broglen's character actually played the 3 of diamonds, but, you know, anything's possible.
Yeah. Am I wrong about this by any chance? What if... No, I'm not wrong. Okay, never mind. I was going to say something silly. I was thinking, what if North had ace double 10 of diamonds? We play a diamond to the queen and North ducks. Then we play a diamond towards the king, North win. Yeah, then the queen of spades is just a... Okay, yeah, this is... I don't know why I even...
Right, because we still then have the ace of clubs to access those last 2 heart winners.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, 9 of diamonds to the queen, diamond to the king is just a claim against any distribution, and... Or, wait a second, maybe... Hold on, no, Wait, I had a super cute idea. He could have played the ace of hearts pitching a spade, the 10 of hearts pitching the 9 of diamonds, if this was happening, and then a low diamond to the king, and South gets end played into either giving a spade hook or a diamond. Anyway, all right. I think he played the 9 of diamonds to the queen, diamond to the king, as we saw. 10 of diamonds pops up, so it was very easy from there, but cute end position. 10 out of 10 marks for Brogland for finding the line of play.
I guess he could have played after diamond to the queen held. He could play one heart, pitching the 9 of diamonds if he actually hadn't unblocked it and then played diamond to the king.
Yeah, exactly. Which would be cute. But of course, this would be a little bit scary because North might have ducked the ace of diamonds. So, but yes, I mean, there were many lines. But here we go, on to the next hand. A heart by South, a spade by North, 2 club overcall by East. I mean, this all looks very reasonable so far. South, I feel like, is going to do something. Well, it looks pretty straightforward to make a support double first. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You can show your strength later, but not support doubling now, to me, unconditionally denies 3 spades.
Yeah, and I love the 3 club bid from West. I mean, it's not so much that like his partner bidding 2 clubs vulnerable in between 2 bidding opponents should have a good hand, which obviously he should. It's more that he knows the opponents don't have a spade fit and are maybe unlikely to have a heart fit, and this takes up a lot of room. So this might preempt the opponents out of like finding what the right thing to do is, and they might just shrug and play in a 4-3 spade fit and get absolutely murdered. Now, as is, it's looking as if East is just going to bid 5 clubs, so...
Yeah, I mean, East obviously is just the straight man on this hand.
Yeah,
North and West are up there, like, basically just like closing their eyes and pulling something out of the bidding box, and East and South, they're, thinking that this is just some totally normal deal.
Now... is this actually going down?
Well, a trump lead is going to cause some problems, right? Because Declare's got to rough a bunch of diamonds.
That's true. Are we going to see a trump lead from South? I mean, my God, the other table played 5 clubs doubled, and let's take a quick look. South led a trump. I mean, this is so hard to do. As South, you're looking at ace, king of spades. Partner bid the suit. Ace, king, third is a pretty good lead in bridge. You're looking at king, queen, jack, 10, 6 of hearts. Your partner hasn't showed heart support, so you can definitely set up tricks in that suit. That's a pretty good lead. Club is unbelievable to me, and yet they found it in the other room.
King of hearts lead, I think, is good enough, right? North can rough and return a trump.
Yeah, you're correct. North can rough and return a trump. Would North rough and return a trump?
Maybe. I mean, I think a spade lead on this bidding is a little less attractive than otherwise because someone has to be short in spades for East West to be bidding this way.
Yeah, but Craig, this is like Bridge 101. Ace from Ace King. It's such a good lead. I
think it's true, but Bridge 102 is when you double the opponents and have a million high card tricks, you lead trumps.
Yeah. Okay, 5 clubs doubled. I think I'm on board with the double by South. Obviously North has 5 spades for the 3 diamond bid, so South knows they have a spade fit, might expect that they were making a spade game, but the opponents are vulnerable, so let's just take our plus position. Little does he know, East has a massive hand, and this is going to be real touch and go.
Right. Like he doesn't know. South could have had a 12 count when he made the support double. He's shown nothing. He doesn't know that his partner has taken 2 aggressive calls on a 3 count.
Nope. And the auction's not over.
Moment, South never, until this very moment, South never showed anything extra.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, South support double. Like, he was planning to make a move later in the auction, but this is why the 3 club bid from West is so good. And we saw it both tables. This was actually the same auction in the other room up to this point. Now, Basis hasn't passed. He probably... I mean, the thing from his perspective is he might not believe that he has a cheap save, which is probably concerning from his side, and that's why he, I think, ultimately will pass this. If he knew that he was getting out for minus 100, he would probably just take the insurance.
For sure.
But here we are. 5 clubs doubled. What's the opening lead gonna be?
This is also like there's this like somewhat common nice lead Insta Club too.
Yeah.
There's a somewhat common hand type. I mean, I think he decided that before he doubled, obviously.
Mhm.
But there's a somewhat common hand type where, like, you don't have your bid, and your partner takes some aggressive action, like here, or like you open on a hand that's not really an opening, and your partner keeps making slam tries. Like, at some point, you just have to accept that even though I don't have my bid, there's no reason to believe my partner doesn't have his. You know, so I think Taman kind of decided he was in that kind of position where, like, sure, he didn't have his, his full values, but like, his partner doubled. There's no reason to doubt that he has a beat.
Yeah, and as foretold, Lorenzini did attend Bridge 102, important second semester class to take. So this is going to be down one. Duplicated result in both rooms. Really high quality bridge on this hand in particular from both tables. I mean, this could be a matchup later in the event, in the knockout stage for sure. We could see these two teams facing off once again.
Yeah, no question. These were two of the pre-tournament favorites. I think everyone at this table has won a world championship before.
Yeah, so another diamond ruff. Lorenzini showing off his King, Queen, Jack 10 sequence in the heart suit.
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe everyone here has won a world championship.
That sounds accurate. All right, Declare tries to play a heart to the ace, not that it really matters. We'll lose a diamond and a heart from here.
So I think Baca actually has not. He's won a Europeans, but he has not won an Open World Championship.
Yeah, they just won the Europeans earlier this year. Norway. Pushboard. Nicely done by South. Getting off to the club lead made things easy. The heart lead. Maybe North should work out to rough, but I think that's pretty challenging.
And actually, Lorenzini has not either. He's won several Europeans, but he has not won an Open Championship yet. And he won juniors, but he has not won an Open event.
Yeah, so it makes sense why Tomas ditched him earlier in his career. All right, board 20. On that note, East opens a club. Spade by West. Just like a no-trump bid. 4 fewer cards in the majors, I think. East bids a no-trump. South's on lead. Looks pretty natural to go after the 5-card diamond suit, so we'll see 2 rounds of diamonds. And then how's Declare doing from there? Not too hot, huh? You gotta knock out the ace of spades, and the defense is gonna be able to score 4 diamonds and 2... Oh, that's only 6 tricks. I guess Declare's doing okay, yeah? Man, the other table made 9 in one no. That's a large number.
That is an almost impossible number to believe.
I would have expected North to lead the Jack of clubs, but maybe they led a low heart and it went low, Jack, King.
Spades come in, clubs come in. So you sort of start 8 between 3 spades, 4 clubs, and a heart, yeah.
Okay, then. So this will be a couple of imps going the way of France once again. King of spades around to the ace. You know, I guess it's not clear from North's perspective that he should be switching to hearts, but does it matter? It's an overtrick, right? If he switches to the Jack of clubs, which looks pretty natural, Declare can just run the black suits, and because the clubs split, he'll end up making 8 tricks. So 120. Oh, Schmeebel, you're talking about one spade that it might promise diamonds. I don't think it does for them, but let me take a look at their card. Yeah, it's just one spade is no major. If they were game forcing, there would be other implications with the bid, but yeah, generally it's just going to be like a one no trump transfer. Relay, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I'm not that familiar with the East-West methods here. Are they playing like a Scandinavian type club?
They play transfer responses to their club. They are, I think, generally just like 2/1 style system, but they have a lot of conventions and they play transfers in a lot of unusual situations. You know, like one of a minor, one of a major. Responder plays transfers there. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I think North-South are just kind of standard-ish French 2/1 pair, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. How did the first couple of tricks go? So the French pairs give a lot of count signals. The 3 of diamonds was count. And then South confirmed the 5-card diamond suit with the 2 of diamonds. So that's not really a suit preference situation. He just wants to let his partner know that he has a bunch of running diamond tricks. And then the King of Spades, South gave a count signal in the spade suit. So I don't think Basis has any reason to believe that his partner has hearts instead of clubs at this point in play. He could have ducked the King of Spades to get a bit more information, but it's always like a little bit dangerous to duck a trick when you're defending a no trump. Yeah, so he does just switch to the Jack of Clubs. I mean, it's got to be the most natural thing to do, and this is going to give Declarer an over trick. Finally, Lorenzini is like, please, partner, play hearts next time you get in. Not today. Club to the ace, club to the king.
Yep, so South has winners whenever he gets in, so it'll be 1 imp to the French for 120 instead of 150.
Yeah. Bit of a match point bungle here, but they would have still won the board. Just a little bit random. 7 tricks is not the right number.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, once again, the operator just, saw a claim and didn't confirm the results. I think probably didn't realize that the long club was a winner.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Spade opener. Take out double from east. A little bit off shape, but fair enough. You got a 14 count. You're favorable. 2 diamonds from south. Transfer, showing hearts. North bids 2 spades, kind of rejecting. Now Lorenzini has this decision to make. I mean, I'm guessing that North could bid 2 spades with 5. He probably wouldn't with 5-1. So he's got to be either like 5-0 or 6-1 in the majors. At a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, you think with 6-2 he would always just complete the transfer to 2 hearts?
Yes. So I think he has at least 5 more spades than hearts, is my guess. Like, I've seen a lot of these transfer things, and the player just tends to complete the transfer like 95% of the time. Yeah. So I think like not completing the transfer is a really strong suggestion that you just don't want to play in the suit. But Lorenzini has 7.
I agree. It strongly implies a singleton. I just wonder like whether there are doubleton hands that would, bypass the transfer and bid 2 spades. Anyway.
Oh, I would almost say that a doubleton's impossible.
Well, 7-2, right? But yeah.
Maybe. Look, I've seen a lot of these players make these bids, and I've been like, oh, surely they're just gonna like bid their side suit or something. Like it's okay, we can show hearts, and they're just like, nope, complete the transfer. So I think a singleton or void is almost marked in hearts, and I do expect two spades has to have 6 at least. Maybe 5-0 in the majors. But I'm not that familiar. I've never played this sort of style myself, so I can't really say. I don't have all of the right inferences. But Lorenzi, I mean, he knows the hands don't fit very well, and the stiff queen of spades is actually quite nice to fill in partner spade suit. I do wonder if he's just going to pass, or if he's going to try 3 hearts. Leon says with 7-2, usually bid 2 spades. Okay, I stand corrected. It's still a 5-card disparity between spades and hearts, but I will take you at your word.
I mean, South, yeah, like he has to be a little like if his partner also has a singleton heart honor, then hearts is probably better than spades, and 4 hearts could be better than 2 spades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does make the try. I think North is obviously going to pass this pretty quickly. Yep.
Okay, 3 hearts, there it is. So we're going to get the queen of clubs lead. And then the question is just, how's Declare going to go about the play here?
Yeah, so one of the BBO commentators saying 4 hearts will likely make easily, and
no, that guy's a moron. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, I was going to say they didn't at the other table, and I am looking for 10 tricks, and I do not see them.
I mean, I see 10 tricks. Everyone at the club is going to take 10 tricks on this board. We win the ace of clubs, we unblock the spade queen, we cross in diamonds, we pitch a club loser and a diamond loser, and we lose 3 tricks in the red suits. But it's not obvious that Declare is going to take that line of play. I think it's very possible that we overtake the spade queen with the ace, play another spade, pitching a club, and then try
just planning to play diamonds later and hope to only lose to 1 offside honor rather than risk your putting yourself wide open to spade promotions, trump promotions on spade.
I mean, I don't think it's so crazy to take the wide open line of play, but for whatever reason, it just like, it feels better to me to keep diamond control. And I kind of suspect that that's what happened at the other table. No? What? Huh? Okay, someone's gonna have to explain to me what happened in the other room on the line of play. Our VuGraph operator was drunk over there. Alright, we've pitched another diamond on the 9 of spades, so now Declare gets in, plays hearts from the top, king of hearts, jack of hearts, 10 of hearts. The defense is just going to get 2 more heart tricks. Schiff says in 3, maybe prefer plan A of going for both pitches. I think it's fine. I don't think that it's like so automatic that you just ask your grandma how she would play the hand and then take her word for it. What's the argument for spades? Well, I think the argument is that you don't have to worry about like something really bad happening. Like if if you go queen of spades, spade to the ace, ace of spades, pitching a club, king of spades, pitching a diamond, and someone ruffs, and then crosses and diamonds, and then like a fourth round of spades comes, you're kind of at risk of losing the ace of hearts, queen of hearts, nine of hearts at this point, as well as like the earlier ruff and like also the diamond trick, and I have no idea. So I think there is merit to just taking kind of a simple approach and not opening up the diamond suit.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting a phone call that I need to take.
Yeah, go for it. All right, 22. East-West got to a no trump and made it in the other room. Let's see how they do this time. Spade opening lead. So Declare has a couple spades. They've got 3 clubs. Ace of hearts and a diamond stopper. Kind of. It's funny, the diamond suit's like a little bit frozen. 10-9 of diamonds in North's hand, 8-7 in West's hand. Declare can technically pick up the suit himself, but wouldn't. So many one no-trump games. You must play a lot of rubber bridge. Alright, spade to the 10. Declare wins. 10 of spades is kind of nice for Declare. Now there is an entry to start on clubs from the West hand. I don't know if Bakke is going to use it for that. He might be tempted instead to just knock out the club king and play on one of the red suits to try and score his 7th trick. 3 clubs, 2 spades, ace of hearts, and then he just needs to figure out the which red suit to play for. And I mean, he'll play on diamonds. He'll hope that the diamond honors are split or North has at least one of them. Declare can pick up the diamonds. I don't know what East being Declare has to do with whether or not he could pick up the diamonds, but yes, he could technically double hook North for the 10 and 9, but that's not going to be the plan. Spade to the 9. Queen of clubs. All right. Oh, you were thinking north-south were declaring. Got you. I was like, man, Shift has no respect for Brogland. Like, Bakke, of course, could pick up the diamond suit, but Brogland, no chance. He just doesn't see it. Well, now I think Declare is going to have a pretty easy time picking up the diamonds for a trick. Heart to the queen and ace. We've got plenty of tricks in. There's gonna be a moment of panic on Declare's face. Because North has the ace of spades entry and a heart is going to come through. Yeah, here we go. Queen of diamonds. South wins the king. Here comes a spade. And then a heart. And Declare will have his guess. Is he going to make it? Is he going to go down 2? Find out at 11. I think he gets this right. For a couple of reasons. One, I think it's percentage to play North for honor 10 instead of king queen. But also, North might not have a count on the heart suit and might not know that it's correct to lead low. North may try cashing the king of hearts here. And then I think another reason is that it kind of looks like South is the one with most of the values for the defensive side. Generally, the defender who like works out the right line of defense is the one who has most of the missing assets because they can better piece together the missing cards on the hand. So South's, cashing a diamond, which obviously was a mistake, but then switching to hearts and then crossing to partner in spades to get a heart through. It does kind of sound like South is the one with the missing values. Either way, France is going to be picking up some imps on this board. Because even if Declare guesses correctly, the French pair in the other room made 2 in a no-trump. My guess is that South started with the ace of diamonds lead. No, they also started with a spade. Kind of same first couple of tricks. Queen of clubs runs around to the king. Same ace of diamonds play. Heart to the queen. Ace of clubs, club, another club. But South pitched their spade at this table. Then a diamond to the queen, a spade to the ace, and a heart guess. Ooh, North actually switched to the 10 of hearts, which was helpful to Declare over there in the end position. Well, here we go. So is it going to be a 1 imp pickup, or is it going to be a 8 imp pickup? I think that's the right number for 320. I still think he's going to get it right for a lot of the reasons I talked about already. Important moment in the match. And I'm guessing they don't necessarily think that there have been any large swings yet. I'm just building suspense by not talking. I don't know what else to talk about. Maybe we can consider whether or not South with the... Hold on, let's pick out the high cards so far. King of clubs, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, and the king of hearts would have taken a call. Drumroll sound effect, I think I would have to play it for far too long. There's the 9 of hearts. Well done, well done. It's going to cost an imp, but at least it didn't cost more than that. Plus 90. So good save there by Declare. Okay. Big heart fit for East-West on this board. And it looks like they don't make much of anything. So maybe North-South are the hands that we should be focusing on. I mean, East-West have the majority of the high card points. They have 21 highs combined. But North-South do have the spade suit. And it looks like North-South actually can make 4 spades, right? They do have an entry in the Queen of Diamonds to get to the south hand. If the defense tries to go after Diamond Ruff, and if not, they can just ruff a club. King of Spades is on side. They'll lose a heart, a club, and a diamond. So 2 passes around to North, opens a club. 2 heart overcall by East. Is this something? So with partner being a passed hand, I just looked at the card briefly, and two hearts doesn't... It doesn't say anything. I think it's just preemptive. At least it's defined that way. But with partner being a passed hand, East has a bit more liberty in making these preempts. Wow, yeah, this is a fascinating spot for South because North did really well to come in a second time to show his values. And I think he's going to be done. So Four Hearts buys it, even though this contract is probably going to go down. North-South missed a pretty big opportunity. So real chance for Norway to pick up some imps if they can find their way to four spades in the other room. Yeah, two hearts worked out really well. I wonder about the distinction between doubling three clubs and North bidding three hearts. They probably have some agreement about it, and maybe that just kind of seals the deal that North didn't have a three heart takeout double. But if North was able to show... Because North has like kind of a takeout double of four hearts available. If it had gone two hearts past four hearts, North would have doubled. I almost guarantee, because you just have to show your hand. But the way the auction timed out, North was able to make his takeout double at the 3 level, and then when four hearts came back to him, he felt like he was done. And I get South's hesitance to just bid 4 spades all on his own with 3 high card points, but we're worked out here. Club lead does give Declare a small amount of hope, maybe. But not quite enough. Not enough to matter. South could be leading from like Queen 9-7, for example, or King 9-7 in the club suit. But it's not the case. So club to the Jack, Queen, and Ace. Pull some trumps. There's not really much hope for Declare on this one, is there? South might not bid 1 spade over 1 heart even. I think you're right, but with a 1 heart overcall, East-West might not preempt enough because it'll go like 1 heart pass, I guess some sort of limit raise from West. And North once again will make a takeout double, and maybe now South is actually a little bit more interested in bidding. Because given that he had the opportunity to bid 1 spade or make a negative double and didn't, his hand is even more limited than it is in this auction. But we'll see. We'll wait for a result from the other room. But this seems like a steal for the Norwegian pair at this table. Yeah, their Bermuda card says light but not terrible for jump over calls, which is like weak. I mean, some people term it as intermediate when vulnerable. And I think that's relatively common, but it's not universal at the high level. So for these guys, they're still playing weak jump over calls, but obviously East hand is not weak, right? East hand is intermediate, and I think the reason he's taking this liberty is that his partner's a passed hand. So he expects it's pretty unlikely his side has game. I mean, opposite an intermediate jump over call, West would just bid 4 hearts, take up room immediately, because East having values and West having values means their side probably is making game. Alright, Diamond ducked. South has an opportunity to win this and switch to a black suit if he wants, which seems pretty reasonable. I don't see any reason to leave partner on lead right now. And if you do, it's a little bit scary. Like, East may make 4 hearts. So here's a sample line, right? let's say the 10 of diamonds holds. Well, North can't lead a black suit because that would give up a trick. So North has to continue diamonds. So we go ace of diamonds, diamond ruff, and now we lead a low spade. What do you think North should do? If North hops up with the queen of spades, he gets end played. Because he wins the queen of spades, and if he tries to cash the ace, declare ruffs, crosses and hearts, pitches a club on the spade king. So I think there is like a legitimate chance for Declare to make this if the 10 of diamonds holds. And for that reason, I think it's really important for Lorenzini to overtake this. Now, what should he do? Obviously, he should think about ways switching to before overtaking this trick. And I haven't really got there. But, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, either a spade or a club switch will be good enough on this hand. This is one of these spots that I think does distinguish some good defenders from much weaker defenders. So if you need help on your defense, this is an important thing to look out for. Like when you're sitting on so few values, I think a lot of players turn their minds off and they're just like, oh, cool, I could win a trick. If they could win a trick with their one high card, they're like really excited, and then they try and follow their partner's signals and play a suit. But sometimes it's really important to overtake your partner's cards so that you can lead through either declare or dummy in these spots. And that's what Lorenzini's thinking about now. And I think he'll work out to overtake. And then, as mentioned, I think he might... I think he might continue clubs for fear that Declare might have like queen doubleton of spades, in which case a spade switch would be kind of disastrous. But yeah, first thing that Lorenzini has probably already worked out minutes ago is that it's never really going to cost him a trick in diamonds to overtake. Even if somehow Declare magically scores an extra diamond trick from us winning the queen here, there's not really a useful discard from dummy. Pitching a spade, we still have 2 spade tricks if partner has the ace queen. Pitching a club, we still have 2 club tricks if partner has the king 9. And then it's really just this question of which black suit to play. I mean, I'm certain that he's already decided he's overtaking. He just wants to think about what suit to play first. Another valuable lesson that you don't really want to win a trick and then spend a while thinking about what to do next. In some cases, sure, it's fine and it's like kind of nice, or maybe friendly to everyone at the table for you to win a trick and then start thinking. But yeah, I mean, from a practical bridge standpoint, you definitely want to make your plan ahead of time, because sometimes you'll win the trick, think for a while, and then be like, wait, I really don't want to be on lead. So there's the queen of diamonds, and my very cursory suspicion is that we're going to switch to a club, or continue clubs, because I don't think it hurts if... Obviously, it hurts if Declare has like a small doubleton spade and the singleton 9 of clubs, but then Declare wouldn't have given us this opportunity to win a diamond and switch to spades. Declare would have just played a club to the 9 on his own. So I think that, yeah, he does switch to clubs. So I think this is really well defended by South. He worked through all the possibilities, and this appears to be the most imminently important, is to continue a club. So yeah,
So
really well done.
I missed the early play here. Is this going to be a swing board?
Nope, it's going to be exactly a push. So France doing very well in the border match, but they have yet to strike. Although, I will say, they've kind of been exceptional at both tables. This was an opportunity for Norway. Four spades does make north-south, but just a little bit challenging to get there. Okay, on to board 24. So we have another push on the card. Broglen gets the chance to open a 10 count 4x1. I don't think it's their style to do it with this type of hand, but if you're able to, maybe you should.
No, I mean, I think it's not that attractive with, sure, opening a diamond where at least you want the lead is nice, but, with four little spades, it's not like you're in such a hurry for it to go a diamond, a heart, a spade,
Yeah.
Like maybe just pass and hope to get to make a takeout double later.
All right, we'll see what happens. So he does pass in first seat, a heart, a no trump by south. We get a takeout double. Is this going to pass out?
I think there's a reasonable chance it does, right? I think North has the pass. East surely is going to pass the hand. South has a hand that would probably rather declare a no trump than go looking for anything else. His partner doesn't have a 4-card minor, he would have bid it.
Now, how's this going to do? I mean, West will obviously lead a high diamond. So declare has 5 tricks off the top, can set up a 6 trick in hearts. And in the meantime...
Yeah, like East... Right, East pass shows heart strength, but that doesn't mean the West is going to lead one when he has a superior alternative. Like, I think if West had a doubleton heart and the same diamonds, he would lead a heart.
Oh, certainly. And I mean, like, king, queen, fourth of diamonds, you would just lead the stiff heart. But king, queen, jack,
that
fourth,
for sure, yes.
I totally understand the diamond lead. It looks pretty natural to me. Now, I mean, we see 7 tricks available to declare. He can knock out the ace and jack of hearts and eventually score 2 hearts, 4 spades, and a diamond. I imagine the defense will be able to get their tricks set up before this happens.
Yeah, the defense can take 4 clubs and 2 diamonds and 1 heart at the very least.
Yeah, although that's probably somewhat unlikely to happen. Declare is going to duck this trick. And if West continues diamonds, Declare can actually set up a diamond. And if West doesn't continue diamonds, I think it's really hard for West to switch to a low club. He'll probably switch to spades.
If it goes... Right, I mean, so if Declare is allowed to set up a diamond, that'll actually knock out West entry to the ace of clubs since the 10 of clubs blocks the suit.
Right, yeah. Exactly. So that's why I think it's kind of hard for West to work out to switch to a low club here.
He might just try a spade, it's safe, partner could have a queen.
Yeah, I agree. I think a spade switch is somewhat natural from West's side. Okay. I mean, it's not like one no trump has gone down yet. We have had, I mean, there's been a lot of action in this match, although the scoreboard might not reflect it.
Yeah.
You know, and like a lot of these part score deals, there were so many interesting moments. Like, to me, this is exciting. I feel like for a lot of spectators, they're just like, boring, let's go watch another table. But this has been a really well-fought match by both teams so far. Obviously, 2 of the stronger teams in the entire event. Ooh. So yeah, Broglin does get the discouraging 6 of diamonds. Okay, he switches to hearts, which makes sense. He knows it's safe. He knows his partner has the ace-jack of hearts at least.
Yeah, I mean, it also puts East on lead to play a diamond through. I mean, East probably will at least try a high club and see what happens before doing anything else.
Yeah, and actually this heart switch is going to make the defense a lot easier because, as you say, now East has kind of a very natural high club play. West is going to encourage, and he's just going to continue queen of clubs, jack of clubs, diamond, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't really simplify the defense at that point.
Yeah. Oh!
I mean, this is still fine, but the defense has to be a little more careful now.
They do. Okay, so diamond goes around to the jack. Broglin can now continue a low club.
Yeah, I think now we still probably, hopefully, he'll cash the last club before playing another diamond.
No, I think at this point we do want to play a diamond. Clubs could be 5-3-3-2 around. So
That's true.
So we do want to preserve
might have pulled
partners'
that
ace of
club,
clubs
yeah.
entry. I guess he's just like, you know, he paused just because he wanted to make sure that both he and his partner had enough discards available, depending on what Declara does next.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't want to get like winkled somehow, but yeah, this is fine. So a diamond.
Yeah, Declare has no hope of a 7th trick at this point.
Nope. Other table, also 1 no trump doubled in the south, also down 1. It's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty normal looking result, right?
Yeah. Alright, king of spades, East can pitch a heart. I think we're just seeing a claim. I don't think East is like thinking about this position. Obviously, he can see the queen of clubs is... well, it wouldn't have mattered. He actually could have pitched the queen of clubs.
Right.
But for funny reason. Anyway, on to the next board. Another push. Yeah, ATN, your boys are doing great. They're up 6-0 over Norway. That's a good result. Pass around to south. Opens a spade. Take out double from west. Pretty natural with the 4-card heart suit, even though it's a little bit off shape.
Yeah, 1 no is a fine opening, but a pretty bad overcall on a hand like that.
3 spades from north. Preemptive.
We'll see. I mean, West has a pretty good hand, but I think if East could make a responsive double, you just have to let it go.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a 15 count, so it's like a little bit extra, but you can't force to game on your own.
Like your shape is bad. You don't have a ton of trick taking potential. Sure, the diamond suit's nice, but yeah, I just pass and hope to go plus in defense.
I think the senior team and for the French are also doing quite well in the event, if I recall. How is 1 no by north? 1 no by north over the takeout double. I mean, the reason why this systems are designed so that you can bid 3 spades with this hand is that it eats up a lot of room, right? Like, look at what happens here. East gets to bid 2 hearts if you bid a no trump on the north hand, and then East-West might find their way into a heart contract. I don't know. How does East-West do in hearts?
I mean, no one's bidding a no trump, right? The alternative is to bid 2 only spades since you're flat and weak despite having a 4th trump.
Well, Schmeebel was just asking for, like, the purposes of messing with the opponents and trying to make them think that something else is going on, but I think that's kind of the point.
First of all, by the way, 1 no trump might show clubs.
Okay, that too. Yeah, they might be playing transfers in the spot, so 1-no might not be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, that kind of psych, like, it can work against weak players. Here, with an expert East, if East has a good hand with no direction, he'll just double. If he has a good hand with a direction, he'll bid his suit. You know, if anything, a bid like that makes things easier for the opponents, where three spades makes things really hard for them. Even two spades makes things harder.
Wait, hold on. I was thinking the King of Clubs is coming out so fast. This Ace of Diamonds is a really cool play. He's getting like a suit preference signal from his partner because he knows that his partner doesn't need to give diamond attitude. The king is in dummy. So that 5 of diamonds is super, but he can't read it. The 4-3-2 are in declarer's hand. Oh no. Okay, yeah. This is actually really nice.
I think he knows that East is the favorite to have the Ace of Clubs anyway, because South might have been a game.
Well, he doesn't know about South's Ace King of Hearts, right?
Oh, that's true, except East probably... Oh, I see, he doesn't know East had a higher diamond to spare because he's looking at the 987 himself. 987.
Yes, exactly. Like East could have 5-4-3 of diamonds, and he's playing the highest one that he can. Yeah, right. I mean, this was a great play of the Ace of Diamonds. Broglen got really unlucky with the diamond layout. I use the word luck sparingly, so this to me is very unlucky that South happens to have all the low diamonds. I mean, he's like, the wheels are churning. He's trying to work this out. And it's pretty important to do so. If he doesn't get his club rough, then 3 spades is going to make.
Yeah, it'll be the biggest swing of the match.
I know. Wait, how did this defense go? Dude! Broglen has been watching Gib. He cashed the Ace of Spades from Ace and 1, and now he cashed the Ace of Diamonds from Ace Queen 5th.
I think the Ace of Spades was a good opening lead to find out as much as he could. Hey,
there it is. Oh man, huge sigh of relief from Broglen there after seeing the 6 of clubs from partner. Club to the ace, club rough. Nicely done. So another push board. He's now afterwards like asking, no lower diamonds, partner. like what was the 5 of diamonds from? And I don't know if South did play the 2 of diamonds on that trick. It's possible South actually played the 3 or the 4, but and I'm not gonna say that you should always just randomly play spot cards. You should think about what you're trying to do and what sort of signal you're trying to give to the opposition or confuse the opposition about when you're declaring. But if South had played the 4 of diamonds, I wonder if this would have worked out for South. And I think a lot of players just play their high diamonds because they're like, ugh, I've seen this work a million times, and maybe it would have on this hand. But
yeah, I mean, I think the simple rule is to signal the same way that your opponents do. So here, if you kind of realize this is a super preference situation, he wants a heart lead, so you play high.
Exactly. Yeah, that is good advice for learning about how to quote unquote signal as declare. But okay, this hand looks actually relatively interesting. I mean, so North-South have a lot of values. 13 opposite 16, but basically everything's working. 6 diamonds isn't the worst contract, although it is going to go down with the diamond split being so poor.
I mean, they've got all the aces and kings just about, except for the ace of clubs, but the lack of a 9-card fit is pretty bad, and on top of only having an 8-card fit in diamonds, they have no secondary fit at all. sure, the ace and queen of spades are nice, but they only have 6 of them. Like their hands aren't super well coordinated with each other.
No, but we're about to see how aggressive North gets once he finds out partner has a diamond fit. I mean, okay, I understand North being conservative because his diamonds are so bad. But he has found a fit, he has extras, he has a lot of controls. He's probably thinking slam at this moment.
He'll bid 3 hearts and let partner do whatever he does. Like he'll probably make 1 or 3 no trump. Is it possible that's conventional? Because if it isn't, it looks a little conservative.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just has decided to be safe on this hand, take his plus score. As you say, the spade fit is not having the spade fit is quite bad.
Yeah, even a second spade, besides making it easier to set up the suit, would also make the play a lot more flexible. Like here, stiff ace is a horrible, holding if you ever need to get back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 3-0 all pass, so this is going to work out just fine. East is going to get off to a heart lead. There's the 9 of hearts. Second best. Good morning, V8. How did you sleep? For an hour. Hopefully well. Both tables getting to 3-0 on this one, staying relatively low. Kind of a similar auction at both tables, although in the other room, South was the one who signed off.
I mean, they have so many high cards, they're probably just going to do fine, but this isn't a super easy hand to play. Like, I don't know, do you because you really want to try to keep, if you can figure out what's going on in the heart suit, you want to keep West off lead. It feels like the natural play in the diamond suit is low to the 10, but that's not great when West can win and play a heart.
I mean, I'm mostly interested in just trying to collect 9 tricks. Like at match points, I think there's a lot more interesting things happening on this board. But
that's the question. So, what 9 tricks do you propose to take and how?
Well, I mean, if I can get 3 spades, 3 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a club, that's 9. And in doing so,
you start by.
Well, in doing so, I mean, so I would have. I mean, if I all I care about is taking 9 tricks, we win the King of Hearts at trick 1. We unblock the spade ace. We run the 10 of diamonds.
Well, hang on.
Play a diamond to the 10.
Yeah, okay.
Right? And now the opponents play a heart. We can duck a heart, win the next round, knock out the club ace. We have diamond entries to the south hand, and we can cash the spades, eventually get back to the north hand for the king of diamonds, or... That sounds about right. I guess actually I'm going to take 2 spades and 4 diamonds, a club and 2 hearts. But yes, I mean, this is 9 tricks. I don't know. There's probably a better line of play, but that would be one way to collect 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think, winning the heart and playing a diamond to the 10 seems fine to me, but, just this hand is not without pitfalls, even with as many high cards as they have. All of a sudden, Declare does not have a lot of entries to the north hand, and
Right. That's why winning the King of Hearts is kind of important at trick 1.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I'm sure that Declare kind of figured out already came up with a line of play that just works. So I'm going to trust him.
Brooklyn and Baca both ducked their minus shoot honors, which puts Declare in this position where he's unblocking stuff, and he's fine. He's got King, Queen of Spades, King of Hearts, King of Diamonds to come, but he's not going to make the 11 tricks made in the other room.
No, certainly not. That is a pretty big result over there, 660. V8 asks, why did I think that you were a coach? Well, I thought you said something about your team, and I guess I interpreted that to mean that that you were coaching the team. Or like representing as a coach. You could just be team mom, which is an important role. Queen of Spades reveals the bad spade split. Declare may just cash out here. He pitches a diamond. Like, he might go diamond to the king, heart to the king, lead a club. Hope to get a trick in the end position, which he won't.
Yeah, the defense did pretty well to get into a position where Declare basically has to cash out to avoid disaster.
Mm-hmm. Kayani says, can the defenders continue diamonds to block an entry? I assume this was like way back when I was talking about winning the King of Hearts, spade to the ace, diamond to the 10 line of play. So like diamond to the 10 and queen, diamond return. I mean, again, we just have 9 tricks, right? We have 4 diamonds at that point. We lose a diamond, but then all of our other diamonds run. The king, queen of clubs is an entry to the north hand. And the diamonds are an entry to the spades, where, again, I guess I'm only cashing one of them because it's a little bit risky to cash 2 setting up the jack, depending on how the defense goes. But yes, I mean, I would certainly want to think about how to play the hand if I was even playing in a team event, but obviously in a match point event, I would be trying for more than 9 tricks. But there is definitely a play to collect 9 relatively cheaply. I'm sure Declare's line was also probably guaranteed to take 9 tricks. He probably just thought a little bit more deeply, and this was better for over tricks, is my guess. And it looks like in terms of over tricks, he's going to get one, because East cannot cash that jack 8 of spades. He is no longer on lead. And oddly enough, so Brooklyn does correctly return a heart, cutting communication. Otherwise, East was going to get squeezed. So there's the 10 of hearts to the jack and king. King of diamonds, 8 of clubs, both cash, but the 8 of hearts is going to be high at the end of the hand. You have friends on the team? I got you. That makes sense. Norway's on the board, 6-1. A little bit better defense than happened in the other room. I guess I haven't looked at what went down in the other room. East just let a club. Interesting. North, having bid hearts in that auction, dissuaded East from the heart lead. So they let a club, which picks up the club suit. Kind of. And then Declare had an easy time setting up diamonds. And also West didn't duck the first round of diamonds, which I think was a really strong play from Brogland in this room. Oh boy. Hold on. We have a key card auction. Wait, what is happening?
Four clubs, 2 diamonds is multi, and 4 clubs says transfer me to your suit so I can declare it.
Oh, okay. Great. Got it. I'm back with us. Okay. All good.
Yeah,
all good.
When I play multi, this is something I usually play. If you want to do the other thing, you can start with 2 no trump.
I thought I looked at East's hand and I thought 2 diamonds was natural and preemptive, and 4 clubs was like key card.
So this was a splinter. Or key card, yeah. No, this was just.
And then I looked at West's hand, and I was like, man, that is not a very good 2 diamond preempt. Okay, I'm back with you.
Yeah.
Diamond opening lead.
Yeah.
To the ace. 2 of diamonds return. Suit preference. We will see a club to the king and another diamond ruff. So this will be down 1 pretty quickly.
Yeah, so one might say that the very weak second seat multi by West is getting the result it deserved, because I think if North were on lead, they would not be leading the ace of diamonds and beating it via ruffs.
Yeah, which is just random. Flip the north-south hands and you do want south on lead.
Yeah.
But
I'm not saying I'm one of those people. I'm just saying some might say.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you play the method to cater to this hand, and when you hold this hand, you use the method,
It's... So, funnily enough, we were talking about this, these surrounding plays the other day when Kurt was here, and this looks like a perfect scenario for it. King 10, 8 of clubs, the 9 is in dummy, we can switch to the 10 of clubs. That's gonna hold, and now we're gonna realize we've made a terrible mistake.
I mean, so Baca, played the king of diamonds as a false card. I feel like that's the kind of false card that's everyone is going to know you're not fooling anyone.
Yeah, although, he would do it with king, queen, third as well, right? So
that's true.
He's just, unblocking the diamond suit. There's the diamond ruff. 2 of diamonds, pretty clear signal from North. Lorenzini gonna take his usual 5-minute siesta. Nope, he returns the 2 of clubs. Please give me another diamond ruff. Thanks, Pard. Well done.
Yep. And I think we're gonna see a claim any second now.
Yeah, so another push. How did they get there in the other room? I'm curious. West also opened 2 diamonds. Cool. Broglin gets to open his best suit, 1 spade. What? Get out of here. 5-4 in the majors, 11 high card points. Favorable.
Yeah, that does seem...
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Does seem fairly conservative. No,
Don't.
I see, yeah, so this is not what's going on.
No, this is what's going on. He psyched a penalty double? Is there any way?
No way, and North didn't psych a second seat 1 no trump on that hand.
Oh, wait, what is happening then?
It started a spade pass a no trump double.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. That's probably better. Right, so Broglin did open a spade. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Almost guaranteed. Who knows, but I think that would be kind of consistent with 3 of the 4 first round actions.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm on board. Yeah, and South has this 5-card heart suit, but you just don't overcall 2 hearts on the sand.
No, especially vulnerable, but you do have to get in there, I think. So pretty normal take-up double. So I think this may be the point where the operator has realized something horrible happened and, isn't quite sure what yet, but they will, again. Well, maybe it is possible.
No, wait, I'm back on board with my plan. This is... West passed. North opened a no trump. Wait, why did North open a no trump? What is...
Right, exactly. None of this is possible.
Wait, what is happening? Oh my god.
This is going to be one of those where, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. We're going to sit here for, 7 or 8 minutes, and then we're just going to see a result pop up. In the
next Okay. I'm back in. So, it did go a spade. So we're off by 1. West opened a spade, and we have to shift all of the bids one direction. So
Yeah, so a spade passed a no trump, but South doubled and West redoubled. You think that's possible? I guess so.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what redouble says, but we're just gonna roll with it. So redouble, probably for rescue. 2 clubs by
Oh, maybe, yeah.
East, 2 hearts by West, showing both majors. 2 spades by East. Wait, 3 spades by West. Hello?
Yeah, again, like, that doesn't seem possible that West re-raised.
There's no way West bid 3 spades, right? I don't think so.
Well, there's no way that South is declaring, but there's no way that North is declaring 3 spades. I don't think.
No. We're off by 1. So Brogland raised 2 spades to 3.
But again, how is that possible?
It does seem strange. I mean,
Is it possible that, no, I was going to say, could have started a spade, a no trump by North and East? No, because he would double that. Well, he might double that for rescue if that's that's not what it means. Never mind.
no. I mean, like, everything makes sense. Brogland's 3 spade bid makes sense in the context that he might believe his partner has a 3-card limit raise. But I don't know why he would think that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think, yeah, maybe the redouble is like, a request for partner to bid 2 clubs, and you just, sort out your rescue from there, which is what it looks like happened.
I think so too. Yeah, so the operator is, going to work out once the opening lead hits that something went wrong. I wonder if we're going to see undos. Because normally the operators panic at this point that something bad has happened, and they just like click undo 1,000 times because they don't know what's going on. I think you're right. I think we're just gonna get a result on this board. We're not gonna see anything happening. Let's think about 3 spades. I mean, I think it's unbelievable. That's a bingo square.
Yeah, well, I think one other thing is, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I think one reason why we may so frequently just see the result of next board is it's possible that once the auction ends, you can no longer rewind it all the way to the beginning to correct it.
I saw pass out on the score. They baited me. So that's not a bingo square. Undo. Okay. So the other table got to 2 spades in the north, down 1. I'm sorry, what?
Is every north-south just declaring some spade partial on this end?
Dude, the operator lost it in both rooms. In the other room, it started pass.
No, you know what? Rob will tell you exactly what's happening. The board is fouled at both tables, I bet is what's happening.
Okay.
I bet. Maybe the north and west hands are switched or something. That might be consistent.
Yes. Wait, north and west hand.
No, because that west would open. I bet the boards are fouled in the same way at both tables.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, the cards on the table, or the cards that we see in front of us, are not correct. The auction is correct. Right. Okay, great. Now we get play detective. So,
and it's possible there's just some entirely different, like the board 28 that's at this table, like may well just have nothing to do with this deal, and the spades could be totally coincidental.
So South is probably very distributional, right? Because South redoubled for rescue, and then showed both majors.
Yeah.
And then when North bid 2 spades, South said, no, I still think we might have a game despite wanting to rescue from a no trump. Doubled.
So, Rob, if you want to do that, I'm going to stop by a couple of the other tables in different matches and see whether board 28 is,
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
All right, so in Israel versus Sweden, the bidding does basically match the hands we're looking at in the diagram.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, West open to spade. At both tables. You know?
Really? Wait.
No, I'm sorry. The Nystrom upmark table, it also has nothing to do with reality.
Okay.
The
Okay.
Tarnovsky table, it did.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
Vikitsa. I
something,
think
obviously.
the the cards are wrong. That's our best guess. Anyway, on to board 29. Oh, 3 pushes in a row. Done. Thank you. Boom.
Well, although I would say with an asterisk, right? Because I think there's a decent chance that board 28 is just going to be thrown out.
Well, we got 3 pushes in a row on earlier boards. 23 through 25.
Oh, you're right. We had that earlier, yeah.
All right, a club.
Yeah, there were a lot of
North-South.
North-South declaring 3 no jump, and that certainly makes sense. So I think, I think it was just fouled in this match in some dumb way. Anyway.
Yeah, spade by west, support double by north, 2 hearts by east. Looks like a constructive raise to 2 spades.
Yeah, no alert, but that's surely what it is. Playing transfers anytime the side's first action is one of a major.
I wonder what we do as south. I mean, it would be nice if we could just double and then be done to show our extras.
Mm-hmm.
But
and we could pass and then double 2 spades when it comes around. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't actually want to declare the hand. I just want to be like, hey, partner, I have some values, but yeah, so he does double. This looks a lot better to me because I would love to pass out 2 spades if partner also wants to pass out 2 spades. ATN arguing with the best player in all of France that support double with the north hand. Not his choice. I mean, I think the general consensus is you just make a support double on every hand that you hold 3-card support. It makes follow-up bids a lot easier. But, I mean, I understand, it's like, would I rather play a 4-3 heart fit than 2 clubs? No, I would rather play 2 clubs.
So no, partner could have 6 hearts, and if you don't make the support double, you lose a 6-3 fit, which, sure, maybe partner bids him again with 6 and you raise and he thinks you has 2 and you have 2 and you don't, but it's the losses when you don't show your 3-card holding there are just too great. Support doubles for me are not optional. If you have 3 of them, you just do it and then you look around later for some follow-up action.
This is a bid, right, by South? It is one of the legal bids that South could have made, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, he has 10, and I wonder if he believes partners... see, that's... Oh, man. I really liked what South was doing up until the 3-no bid.
Yeah.
Because, what I was thinking in the back of my mind, which maybe Lorenzini wasn't, but my thought is great, I can show my extras with 2 hearts, and then I can do whatever, and then whatever partner wants to do is fine. But when he doubles and then partner bids 3 clubs, I would still be in the thought process of I've showed my extras, partner has used that information to decide that he wants to play 3 clubs, I'm passing. Instead, he might think that his partner has extra values, or maybe he actually just thinks that Jack 10 Doubleton is enough, that sometimes 3-no trump comes rolling home.
I mean, he's right. If the clubs come in, it would be pretty close to a make. Yeah, I mean, yes, the Kibisher is saying, well, does 3 clubs show extras here? And if South had passed over 2 hearts, it would show extras. But South invited North to act, so North took him up on the invitation. It doesn't show really anything more than extra club length.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could be a little bit of miscommunication, of course, because South might not have thought that's what's going on. Maybe South was just well, I made a takeout double, and maybe he would have thought, oh, I was planning to make another takeout double of 2 spades if it came back around to me. In which case, he's of the mindset partner has showed extras because he was planning to act again.
That's possible, but I don't know. I think the simpler explanation is, North heard his partner show extras and, decided that wasn't a reason to bid where he might not have otherwise.
Yeah. Heart to the queen. Okay, Brogland has a little bit of work to do. Because he's probably worried that South has 3 clubs. In which case, his singleton queen coming down means the club suit runs. So, he does win the ace. And he does continue diamonds. And I mean, obviously, we can tell that the 9 of clubs is kind of a big card.
Yeah, and here, of course, he doesn't necessarily know, he knows that the ace and king of spades are almost certainly split, but he doesn't know which is which. This could just run the spade suit.
Yeah, and additionally, I think he's actually pretty convinced that the clubs are not a problem, given his club holding. If Declare really had queen, jack, third of clubs, like the whatever it is in hearts that he holds, ace, king, queen of hearts, he probably would have done something else earlier. I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, but also if Declare has that, there's just nothing you can do about it.
Well, I mean, he could have, cashed another diamond and then, doing something else.
Yeah, sure. But at some point, you just have to put this queen of spades on the table and hope that one way or another you beat it in the black suits.
Yeah. V8, the defense is doing just fine. That 9 of clubs is a pretty big card for their side. So, almost any defense would have worked out quite as well. So this will just be down 1, it looks like. The hearts do break. So Declare does get out for down 1. And that'll be a push, another push, because they got a little bit too high in the other room, getting to 4 clubs. Man, North did a lot of bidding in the other room. I understand them getting to 4 clubs. They did get the same support double. This time South didn't act over 2 spades, so North balanced. And then South felt like, I need to show my extras.
Yeah, and I think South could have just bid 3 no trump and possibly should have. He went looking for a second spade stopper, and North didn't have one, so he had to bid 4 clubs.
Right. All right, 1 spade by East. We got 3 boards to play. We've had 8 pushes in the match. Our biggest imp swing is 2 imps so far through 13 boards. A spade, a no trump overcall, spicy by Lorenzini.
And what else can he do, right? The only alternative is double, and that's just begging partner to bury you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what North does, whether he, I think he would probably not make a try over a 1 trump opening, but 1 no trump overcall is usually a little bit heavier. He may go fishing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Shiv says Lorenzini's bid was close if North had the 9 of clubs, but the thing is, Brogland could have ducked the ace of hearts, right? It's not as if he was going to be making 3 no trump if Dummy had the 9 of clubs. Brogland could have offered up a bit more resistance in the heart suit, denying the jack of hearts as an entry. So really, you basically need the queen doubleton of clubs. And
or the
North to have the 9.
Clubs. Or the 9-8 of clubs, so you can overtake both the jack and the 10 without having to worry about, then you're okay even against a 4-1 club split.
Right.
Yeah, so, I think here, if my partner opened a no trump, I would probably just do whatever I can do to show a weekend with both minors, but, inviting here seems fine to me by North opposite the overcall.
Yeah, now what can you do normally to show a weekend with both minors?
2 no trump showing diamonds, but partner only accepts in diamonds if he has a better fit for diamonds than for clubs.
Yeah, so as long as 2 no isn't puppet. Yeah.
So normally I play 3 clubs puppet, so I can play 2 spades as clubs are range and 2 no as diamonds are weak with both minors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Deweek asked the interesting question: are systems not on here?
I mean, maybe systems aren't on. They might play transfers into four suits, which is another popular method after no trump overcalls. So two clubs and three clubs shows clubs and diamonds possibly.
That looks great with this north hand.
Yeah, I think we abandoned it, but for a long time with Franco, we played everything was a transfer over no trump overcalls. It was fine, Once in a while, it's really good when you have diamonds and you get to play two diamonds.
Yeah. Now, is Basis going
Transferring into
to?
their suit is game and it's fine.
Is Basis going to go looking for a game? I mean, 5 diamonds is not a bad spot.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, in those methods, yeah. I don't know whether it's a joke or not. Two clubs is Texas. I suspect it's a joke. I mean,
Yeah.
5 diamonds. I guess all you need is to hold your diamond losers to 1. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and, a little bit of extra help, like 4-3 clubs, so that you can rough the club suit
Yeah.
good. I mean, sometimes you can handle
So-
5-2 clubs if the diamonds come home for no losers.
Yeah, so to wait for the moment, 3 diamonds just says that South has better diamonds than clubs. If we're right, the 2 clubs was a transfer and 3 clubs was natural.
Okay, Basis does go big on this hand. Now, I think Lorenzini is going to take the shot at 5 diamonds, and I think Broglin's going to smack it.
I mean, obviously, he's got a really good hand for suit play as no trump overcalls go.
Yeah, the singleton and aces and kings.
Ace, queen, 10, 4 the trumps.
The king of spades is a little bit of a suspect value. Obviously spades could be 6-4-2-1 around, and it might go spade to the ace, queen of spades roughed.
I do wonder what this double's about. He did open a spade. It's not like... maybe it's a non-lead directing double. Like, it might be one of these doubles that says lead something else.
Yeah, I obviously doesn't want a spade lead. Queen 10 fifth, king queen of hearts, ace 10 9 of clubs. So I think you're right about that.
Yeah, lead deflecting double.
Yeah, so
What was
Lorenzini,
that?
I don't know what North has showed. So it's going to be hard for me to start constructing hands from South's perspective. He's not going to expect partner to hold the spade ace, but then if partner doesn't have the spade ace and he knows he's getting a heart lead against 3 no trump, does he think there's any realistic chance of just running a bunch of tricks in 3 no?
So one thing that I'm wondering about is it this is a kind of an obscure auction. Is it possible that South is going to think North has spade shortness for this 3 spade bid? It's kind of a standard principle in no trump when you're bidding the minors that when you start bidding other stuff at the 3 level is shortness. Maybe that's analogous here. All right, so we do have a Bridge-based commentator confirming the 2 clubs was a transfer to diamonds.
Okay, yeah, that's actually really interesting. So 2 clubs shows diamonds, 3 clubs shows clubs.
And in fact, so if North is showing spade shortness, maybe that will get Lorenzini not to bid a game because his hand is much better opposite heart shortness than spade shortness, and it'll kind of save him in a weird way since West has 2 trump tricks.
Yeah, so the idea behind the lead deflecting double, or whatever you want to call it, I think the term that most people use is anti-lead directing double or anti-lead directional double.
Yeah, I like mine better.
Whatever. Is that normally you expect your partner to lead your suit, right? You've opened 1 spade, you have a 5-card major. If the opponents get to 3 no trump, your partner has Jack Doubleton, you want him to lead that suit because most of the time you have honors in the suit. So if you double,
and in the absence of any other information, he's just going to lead your suit.
right? Yeah. So you really want to cater to unusual situations. That's what you want to do, and also because this double gives the opponents a bunch of extra room. Right now, South could pass. South could redouble. South could bid something. And he does bid 3 no trump. We'll get back to that in a second. You really want to have this bid show a specific type of hand that like your partner wouldn't otherwise think you hold, and the most effective use that people have found of the bid is that it asks for a different lead.
Right.
So
yeah, you don't need to double for a spade lead. Partner's going to lead a spade 100% of the time, unless he has some reason to do anything else.
Yeah, so here we see South does bid 3 no, gets the heart lead as expected. So this was what I was thinking, that Lorenzini might have constructed hands where his partner has a little bit better cards in the diamond suit and club suits, and 3 no trump might just roll home by taking the first 9 tricks or something like that. He also does have the heart stopped, so... Alright, king of clubs.
So, probably this is going to win the trick, right? Even with Baca having strong clubs, maybe he'll win, knowing the dummy only has 1 entry. Yeah, it does hold.
It does hold. He probably got a count signal from his partner in the club suit.
Yeah, I am wondering whether the 6 was count or Smith. I'd probably even they play Smith as count because, Brooklyn does know that Baca has all the club interiors. He just needs to tell him how to handle his ace.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure we just go ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, or ace of diamonds, ace shows out, and then we cry. But one of those is going to be our plan.
But trying to set up the diamonds anytime there's 2-2 or there's a singleton honor seems reasonable.
Wait. Maybe we can't afford to do that. If we lose a diamond, 2 hearts, and a club, that's okay, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, so he does go ace of diamonds. That makes sense. Now it's time to cry.
Probably.
East pitches a spade. Uh-oh.
And this is one where your Brooklyn is West maybe some of the time. When you have King Jack Doubleton, you play the King of Diamonds, so that just in case something really weird is going on and South doesn't have the King of Spades, crosses to the ace, take the diamond, finessing you, and now you just conjured up a trick from nothing.
Yeah. Could be. Well, couple diamonds, couple of hearts, ace of clubs. Looks like Declare is not going to be making this one. But 5 diamonds also would have gone down, and may well have gotten doubled. Is Declare coming to 8 tricks, though? He's going to score 3 diamonds. I think it's going to be pretty hard for the defense to not just play a few rounds of hearts at some point and give him a second heart trick. So 3 diamonds, 1 club, 2 spades, and 2 hearts. Sounds like 8 tricks to me. Maybe East-West can be careful and hold him to 7, but I don't think that's very likely. West would need to switch to spades now, which he might do. I mean, he very well might switch to spades. It's actually necessary. I mean, the French pair at the other table is just bringing back, the best possible result on every single board. 3 no trump does go down 2 in the other room.
Who was in for the French at the other table?
It was Rombo and Rombo.
Well, the Rombos, yeah. Yeah, they've had a pretty good run in top-level bridge over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
They had some good NABC results. I think at least one strong European result, possibly a good World Championship result.
good defense by them. They actually went about setting up the club suit, so they didn't give Declare his extra heart trick, and eventually scored some extra clubs. Oh yeah, this actually works as well. Now, so Bakke wins the jack of clubs with the ace. He can set up the 10-9 of clubs at this point. V8 is very aggressive to not just sit 3 diamonds. From Basis, yeah. He could have collected a plus score if he had passed out 3 diamonds. If 3 now came home, do you think we would see Bakke trying something on the last 2 boards to try and get the swing back? I don't think so. I don't believe in this sort of like group stage scenario that you really want to be. You should kind of just treat it as like one very, very, very long team match, right? Yeah. Like it's not like multiple matches. You have to earn a certain number of VPs to qualify for the next round. So it doesn't matter if you lose the one match. You just don't want to lose by extra, right? So you don't want to do something anti-percentage to possibly turn a 10 imp loss into a 20 imp loss. That would be bad.
Yeah. Like on average in a 16-team qualification round robin group with 8 teams qualifying, you would expect if you're at all plus imps that you'll qualify. So, you just, whatever. If you're minus imps on a couple of hands, you don't worry about trying to get it back right at that moment. You just try to be plus imps over the course of the week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not exactly like one giant team match, but in essence it is, right? Obviously the scale of the VP charts is not directly linear, and it cuts off at some point. So you could come up with some pretty strange scenarios where obviously it's right to take big swings, but yeah, to a large extent, like you don't want to take like a 40-60 position. Like taking a 52-48 position is fine on a board.
And, given that the WBF and ACBL and ABC Swiss scales are pretty flat, like with fractional limps every one, or fractional VPs for every imp. Like, there's, like, yeah, sure, if you turn a 10 imp loss into a 20 imp loss, it's not as bad as turning a push into a 10 imp loss, but it's not much different either.
Hey, we're going to get the biggest swing of the match on this board. East-West bidding to 3 no trump. So does this have any play? I mean, if this comes home, then Broglen and Bakke are going to be leading. But
yeah, and as Eric points out, just because you think you're a little bit behind and having a bad card doesn't mean you are. Sometimes your teammates just have some fluke big results and you win a match that you thought you had no chance in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so the diamonds don't actually come home.
No, I mean, the defense can just take the first 5 tricks, although they won't.
Right, like, I don't see any reason for North to believe he needs to fly ace of clubs and switch to the 10 of spades. I mean, he might. What was this auction? A diamond, a heart, 2 hearts, 2 no, 3 diamonds, 3 no.
So I think 3 diamonds probably showed a maximum with exactly 3 hearts.
Man, you know what? It might be right to fly ace of clubs here.
I mean, he's looking at 2 little diamonds. If he thinks the diamonds are coming in, then he knows he needs to make something happen.
Okay, he eventually was just like, that's such a big position to take, I'm going to duck. And this gives Declare a little bit of hope, but it's just not enough.
We have a BBO commentator saying Jack clubs is a slightly speculative lead. I mean, I think King Jack 4th of spades is not that attractive to me.
I'm sorry, what? Isn't the Jack of clubs just automatic? Hello?
I think it's pretty normal. Yeah.
This is the type of commentary on BBO that I think a lot of people are used to. They just hit the double dummy solver, and then they don't actually think for themselves about the hands.
No, it's true, but look what's happening here. The south hand is getting squeezed a little bit, right? He can't afford to pitch a spade, or else the spades are going to be blocked.
I mean, it's fine to pitch a spade, obviously.
And you can pitch a spade, and then, jack of spades, king of spades, spade over, but, 2 pitches is not great for his hand.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, commentators say he wants a poll on whether he should lead a spade, as you say.
But I mean, that's...
I don't think he actually wants to put that poll up.
Well, that's another thing, right? Because the poll is going to be 70% for people leading spades, because most people just lead 4th best.
Right.
And then, all of this misinformation gets propagated. People are like, well, the poll says 70-30 for a spade lead, and no one, looks at the names or even knows who's the names of people. They're like, Rosenberg, club lead, Helgamo, club lead, and...
certainly when I do bridge winners, bidding problems, and lead problems... I care a little bit about the majority vote, but mostly I just look and see what the good players did.
Yeah.
So, Declare now has basically no chance of an extra trick, barring a really bizarre defensive mistake, which I don't think is possible.
No, I think we'll see the 10 of clubs. So Lorenzini worked it out before I could even finish. It's clear to both defenders what's going on in the black suits. Therefore, it is perfectly safe for Lorenzini to play the 10 of clubs. Even if it got covered, his partner would know to underlead a spade to his king to cash out.
Right. And now, in fact, partner is going to go all in with his 2 aces at trick 12.
Exactly. Yeah. So 4 imps going the way of France, 3 no trump down 1. As V8 mentioned, can't believe they played it in a no trump at the other table. I agree. 25 highs combined and they get to 1 no. West opens a 10 to 12 no trump and East with 13 passes. Makes sense. Most often partners going to be on the low end of the range.
Right, non-vulnerable. You just don't worry about missing a 24 high card point, 3 no trump. It'll probably play okay. 11 opposite 13 is much better than, 17 opposite 7, but still, your highest spot card is an 8, and your next highest spot card is 3 6s.
Mm-hmm. A diamond by West, 2 hearts by East. Hold, please. I will be with you in a minute.
Probably a 2 no trump bid, but it might include some other hand types. I think probably East most of the time just has an invitational 2 no trump bid.
I'm looking at the wrong card. That's why.
Yeah, whatever. This is something that a lot of Americans play. 2 hearts is a 2 no trump invitational response, so West can bid 2 spades to let East declare it or grab it himself, or do something else as he might on certain hands.
Yeah. Okay, that's actually exactly what's happening. I was looking at the Basis Lorenzini card, and it was reverse Flannery, and I was like, oh, we got another misdeal on our hands.
Yeah.
Not this time.
So 3 hearts, showing shortness, presumably, since it's alerted, is a nice treatment. Now, whatever East does, West can be pretty confident it's going to be the right action.
Okay. Yep. So... what is East gonna do? I mean, he has a heart stopper, but he bids 3 spades.
Whatever. I mean,
I like this bid.
But 3 hearts also presumably accepts the game try. So you do whatever you do, but 3 no with 1 heart stopper is probably okay. It's fine here, right?
Well, I like this bid a lot. Okay, now they're gonna get to 5 clubs, I think.
Yeah, probably. Assuming that they're all on the same wavelength and that this bid can end the auction, yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I really like the 3-spade bid because East knows that with only one Heartstopper and the opponent's kind of guaranteed to lead hearts against this type of an auction, he really needs a source of tricks or like tricks to be able to make 3-0. Right. So if West had a hand that was like Ace, King, Queen of Diamonds, then Brooklyn probably would have bid 3-0 over 3 spades. But with Brogland not having a real source of tricks, he's just like, okay, I'm going to pattern out, and now partner can select what contract to play.
Yeah. I mean, East, of course, knows the opponents have 9 hearts, so, so there's no chance even of, like, a lucky make on a 4-4 heartbreak because a partner has a singleton. That's not possible.
Yeah. Okay, so spade lead. I mean, Declare has a lot of ways to go right on this hand, and I think he probably will. I wonder what the simplest is. I wonder if it's win the Ace of Spades, cross in clubs, and run the 10 of Diamonds immediately. This kind of runs into a little bit of a problem if South covers the 10 of Diamonds. So maybe we lead a low diamond. The 2 of Diamonds to the 8.
Yeah, and we might try leading a heart at trick 2 to find out how many spades we need to ruff also. Well, I guess because the clubs are going to take care of that problem.
Well, yeah, that's the alternative, is to try and ruff hearts. My thinking is, like, if we can set up the diamonds before we pull trumps, then we don't need to worry about, like, scoring a heart trick. Whereas if we go ace of clubs, ace of spades, heart, it loses, they play a trump.
No, I was thinking we were playing in diamonds, not in clubs.
Oh, yeah.
So win, cross to a trump, maybe 2 rounds of trumps to get him out of the way, and then play diamonds.
You could. I think ultimately the issue with this line is, like, what if South flies a diamond honor? Because we would love to just, like, take a diamond hook. Like, duck the first round of diamonds, but when we play a low diamond and South puts in the queen, we can't duck that trick. We have to win, and now the opponents are risking a ruff, and then it becomes a little bit dangerous if the ace of hearts is offside. So there are obviously these 2 competing plans, and I don't know what Bakke is going to go with. I think a lot of it depends on how likely he believes South will fly the king or queen of diamonds from king or queen doubleton. So let's see what he does at trick 2. Heart. Pretty straightforward. Basis already planned for this. He decided to duck, and this is going to make Declare's life a little bit easier, I believe.
Yeah, and I think North can tell that this hand is pretty friendly for Declare, so, maybe he figures when he ducks, usually it's just for an overtrick and no big deal.
There it is. There's the 2 of diamonds. See, I really like this 2 of diamonds play. That is a great play. You lead the 10, South is going to be more likely to cover. You lead the 9, South might work out what's going on and cover. You lead the 2, it looks so innocuous.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe lead the 2 and Declare is about to play ace and then back to the 10 when he had king 10 third.
Yeah. Vikitsa says, feels like South can work out to play the queen. Well, we just saw it. But yes, I mean...
like, maybe he should, but Declare made it hard for him, and that's always a good strategy.
Okay, well, that match is in the books. That is the last match of today's set.
Resounding victory for the French. 5 times as many imps as their Norwegian competitors.
This was a slaughter. Okay, hold on. Let's pull up the scores. Take care, V8. Have a good day.
Cool. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Are you heading out too? Go ahead.
I mean, I'll stick around for the for the standings, and I'm gonna go grab some dinner.
Sounds good. All right. So Group A, Sweden on top. USA actually makes the comeback. They had a unfortunate couple of rounds in the middle here, but they've stumbled back into second place. Sweden, USA, Netherlands, Israel, still maintaining a relatively large lead or separation, these top 4 teams, between the rest of the pack. Then we have Argentina, Germany, Romania, and Ireland, with New Zealand hot on their heels for that 8th place slot. A little bit of a separation then between New Zealand and 10th. And England is making a move. They finally got a sizable win over South Africa. Group B. We have France on top after this crushing win over Norway. They're up 122. Italy is in second. Poland, China, Switzerland. A little bit of a drop-off between Switzerland and Finland there. Turkey and Korea, actually. That's maybe surprising to some.
Pretty big result for the Koreans.
Yeah, they're doing great. And they had a really nice win over Hungary this round, one of the lower-ranked teams in the field, of course. But we'll see if they can manage to stick it out. A few more days of play. The women's over here, Poland is up in first. Sweden, China, Italy. Australians fallen a little bit, but they're still in 7th. I think they're very much going to qualify, probably in the top half of their group. Germany and England over there. USA has moved up all the way to 11th. So they're looking in prime position to make it through. Finally, in the seniors, someone has toppled the Giants in the USA match. USA is sitting in second. Sweden has moved up after USA just played India to a draw. In fact, well, there's a few boards to go, but currently it is a tie match. So Sweden had the opportunity to defeat Poland pretty handily, and
I wonder what's going on in Australia-Chile.
Australia-Chile in what? Oh,
in this where
there's
no results, and I wonder.
Yeah,
I wonder
interesting
if it's
question.
a Brisbane thing or if there's something going on behind the scenes.
I think all the players just fell asleep in the VUgraph operator. Well, there isn't a VUgraph operator. Over in the mixed, oh my, USA making a huge run. So through 14 rounds, USA sitting in 4th, but Germany still maintaining that massive lead over the field.
Yeah, match and a half now ahead of the Croatians.
Yeah, Croatia up there in 2nd, Norway in 3rd, USA, Poland. Again, 16 teams are qualifying in all of these, the non-open sections for the round of 16, since they only have one group for their round robins. Anyway, that's going to wrap up stream for today, so thank you again, Craig.
Yeah.
And I will see you tomorrow, I assume.
I will certainly be here. Hopefully I'll have fewer work distractions.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so thanks, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Chat, glad to have you guys. And that's going to wrap up stream for today, but this was a good day for the U.S. squads. I've seen them all move up the standings, mostly. The seniors have fallen from 1st to 2nd, but I'm proud of them, proud of all my teams. And we got to see some exciting bridge. I mean, 10-2 might not be the biggest match, but it was cool getting to watch Basis Lorenzini take on Bakke and Brogland from Norway. So we'll be back again tomorrow. I think, as usual, I'll put up a post on my YouTube channel. You guys can vote for which match we watch at the start of the day. Make sure to head over there to the community tab in a couple hours to get your votes in, or at least before tomorrow's stream, get your votes in. But